Hello, and welcome to Nadia's Nocturnal Religious Ruminations. So, in the event, we're going to hopefully have more religious people show up, and we'll see how it all goes. There's, well, a lot going on with the Vatican's extraordinary synod on the family. And, wow, let's try this again. My Q&A just died, and I think I know why. Oh, heck with it. I don't think it's really going to work, but still. Q&A just got disabled. I'll bet showcases too. Yeah, showcases too. It looks like if you edit the event after it started, disables Q&A and showcase. Okay, anyhow, I will reach out to, well, various religious people and hopefully be able to reach them. Wow. Something is not operating properly. I've got idle time, but it's still locked up. Okay, so ultimately, we have, I don't know, not enough people, but still, get started. I'm calling this Nadia's Nightly Religious Ruminations. Well, I don't really ruminate about religion that much, but even so, question of what's going on with religion does come up. I guess I can chat the other hangout and just have a discussion, apply. Okay, I think I'll give up on the other one. I'll see if I can ping Sykes. Okay, sent it out a few different places. Oh, I have to spell it. So, in any event, the hope is that people show up, like the whole Gospel of Nadia thing, and, well, we can have another productive discussion of a similar nature. Although, hopefully not too much Calvinist, Arminian, or I'm not sure what the big conflict was last time. Was it the Catholic and Orthodox affair? Yeah. The whole no true Christian thing doesn't seem like a great idea to me, so. I don't know. I don't do it with, like, no true atheist or whatever. Now, granted, there are some things where I can say there's, like, a definitional problem where, maybe they're, like, bowing down 5 times and on a prayer mat, praying to Muhammad, and saying there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and so on. And at that point, you say, well, there's things are a bit tricky because, strictly speaking, it looks like there's contradiction with the definition, but even so, I wouldn't even press that too hard. And it's not because it's like a no true Scotsman thing. It's just because. Oh, hi, Effie.
Hey, Nadia, what's on the docket?
Oh, well, I was actually going on pretty much right away, maybe to the core of your issues, or with some of these other people. I was talking about the whole no true Christian sort of affair.
There are no true Christian?
No, I was saying there's often sorts of accusations against the non-sola scriptura denominations like
Oh, yeah.
Orthodox, Assyrian, Coptic, and Catholic, Roman Catholic.
I find those people are ridiculous. They have such a self-refuting position, and they attack us, despite the fact we're the most historically established church ever. And it's like, yes, our shitty denomination that came about 50 years ago is totally the correct reestablishment of what Jesus had in mind.
what the precise distinction is that they're really drawing upon? Because a lot of times things get phrased in kind of couched in religious terms that I don't feel a whole lot of connection with, although I do have a grip on Sola Scriptura. I mean, is
Okay.
it Sola Scriptura or is it something else?
Well, okay. So there's there's a funny saying that was actually said by I think Cardinal John Henry Newman. It was, and I quote, there are many people who hate the Catholic Church, what they think the Catholic Church is, but a lot of fewer people who really know what the Catholic Church is. Um, and when it comes to other religious Protestant sects, they think that the Catholic Church is antithetical with the Bible because they believe that in Catholicism you're saved by your works and your own doings, which is not the case. They think that we worship saints and statues, which we don't. They think that we're cannibals, which we're not. And let's see, they think that the Pope someone someone with special powers. He's not. Well, and neither are any priests or anything. They have the power. Well, they are endowed with the power to bring about the sacraments. That's just about it. It's not because they're holy or anything. It's just because that was a vocation they were called to. People, laymen in the church are also called to their vocation, but it doesn't mean anyone is any better for what they take. Um, the bishops, uh, the bishops are revered for their work and due diligence, but that comes after a lot of work and time and effort. It's not something that's earned overnight. Furthermore, um, even Paul called himself a father unto Timothy. There are tons of places in the scriptures where we take kind of a mentor, uh, kind of like what we do now, and they also seem to kind of taboo kissing those in ecclesial power, which ecclesial power, by the way, just means the Catholic hierarchy of priest, bishop, and so on, as some kind of religious ritual or worship ritual, which it's not. Kissing in a lot of Mediterranean countries and contexts were just ways of greeting. Paul was even greeted with a kiss, wherever he went, for example. Um, they just hold a lot of accusations against us. Oh, they think purgatory is the place we go to make up for our sins, which it's not. It's just a way to purge ourselves of any lingering sins before making ourselves into heaven. It's literally like the place you take your shoes off in the house before entering the house. If you're in the house, you're in the house, but you have to walk through the place where you take your shoes off first in order to put them away, especially if you were outside in the mud. Um, so there are a lot of it's doctrinal disagreements that they think are just too high and over the head, despite the fact that they were a mainstay in Christianity for quite some time. So yeah, that's generally the reason why they don't accept the Catholic faith or Orthodox faiths and other things like that. Oh, and they also think we worship Mary, which we don't. But we do hold her in pretty high regard. Not, but that's only because God put her in a place of high regard. Not for anything she did. She earned her place through the grace of a God in the same way that the royalty of Israel was of this way. But I digress.
Understood. Understood. So, well, the next part is well, in my mind, I had a sort of well, I really thought it was the incorporation of tradition. So, but you say that there's actually quite some number of disparate
Oh
elements
yeah,
to all this, yeah.
various doctrinal disagreements. Some of which actually Martin Luther agreed with the Catholic Church on, even when it was separated. For example, Martin Luther asked the saints for their prayers. The reason he joined the covenant sorry, not the covenant, the convent that he was a part of as a monk was because of the intercession he asked of Saint Anne, who was the mother of Mary. Saint Anne wasn't even mentioned in Scripture. She's mentioned in what's called this, I believe it's the Pseudo-Evangelium of James, and
Okay.
the tradition of Saint Anne and her husband, who is also named in that, whose name escapes me, continues in Catholic tradition, and it's recognized. And even Martin Luther recognized it after he split up. So yeah, this is just very traditional things that do not contradict the Bible, do not contradict anything the Bible has to say about the life of Mary or anything. In fact, it goes really alongside with it. But uh, yeah, there are tons of theological issues.
Okay, so it it's not as simple as I thought it was.
Oh no. There's quite a bit that we diverge on.
Well, given that that's enough different areas, it's kind of tough to get a grip on. Um, well, how do I approach understanding it? Or
I don't really think you should worry about it, considering where you're at. If you're well, at least for practical reasons. I mean, it would be like an American looking at the conflict of what's going on between China and Mongolia. It doesn't really concern you personally or practically, but if you are interested in it out of maybe like pure entertainment or pure not entertainment, pure if you it was just out of pure interest that you were wanting to look into it. Um, let's see. A basic book on Christian history, especially the Reformation, is fairly helpful. Um, I have a good background in Christian history, so if you like, I could just talk about how the Reformation happened and progress it made.
well, that would make a lot of sense. I mean, basically, kind of like is it ultimately kind of begs the question of why. You know, why do they or so why are they so hell bent on um, disclaiming or disassociating from Catholicism?
Well, so the Reformation actually started. Reform in the Christian tradition doesn't really mean progressing or becoming more liberal or shedding off, the shackles of tradition. It actually means going right back to the source or back to what the faith was really built on. So, so this was actually very popular among the Catholic humanists, especially guys like Erasmus. Um, and and other people all over Europe were who learned about textual criticism at the time, were exploring the Bible more often. In fact, textual criticism was originally developed as a way of knowing what the original manuscripts of the Bible had to say, so that we could be more accurate. And at this time, Martin Luther, um, who was exploring his faith in Germany, was kind of disenchanted with religious life, especially in terms of how he could be secured of his salvation. And then after reading Paul and developing his notions of grace, he was actually trying to take it back to Saint Augustine, who he thought was all about justification through grace alone. If you have grace, that's it. You're done. You don't need to worry about it. And so over time, he kind of pushed away against the Catholic Church, mostly for his theology. Uh, he had, funny enough, in the beginning, he was pretty much a pure devout Catholic. He recognized the authority of the Pope. He went to the trials, but it wasn't until much later in his career where he just didn't uh, really want to take it anymore. So he just left off. He ran away with a nun, and they got married. And he said, and he believed that you didn't really need a tradition to guide you. He thought the Bible is sufficient enough. However, if you have tradition that goes alongside the Bible and doesn't contradict it, then that's just fine. So organ music. Organ music is not in the Bible. It's not biblical. There's no organ music in there, but it doesn't contradict anything in Scripture, so why not have it? And Martin Luther actually joined some kings in the a king in the Holy Roman Empire, who took him on board, adopted his theology. Lutheranism became the popular doctrine in that land, and because the king didn't want to pay taxes to Rome, they went Protestant. It was much cheaper to have your own religion, have your own version of Christianity as opposed to just take something from the Pope. And it was from there that the Catholic humanists kind of delved into the Protestant reformers, who kind of developed their own beliefs. And then you had John Calvin, whose main focus was on predestination and this notion of the elect and special knowledge. And he developed his own theology, and he had a lot of agreements with Luther and some disagreements. However, at this time, they all thought that communion was very important to salvation, or it was at least a sign of being saved or being part of the right sheep. It wasn't until, and they still shared some common doctrines. For example, Martin Luther held to the perpetual virginity of Mary, as did John Calvin. It wasn't later till the Anabaptists came about where they rejected a whole lot more. They said if it's not even in the Bible, let alone if it doesn't contradict the Bible, if it's not even in the Bible, then we shouldn't even bother with it. Always to be safe. And with the Anabaptists, you started developing, and they also rejected infant baptism, which Luther and John Calvin had nothing to do with. They thought that made the Anabaptists downright heretics. So really, as soon as the Protestant reformers took off, they started killing each other.
Wow.
There was, yeah, in fact, I think there was an Anabaptist who was burned at the stake in Geneva. Although, from what I've heard, Calvin actually tried to let him go. Soon, some sects were advocating anti-Trinitarianism because Trinitarianism wasn't explicitly mentioned in the Bible. And there you got some of your early Protestant divisions, and it always came back to political attacks because most sects were gradually moving away from the Catholic tradition and Catholic authority. You pretty much had your own groups, each professing their own confessions, taking their own liberties. And as you kind of moved away into the United States, it became far more scripturally oriented. In fact, in the United States, there was an interesting kind of viewpoint about individualism. In the United States, there, especially during the Revolutionary period, everyone had this kind of common sense approach. You didn't need government. You didn't need authority telling you what to do. In fact, you could have been a doctor or a lawyer without license because they thought, okay, it's a good idea. Everyone has the right authority to decide on these things. But after a year, they realized that it was stupid, and they went back to issuing licenses. And with regards to Scripture, they didn't think you needed an authority. They thought that you could just open up a Bible and get the common sense understanding of it, which in English too. They thought that knowing anything about Hebrew or Greek or previous tradition was a sign of elitism, and tends to be why the common sense biblical approach is very common in the United States, but did not stay in the theological seminaries of Europe. And of course, after time, the Protestant sects grew and expanded and divided, whereas the Catholic Church pretty much stayed relatively strong as a unified force up until the mid 20th century. So yeah, so a lot of this is really just a lot of this division is not, it has its roots in sola scriptura, definitely, but there's also a lot of political divisions and political disputes among each theological community. So this is generally how this division went.
Did it have to do with maybe national or ethnic groupings?
Sometimes, not all the time. There was a time in Europe where ethnic groupings were very secondary. It was much more important, for example, at a certain point that people identified as being Christian as opposed to, or Catholic as opposed to being uh, German or Slavic, this, that, or the other. Um, however, it's only when, however, after the Reformation, where nation states got their own religious states, where people started shifting from religious identity to national identities, and that's where there was an interconnectedness between religious and national identity. But before, religious identity used to be your kind of primary go-to.
Okay. Let's see. Who else should we try to bring in? I've got G-Man, True Empiricism, 2 Arcane Logos accounts,
I
Rancam, What of
I love.
Roz, 3 of Matthew 419s, All for His Glory Alone, Sykes Pico, Island Online News, Combat 85, and Shani is me.
I'm good with any of
Um,
those people.
okay, that kind of maxes out. I think it's max 15, so
Uh, uh,
here goes.
uh,
Might be 25.
I hope all those people don't come in at once.
They can't. Only 8 more.
Oh, yay.
And only one of the arcanes and or one of the 2 arcanes and one of the 3 Matthew 419s can show up, so that knocks out 3, 15. So out of 12, only 4 will be denied, assuming at the unquiet invitation actually brings them all in, which it probably won't. Um, so there are actually rather interesting events. You know what? If there are Catholics out there, that you know, might be great to bring them in. Oh, CJ Catholic. He's he's also out there. And well, the main idea is this extraordinary synod of bishops on family or whatever.
Uh, isn't there a Catholic priest on here? Anthony something?
Anthony Basso, yeah.
Can you invite him? He's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll try.
Thanks. Funny enough, here's something interesting I learned. Do you know which one of this? You know why the Nicaraguan revolution in South America was so successful?
Do tell.
It was actually one of the instances where the Marxist revolutionaries did not mind cooperating with the local Catholic beliefs. They didn't try to purge them or anything. In fact, in their democratic republic, in their kind of democratic socialist bridge to communism, they actually elected some priests, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, that was liberation theology, right?
Yep.
I think they still have posters or some such in Fort Benning saying that they U.S. Special Forces exterminated liberation theology. But anyway, I guess they're not entirely dead. I heard when I went looking things up, I actually found some descriptions of living liberation theology people, but I think their ranks did get pretty thinned out by all the death squads.
If you'll excuse me, I just need to use the bathroom.
Well, I wonder if, in a way, this might count as some kind of religious suppression of, well, Christians and so on. Yeah, I'm not in favor of religious suppression. It's kind of all apostasy thing in the Muslim world counts for, conversion to Christianity, not just deconversion to atheism. What is the guy, Ben something? There's a Ben guy who, Yeah. Okay, I have no idea who, but still, there's a name I haven't quite picked up yet. But okay. Okay, Paul Tersa wanted to invite people, and so on and so forth. That was quick. I'm in an HOA with believers only, besides myself. Sorry. Okay. So, Hope is, where is CJ Catholic? Chic, and search for CJ Catholic. Oh, weird. He's not turning up on my main account either, or main G Plus profile. Where is this guy? Well, I was hoping for Catholics, especially given the momentous events ongoing with the Vatican, extraordinary synod and family. Extraordinary synod and family. Okay. Site news.va and midterm report presented and 2015 synod announced. So I'll try and get the link out on YouTube page. Yeah, like best to do it this way. Okay, that's rather surprising for an atheist. Oh, Tommy Hall, 15 minutes ago. Darn it. Hopefully, I forgot Tommy Hall. Oh dear. Why am I not finding him? There he is. I see him. Link. And that way too. And okay, hopefully Tommy makes it. Yeah, Tommy would have be a good Protestant perspective too. No.
Sorry. That Thanksgiving
Right.
turkey was killing me.
Oh, no trouble at all. So, Tommy Hall seems to be around. When I checked the YouTube video, somebody, or he had commented on all that, and hopefully the message got to him.
I like Tom. One redeeming quality about Tommy Hall is that he knows how to make fun of himself, which is kind of nice. Like he doesn't take himself too seriously.
There's
I remember I remember one time true empiricism was saying, well, if you understand about people living for 500, 600 years, if one understands that they had much natural remedies that could heal their problems, it's a lot easier to believe because what they were doing was natural. I responded by saying, oh my god, true empiricism completely went Tommy Hall on us. Because he was talking about how good things that are natural are and attacking modern medicine and technology. I'm like, okay, this is just hilarious.
Actually, can I make it less in public? No, I can't. Okay. Said trying to keep it just religious people, so trying to pass the link around and things other than YouTube comments. Hopefully he notices that and can get it all going. But there was something I had to follow up on that I think I forgot, but main thing is the synod and the family seems to have some fair amount of excitement as far as like progress on some LGBT issues. There was at the very least maybe some concern about how things were being verbally represented. Try to be more at least respectful in the terms of the discussions. Which is a small step, but still.
Mm.
Are you aware of sort of the ongoings there, or?
No, this is the first I've heard of it.
Well, I put a link to the Vatican's news site, news.va. So.
Okay, Holy Mass, Thanksgiving for Tuesday.
Yeah. You got a midterm report outlining the main questions highlighted over the past week of general congregations. So, got Cardinal Erdo. Okay, law of graduality. Positive elements in imperfect forms, positive elements in irregular marriages. Vocational decisions at Seminary of Faith. Abandoned spouses. Annulments. Divorcees. Cohabitation. Homosexuality. Okay, toward the bottom. Address with the call to serious reflection. Oh dear.
Oh, which part?
Hi, Anthony. Hi, Anthony. Good to see you on.
Hello.
Yeah, we were discussing the recent news from the Vatican, the midterm report on the Synod and the Family. And, I'm sorry?
What was it about?
The midterm report on the Synod on the Family.
Oh, okay.
So, in the meantime, well, the main thing is on the actual site seems to be that there's a little bit of progress on some kind of gay rights, but it's not actually described there. What's described there seems to be like pretty much no change whatsoever, but seems Pope Francis said something about how, was it Pope Francis or a particular cardinal? I'll dig for it and see if I can find but the main thing is the terms in which various things surrounding homosexuality are referred to should be made more respectful and such. So, hi Tommy, excellent.
Hi, Nadia.
We were talking about the Synod of the Families, or the Catholic Synod on the Families results, and the Pope's statement about terminology when discussing homosexuality.
Okay. Well, let me just ask this or put this out there. You certainly don't have to. It's your hangout. But I didn't know what you guys had going on or not. But I'm talking to this guy, and shoot, I can't find his name. But anyway, we're going back and forth about feminism and women's pay and whether or not women or men should be in the house with the kids. And so I don't know if that subject interests you or not at all. But anyway, we were going to hash it out somewhere, so I didn't know if that interested you at all, if you want to keep going.
Feel free to bring it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, me and Nadia have touched on this issue. Actually, I think me and Nadia agree a lot in terms of women's pay, but go on. Sorry, Nadia, I interrupted.
Yeah,
no, I didn't mean to interrupt or anything. I'm just going to throw it out there, so he may come in. I gave him the link. There he is.
Feel free to bring him in. Oh, welcome,
Yeah, here he
Chris.
is.
I was just
Hello,
saying,
Chris.
by all means,
Hello,
pass you the link, but don't spread it too far beyond yourself. Try to keep it down to at least mostly believers. Yeah, because sometimes I think, well, a lot of other people who don't really believe maybe get too confrontational and things like that. So.
How are you guys doing? I haven't been here in months.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Good. How are you
Chris.
doing?
Good. Just to fill Chris in, I just asked Nadia. I mean, I kind of barged in here and totally interrupted their conversation, so I don't even know if they want to get into what we were talking about or not. That was probably rude of me, so. Anyway, this is Nadia's hangout, and so, it's totally up to her if she wants to keep going on what she's going on or what she wants to do. But
Well,
anyway, I didn't check before I came in here if you guys were hot and heavy in the middle of some sort of scholarly debate or, hashing out something important or something. But
not really. I was kind of trying to get Catholic perspectives on the extraordinary Synod of Bishops on the family, and all the recent goings on there. But wasn't really prepared that well with all the links I needed to pass along for commentary and such. And it was also a little bit less eventful and could really sustain a discussion. So, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it seems pretty standard in terms of Catholic doctrine. I don't really see anything too new. At least as far as I've seen it. But one thing that this synod is emphasizing is alternative family situations. So people can be in communion with the church while at the same time fulfilling obligations to their family structure and children. One such example is for divorced couples, for example. For couples who are divorced and remarried to other spouses, one thing that is plausible is that you cohabitate in more of a brother-sister kind of relationship where no sex is had, but the children are still taken care of in a loving spiritual environment. In such a way, you'd be fulfilling obligations to the church, while at the same time fulfilling your fulfilling your spiritual obligations to the body. Oh, right. Let's finish. I'll just finish that one right up. Let's get to the heart.
You do the conclusion.
Okay, cool. I'll let you introduce the new topic.
Either Tommy or Chris, you guys
for it, Tommy.
actually were having the discussion, so maybe one of you is best to bring it on.
I think the best way is, hey, Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so remind us. I noticed you changed your shirts. What did your other shirt say again?
Oh, it said this is what a feminist looks like.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you were wearing a shirt that said, "This is what a feminist looks like," and so that's what started our little conversation. And we got into the one that really kind of irritates me is his assertion that the men and the women's roles could just as easily be reversed, like in such a way that men could stay home with babies and kids, and women could go out and make a living. And I guess on average, he's saying that that would be just as fine either way, whether the roles were reversed one way or the other. So I'm suggesting the opposite, that that women are are cut out really to be moms better. They're more motherly, and probably better at home with their kids than a father would be. Not that saying that fathers can't stay home with the kids if that's what they need to do. I'm just saying the best case scenario would be for the mom to be home with the kids and for the dad to go make a living.
I would argue that the reason why we have this perspective is because of society and the way we have perpetuated these roles in society throughout thousands of years. And I think it's important to note that it's actually changing right now. There's more and more fathers that are becoming stay-at-home dads, and there's more and more mothers entering the workplace. And I would argue that that's due to the equality that is emerging. Obviously, there's still gender inequality and all of that, but at the same time, there's no empirical evidence or any studies that show that women are better at rearing children and raising children. It's all the studies, unless you point to some outlier studies that have, I could explain the whole statistical analyses that go down, but you can't point to any studies that confirm that women are better or men that are better at rearing children, because they simply have shown, there is no evidence that shows that men are worse at raising children or have any impact.
I would suggest that, and I said this to you in chat, but you have really thousands of years of it going the one way. It was all the direction of the men going out getting food, providing for the family, and women staying home. This has happened generation after generation, and so I don't think. I mean, that's been proven over and over in a real life way. So I don't think that we need to rely on studies or evidence from the scientific community to demonstrate that. I mean, it's self-evident and doesn't need to be proven. It's just it's already been proven that that's really kind of the ideal situation.
Are you arguing that the way things are just through, I guess I would say free market, I don't know, for lack of a better word, free market of ideas throughout society, that that's how the pieces fell and that's how that happened, and it by default picks the best possible scenario?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking, but I think we're just made differently, and I know you kind of disagree with that and think that men and women are equal or should be equal, but I don't think women and men are equal. I think we're complementary. I think that men have strengths that women don't have, and I think it goes the other way around too. Women have many strengths that men don't have. One of them being, I think women have a lot more patience in general, which is helpful with raising kids and being around babies. And
wouldn't that be helpful in a work environment as well?
Yeah, I mean, in certain work environments, it could be.
So when we
depends on the job, though.
When we see the statistics that of the 700 jobs marked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that women make more than men in 7 jobs, and that's it. Every single other job, men make more than women on average of the same job, apples to apples, not this whole 77 cents on the dollar thing. Wouldn't one be able to argue that it should be more 50-50?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue. I think if there's a position to be held, I'm not arguing that a man should make more. I think a position, it is what it is, and I think men and women should make the same thing. I mean, a business would really be stupid to, in this environment of suing, lawsuits, to go around in their company and just pay men more for the same job.
That happens across the board. Even the Obama administration pays women less than men for the same jobs. It's messed up.
What I will say, though, and this is a very sensitive and delicate topic. I could get myself in trouble for, but the fact that women do get pregnant, they do tend to have a tendency to have babies, take off work more time than men do for that kind of thing. When their kids get sick, it's the woman who generally will stay home with the kids, and there's a whole variety of things that can keep women home and or sick and or at the doctor more often than men. And so the point is, and I'm coming at this from a position of I own 2 businesses, and so I'm an employer, and so the thing is, as a business, why would you, just to take devil's advocate, why would you pay somebody who is more likely to, well, I mean, women, and they're more likely to haul off and quit in midstream and possibly stay home with their kids as well if their men or if their husbands start making more money. So I'm saying, why would a business invest the same time and money in training a woman and or hiring a woman for a position that a man could do that the man would be less likely to probably ditch them midstream. So I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying, as an employer, businesses are really interested in the bottom line, and so I'm just looking at this financially.
No, so couldn't the same argument be made that since there's a disproportionate number of African Americans in poverty, thus resulting in higher crime for African Americans, couldn't you argue that you should be less likely to hire African Americans than white people because white people would be statistically less likely to commit crime?
Well, I disagree with your premise. The premise was that there's more crime in the African American community because of poverty. I would suggest
that's a fact. That's a fact.
I would say
I'll provide statistics.
No, it's not a fact. No, listen. I would say the reason there's more crime in the African American community is that they generally are less likely to have a 2-parent home, and so
due to poverty. In statistics, I do research, so.
Okay, great.
I know. I'm sorry. That was just such a douchebag thing to say. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, I think that. I'm sorry. Okay.
No,
so
well, the thing is, I don't buy research. I mean, to some extent, I will, but it's.
Well, the thing is, correlation doesn't mean causation. So it's like we see an increase in crime in African American communities. So you see, as race changes, crime increases. But there's confounding factors. So it's like X and Y. There could be another variable that is the reason for that. So Z is poverty. If you look at the statistics for poverty, crime is so much more rampant in impoverished areas. I mean, you can.
Okay, fine. Okay, but
so that's true. So
you said, but wait.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Quick question. How about if we were to compare apples to apples, such as single-parent white homes, as compared to single-parent black homes? Out of curiosity, would you expect the single white parent to have it better off than the colored parents? Or,
economically, or
yeah, economically, maybe in terms of social benefits, or in.
That's a good question. Let me see if I can find any statistics on that.
Well, let me just say something about that. You were talking about when I brought up the fact that more black people or black kids are likely to be brought up in a single-family home. You said you blame it on poverty.
Absolutely.
But I'm not seeing the correlation between that, because what is your evidence, for lack of a better word, that poverty causes a higher divorce rate, or more likelihood for a single parent?
If I send you a study, will you read it?
Not right now.
Okay.
I might read it later.
Okay, well, I can send you guys studies, but it does show that the lower the economic status, the more likely crime will be committed. I mean, I feel like that's logical as well, because if you're desperate to be, not only are you more stressed, not only are you barely making it, but those stresses add on to you're dealing with children if you have children, and you're more likely to commit crime just to support your family.
Well, see, I think you're doing the correlation leads to causation as well. I'm not sure that may be true to some extent. I'm not arguing that completely, and there may be some validity to it. I'm just saying there's got to be more to the crime issue than simply poverty. I mean, the whole morality thing is in there too. The fact that they're not and they're white people too, obviously, and Mexicans, all races. But that if you don't grow up with a dad in the house, two parents are able to raise kids usually, better than a single parent. And
Oh, I agree.
I think it's a morality issue more so than a financial issue, and it's more than anything. It's a single parent. The whole thing falls apart when you have one parent or has a
Oh,
tendency.
I totally agree. And that's the thing about sociology that's so hard, is the fact that you can't just find one cause. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. There's so many variables that you have to consider.
Well, and the thing is too, when you're a single parent, you're more likely to be in poverty. So anyway, I don't know which comes first.
And I think this is actually why Chris has been using words like more likely to. He's not saying that it's the cause of, but he's saying that something is closer to the problem than something else. So he'd probably be arguing, for example, that poverty is more closer to the issue than the number of parents in the household. Or although I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Chris, but this is generally why. This is generally why in sociology and in social sciences in general, people tend to avoid direct links as far as
yeah, but do you see what I'm saying? That I think poverty is the downhill result of the cause of single parenthood. I think single parenthood is the root cause of poverty, because you have single mothers. They're the ones who, they got to stay home with the kids. So that means they can't get a job. They don't have a spouse. So that's the cause of, really, the main cause of poverty.
We've got to ask why, though.
I actually remember, though, that it's been years, but I remember reading a statistic about how if you were rich, you were more likely to get a divorce than if you were poor, mostly because you'd have other relatives or means of gathering income or support than if you were in poverty. Poverty is actually one of the main reasons why you'd be more likely to stay in a two-person household.
I'd also just like to say, back in the Great Depression, all across the Midwest, I know in Texas and the plains of the United States, there was just terrible poverty all over the place, really pretty much everywhere. But yet we didn't have gangs in the streets. We didn't, or not to the degree we do now. And the poverty was not a direct link to just people acting like savages and holding up convenience stores. On the contrary, I think, if anything, much of the nation was quite religious, quite faithful, even though they were poor. So I'm just not completely on board that poverty is the cause of people acting out and acting like animals and holding up people at gunpoint, shooting them for money.
Actually, Kelly and Bonnie Clyde and Al Capone and all that, there's a confounding factor of prohibition also. So I'd be a little bit careful about claims about the Depression era in terms of poverty versus crime, and also a little bit skeptical about where you claim crime was during the Depression. So go ahead.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, man. Do you believe in God?
I do not. I am an atheist.
All right. Well, I guess that explains a lot.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. We're trying to keep it to Muslim believers, but Tommy was in a heavy discussion with Chris already, so.
No, y'all, everybody can join in, but no, I'm not. I don't want to dominate anything, so y'all jump in.
I feel like I'm talking too much.
I think Tommy was making some really valid points, and I strongly agree with your position, Tommy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess the main position is, one, I think poverty is a result of higher issues, different issues such as single parenthood, and plus I don't think poverty is a direct result, or I'm sorry, crime is a direct result of poverty. It can be. Obviously, if you have a situation, especially in an area of town where there's a lot of drugs and that kind of thing, if you have addicts who are really craving the next hit, then they'll do anything for the next hit, including hold people up and stuff. So yeah, in that way, yeah, it can correlate.
We have to remember white collar crime as well, and
Mm-hmm.
the amount of that goes on.
Oh, good lord, it's insane. Oh, that I could just rant about that.
White collar crime. Yeah, I'm not a huge Michael Moore fan, but there was one funny skit he actually pointed forward, this notion that if we treat white collar crimes like blue collar crimes, I always thought that would be hilarious.
Hey, can I ask a question to Chris again?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, hi, Chris, and thanks for taking the time to answer my questions.
Absolutely.
Is raping babies for fun absolutely morally wrong?
Yeah, I would argue that yes, that is.
No.
I know this is a trick question though.
Okay, well, did you say yes? I think I heard you say yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, it's absolutely morally wrong. Okay, based on
Okay, no. I know where you're going here. I'm going to argue that you're going to say, well, if you were to, sorry, my girlfriend's like right over here, so she's like, what the fuck? Sorry. If that were to happen to save millions and millions and millions and millions of people, would it be absolutely morally wrong? Then I would argue no. So I think that.
But you said yes, right? So I want to know, based on what standard can you say that it's absolutely morally wrong?
Well, I changed my answer, so I know I did just change my answer.
He's trying to wriggle away.
No. I can answer your question. I'll answer your question.
Can I interrupt here? I just want to ask Spike a question before we go on. Spike, can you tell me the difference between a non-cognitivist viewpoint on morality? Sorry, can you tell me the difference between an error theory understanding of metaethics and a prescriptivist understanding of metaethics?
First of all, you can only demonstrate that your sense perceptions are reliable using empirical means if you first know that your sense perceptions are reliable. And see, I know my sense perceptions are reliable. I'd like to know how you know that your sense perceptions are reliable. Without naively assuming it.
How does that answer the question I put forward to you?
Well, I don't know how your question's relevant unless you can first know that your sense perceptions are reliable. I'm asking you a question about ethics, just to see how far you've studied this subject.
Well, why guys, pump the brakes. Let's pump the brakes, because I feel like that was just a question that was just like, I'm so advanced.
Well, I would like to know from the Epicurus if he can prove to me that we're having a conversation right now without naively assuming it.
What do you mean? Do you want me to prove that we're having a conversation?
Well, I'd like you to tell me how you know you're having a conversation without assuming it.
My question is, why do you know that your sensation and perception is accurate?
What do you mean assuming it? I'm having a conversation.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Could you be wrong about everything you claim to know?
Yes.
No.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm going to say yes to that.
Oh,
okay, great.
Yeah, I say yes too.
Okay, great. So I'm talking to Epicurus. So the question is, could you be wrong about everything you claim to know?
Yeah, I know that there are some things I honestly know 100%.
Okay. Can you tell me one thing you know for certain and how you know it?
Okay. I know that I'm not omniscient.
Okay. How do you know that you're not omniscient?
Hi, Adam.
Exactly.
How do you know? I'm asking you how you know things.
Well, I don't. That's how I know I'm omniscient.
Okay. Well, first of all,
Are you saying I could be omniscient?
No, you're definitely not, but I can prove it.
Okay, there we go. We both agree.
Yeah, but I can prove it. You can't.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Quick question. Can you care to guess at what I believe?
Well, first of all, you don't know what you believe because everything you think you know could just be a malfunction of your cognitive faculties. Because you don't have anything like a proper function, an idea of proper function from a naturalist perspective.
Who are you? How do you know I'm not a theist?
Well, you're arguing with me, so I figure you're taking the devil's advocate here.
I'm not taking the devil. Okay. So, all right. If you want me to take the devil's advocate, fine.
Well,
then.
you are, aren't you?
Okay.
You are
All right. I am. Okay. Let's keep going with this then. I know I'm not omniscient.
Okay, how do you know that? How do you know anything? How do you even know there's an I doing the
I'll
talking?
do you one better. I know I am not the God. I know that I am not the Trinitarian God of Christianity.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You're making some
How do
leaps
you even know
there.
there's an I doing the talking right now?
How could I deny? What does it mean for me to deny that I exist?
Well, I'd like for you to tell me how you know you exist.
It's self.
And it's
Yes,
just
this is
yeah,
called. Yeah, this is called self. These are self-evident axioms. To deny them would be to go into
Oh,
what's
so
known.
you've solved the problem of solipsism.
Actually, I could give you a proof against solipsism, if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if solipsism was true, everything would be subjective. Some things are not objective, like logic, and some things are objective, like logic and mathematics. Therefore, solipsism is false.
Okay,
That
you've made a number of errors just now. I don't know how
or
familiar.
what premise do you disagree with?
Okay, well, I'm trying to tell you if you'll just let me
All right.
finish. I don't know how familiar you are with the philosophical literature, but what you've just done is what philosopher Louis Bonjour calls a naive empirical response. That is, you
Hey
naive.
guys, I've got to run, but I'll talk to you guys later. I just got a lot of work tonight.
See ya, Chris.
All right, see y'all later.
Actually,
Okay.
this is an argument from
See ya, Chris.
Sega,
Y'all
but
have a
okay.
good night.
Okay, you naively assume that what your eyes are telling you about the world outside your mind happens to be authoritative and true. But again,
No, I didn't
you have
assume
no
such a thing.
reason to think so. You have none whatsoever.
Oh, I have not. Well, all right. Okay, I gave you two premises and a conclusion. Which one do you disagree with that I haven't justified?
Here, let me ask you this. You're an atheist, right?
No.
Oh, you're not an atheist.
Yes, this is why I asked you beforehand.
Oh, so you don't believe in the ape story?
I believe in the theory of evolution, yes, but I think your presuppositional approach is intellectually bankrupt and, quite frankly, an insult to Christianity. But go on.
Okay, well, that's just your subjective opinion, Mr. Atheist.
Oh, actually, no. No, it's not.
Hey, if you want to believe you are descendant of the apes, you won't get any argument from me, my friend.
The great Saint Paul of Tarsus says that if we look at nature, we could see God's invisible attributes within it. And just to go to this epistemological bullcrap about with your a priori presuppositions, trying to shut out the atheist is, frankly, in my position and from my perspective, anti-biblical and anti-intellectual. Considering that natural theology has been the way of Christian tradition for 2,000 years.
Right. Well, I don't blame you for making the mistakes. After all, you are an atheist, right?
Oh, no, I'm a theist.
No, you're not.
I'm terribly sorry, sir.
You don't even know that you're
Thank you so much for telling me what I believe.
You don't even know that you're not.
How do I know that I'm not?
You don't even know it.
Oh my, really? Okay, I already gave you. All right, I refuted your solipsism.
No, you haven't. You still haven't told me how you know your senses, memory, and reasoning are valid. Without proving them, without naively assuming them.
Those are called prima facie beliefs. They're taking on prima facie evidence, and some of those, if I were to ignore them or say that they didn't make sense, would just be logically self-defeating, making it axiomatic.
Okay, how do you know? How do you even know that there's an I doing the thinking? That's the thing that Bertrand Russell brought up against the great René Descartes. I think, therefore I am argument, right?
And he said at least something exists.
To begin with. He doesn't, and neither do you. Sorry to break it to you, Mr. Atheist. Sorry, Mr. Theist.
I'm a hylomorph. Well, I would disagree with. I would actually disagree with. Okay, so here's where I would disagree with first of all, Bertrand Russell. First, it was primarily taken from St. Augustine. Not René Descartes actually kind of plagiarized it from St. Augustine in terms of how St. Augustine was kicking the academic skeptics of Athens' ass all over the place in a fairly good letter. If you were to say that I do not exist, there would have to be an I. There would have to be, in some sense, an I doing the doubting. If we were to say that an I didn't exist, we'd have to go into eliminative materialism, which I would just kind of view as self-refuting. But even if we were to go to eliminative materialism, let's just say that, for the sake of argument, then an I could be taken in terms of as as a fiction, of a way of describing one's ontology. So there you are. I'm not even sure where that gets you. So either eliminativism is self-defeating,
Okay,
or
let me expound on this. Let me expound on this real quick, okay? David Hume makes this awesome argument against inductive inferences by demonstrating that we cannot empirically verify.
The problem of induction.
Let me finish. If we cannot empirically verify causation between events. Now, what this means for thoughts is that we can't even empirically verify causation between different thoughts.
David Hume was wrong, and this is why.
This is what, okay, well, you can just say that, but
I could actually defend it.
This is what led to David Hume's bundle theory of mind, right? Are you familiar with that at all?
I am, but here's why David Hume was wrong.
Okay, all you can say though, okay, hold on a second. All that you can say is that there's a bunch of perceptions happening that you call yourself out of habit, but you can't even say with any assurity that you have any special epistemic access to your own thoughts.
I'm an Aristotelian.
I don't even grant you that much. That's how much hurt you're in as an unbeliever.
Wow, actually, yeah. The thing is, though, I'm an Aristotelian, and I frankly think that Hume went wrong in so many ways because they got rid of the Aristotelian Thomistic philosophy that preceded it. First and foremost, Hume was wrong because in his billiard ball experiment, he was trying to describe one ontological event in terms of two series, when it was really one. He described the billiard ball A as hitting billiard ball B as one ball hitting another, which is you actually go from A hitting B, A doing the hitting and B bouncing. It's actually one event described from two different viewpoints. So that's where I would say David Hume went wrong. And G. So
you believe
does a good job of doing this. See, I could put these philosophical references too.
Hold on a second.
Okay. Also, I take the mind to be the soul or the mind to be the form of the body. So it is actually one unified thing. The soul is the form, and the body is the formal cause, and the body is the material cause. And of course, matter arises out of the principle of individuation. So.
Can I maybe briefly have I guess the other believers in the room just comments somehow, try and get everybody in the mix. I'm
just listening, but I would just like to say to Epi, I would like to hear that sometime, not necessarily now, but your philosophy on mind, because I haven't actually heard that, I guess, in full. So anyway, just jot that down.
If you would like, I could suggest a good book to you by the Catholic philosopher Edward Fazer. He does a good job of defending the viewpoint that I hold to.
How do you spell that? His last name.
John, he has it. F-E-S-E-R. Edward Fazer.
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out.
F-E-S-E-R.
Okay, Fazer. Okay.
He also has a blog, which is very nice to follow.
John, Fritz, or Adam, do you have any comments to make?
I think the short answer would be that we could trust our logic and reason because we're made in the image and likeness of God.
Okay, and I think Adam might be winding up here, or preparing to answer. Seems like he's trying to grip the camera. Well, if not, we can just let you resume.
Well, let me just say something. I'll just have a question to Epi or Fritz based on what he just said. I mean, I believe that the Holy Spirit gives us an insight, as Christians, kind of a wisdom, to discern right and wrong, left from right, up from down, And so I was just curious what you guys thought of that. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. Philosophically or how to answer philosophically from the Christian point of view, how we know the truth. But for me, it's just something from inside. I think I call it the Holy Spirit. I think just something inside that just is the truth that just tells us, what's right and what's wrong. So I was just curious what you guys, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Holy Spirit reveals the truth, and then you later, when you read that in the Bible, it kind of verifies that, because that's what it said in there. Like when Jesus says to Peter, when Peter says he is the Christ, and Jesus says, blessed are you, Peter, for flesh and blood hath not revealed it to you, but my Father. And so, yeah, I think you're right. I think that the Holy Spirit reveals the truth to believers. Yeah.
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 What do you think about that, Epi? I mean, I know you're into the whole philosophy thing, and I'm not. I enjoy listening to it, but I can't debate it or even discuss it. But what do you think of that?
All right. So, in terms of the relationship between faith and reason, reason is what is inherent and common for everyone. This is why this is natural reason, or a shared virtue that all humanity has. Although reason, like a lot of other things, is in a sense broken, and while it doesn't mean that we're all stupid or something, it does mean that we also need through grace, God gives us faith, which turns our knowledge into achieving a certain end. And that's where the Christian turns all his reasoning faculties in terms of chasing God. As St. Anselm of Canterbury once said, faith is reason seeking understanding. And that's exactly what God gives us in terms of grace. And this is where the Christian
go ahead.
follows through. And in terms of knowledge, humans are what's known as external beings. We have knowledge through our senses. What's known through the senses, what's known in the intellect is first known through the senses. This is, so we actually need knowledge to be given to us through either God, who is one way of providing external knowledge, or through achieving external knowledge within looking and analyzing the world around us. So that's whereas God's knowledge is innate and internal. It's something that he has in terms of the nature of his being. So that is how I kind of see human knowledge, God's knowledge, and the relationship between faith and reason. And it's and this is really scripturally based too. When God says in the garden, "Let us make man into our image," humans are in a sense made to be in the image of God because because every time we go out and experience the world, we're experiencing knowledge and we're becoming rational creatures. We're rational animals in the sense that we have physical bodies. We have physical bodies that exist. We poop, we eat just like other animals, but we use our intellect and reason to guide us in the world around us. So that's essentially how I see the relationship between knowledge and faith and God, and all that.
Do you think there could be I believe as a Christian that there's a transformation within a person when they when they follow Christ and they've given their lives to Christ and the Lord lives in your heart. I honestly believe there is a transformation within that person in his core, his core being, the way he thinks, the way he feels, the way he acts. And so I guess what's confusing about what you're saying, even though it may be correct, is that yours seems to be more kind of just a way of thinking as opposed to I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to say that the same person who thinks one way can be transformed in a way that he thinks and believes and feels a totally different way after the transformation.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just curious. I mean, if you think that's does that sound or?
Well, my way of thinking is after the Holy Spirit's transformation, we are all given a certain end, that is God, and we all work through Him, or we all work to Him in various different ways. Some people take up pastoral ministry and help their brothers through charity. Others take up theology and help through learning. Others are more mystics, which is another valid way of seeing yourself in the church. There are many, the body of Christ is very diverse, and everyone might see their role to getting to God as being different, but ultimately all our end in what we do is to God. And that's achieved in whatever way we'd like through the help, rational understanding of our fellow brothers and sisters. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Can I just ask Ep something? How are you reconciled to God?
Through his divine grace and his mercy and compassion and his ability to heal my sins. Not through my own doing or actions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Through faith in Jesus, would you say? Yep.
What would Jesus be saying?
I said through faith in Jesus, would you say?
What do you mean? If I was to say salvation is contingent upon faith or works, that would be a form of works or a form of my own doing. It's all God's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good answer.
Fritz, do you have your own ideas on the subject?
No, I think that's a good answer. I think that God does it. It's through no work of our own that we're saved.
I think, well, John and Sykes might have their own ideas on it too. You were asking Tommy about the relationship between faith and knowledge?
No, I think I've
heard
enough from Epi on that.
Nadia wants to become a Christian, I think.
Yeah, I think she does. I think you're right. She likes talking to Christians, and what do you think about that, Nadia?
Well, I have what I think are good reasons to do outreach, but I wouldn't say I'm directly seeking to, I don't know, become a Christian myself. If it happens, it happens.
Well, Epi, since there's a break here, what do you think of the Calvinist position?
I actually do have a lot of respect for Reformed theology, insofar as I like Augustine and Thomas Aquinas, and there is a bit of that found in Calvinism. But let's see, it seems to be that what I like about Calvinism is what I don't like about Calvinism, which is kind of funny. It's the focus on sovereignty to the exclusion of everything else. I know sovereignty is important, but I think that human free will is also I think human free will, human action, responsibility is something that's also incorporated into the whole thing. I do agree with Calvinists, for example, that man is totally depraved. I do agree with the Calvinists that let's see, total depravity is the first one. I would also agree that I also agree in terms of focusing on grace as the way to get to God, but at the same time, I do recognize that there are such things as apostasy, former Christians. I think that stuff is very evident. I think that God does. I think that there are ways of reconciling these notions while still keeping and tailing God's sovereignty. So there are a lot of things I do agree with Calvinists on.
I'm kind of like you. I mean, there's some things that are biblical and that I don't have an issue with at all. It's just for me the big one is the idea that God is, they believe He predestined, preordained everything, every atom, every process, everything that's ever happened was written in the book before it happened, which essentially makes God a if God is going to preordain, predestine sin, then that makes God a sinner. If He's responsible for Adam and Eve's sin in the garden, because I'm saying if He is responsible for their sin in the garden since He wrote it, I would suggest that that is not actually the truth. That Adam and Eve chose to eat the apple, and so that was on their free will, and that's what Christ died for. Christ died for the sins of humanity, who chose to willfully disobey God and His word, and so that's my basic problem with their position.
All right, so this is actually very interesting. On one hand, we have this notion of human free will, and on the other hand, we have this notion of God's sovereignty. We have verses where we have sin is their responsibility to pay for, but at the same time, we have verses about how Christ was crucified before the foundations of the world. So how do we reconcile these two things? Well, Bruce Ware actually does. What I use is a theodicy by what's his name, Robert Merrihew Adams, coupled in with a notion of God's knowledge pushed by the Calvinist thinker Bruce Ware. Both of whom are pretty much reformed in their thinking, but this is actually a fairly good explanation, which does not impugn on human free will. First of all, when God, first of all, Merrihew Adams has a theodicy where he says God could have actually created the best possible worlds. He could have created a world without evil. But what ended up happening was God chooses out of His grace to give mercy to a world that by no nature of its own deserved to have been brought out, and no world deserves to be brought out. It's not in our essence to exist. But what ends up happening is God does grant grace to a creation. God's intent isn't to create the creation with the least evil, but rather, as if we look to the work and ministry of Christ, it's to take something that people will throw away and make it better. He goes to prostitutes and tax collectors. All His disciples were considered lowlifes in society, and this is what He does, and He does this with our world too, one where He knows people are going to sin. And this is the world He decides to create. And Bruce Ware says God has a middle knowledge. He knows exactly what people would do if He created a world such as the one He creates. So why does God, knowing all things in advance, create this world? Well, He does it so He can make it anew, so He could bring about something with evil that in its own nature does not work. In its own nature laid itself to sin. And what's very interesting is it doesn't impugn this notion of human freedom. I'm a compatibilist. I think that while human free will exists, I think it's possible to exist with some kind of determinism, or to exist without what's known as the ability to do otherwise. So, for example, if you were a voter and you were a Republican, but you swing Democrat sometimes, and your friend is a campaigner for the Republican Party, and he sticks a chip in your brain, and you could only vote Republican. However, if you go down and vote Republican, then without any of the chip, then your friend didn't really coerce you. Rather, you couldn't have done otherwise, but we could say you acted of your own free will. Likewise, with God, He doesn't coerce us. He allows us to act as we would like to act. He doesn't coerce us, even though we couldn't have done otherwise. But at the same time, we are held morally responsible for our actions. God brings about a world in which He makes it better or anew, and He does it where everybody comes out a little better, where we don't deserve to live, but at the same time, God commends us with this insatiable grace. And with God's blessing, it comes to all of humanity.
Yeah, you have to. I would just add that the person would have to ask for that grace though, and repent and be receptive towards that, as opposed to just Him giving it to them.
Well, this is the interesting thing. This kind of model of the world factors in what people would do, but people would only do what they do if God is giving this world existence, or granting this world in its own existence. So it's compatible since God is determining it, but at the same time humans are acting of their own free will within it. God is kind of the primary cause, the one who keeps the universe in existence or sustains it, but humans are acting in a linear set of secondary causes. So that's how I kind of see it.
The other inherently unfair thing about the strict Calvinism view is, the notion that certain people are elected to have everlasting life with God, and others are elected to go to hell.
Mm-hmm.
And so that strikes me as very inherently unfair. But they will argue with me that it is actually fair.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. So a way of thinking about that is a tough one, but let's see. I would just how do I put this? I would just say in terms of who God chooses to. In this model, what's happening is those who are part of this world who choose to go to heaven are still acting of their own free will. Those who choose not to are still acting of their free will. So everyone bears some responsibility. But it might turn out that everybody at the end, out of their own free will, chooses to go to God, which I'm kind of hoping for. That's called hopeful universalism. It doesn't say that all will be saved, but it definitely hopes that all will be saved.
yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Nope. But it's all up to God.
So, I have, I guess, views on some of these topics that I'm not sure how well they would fit in, but I've at least seen in the past, Calvinism is kind of a way to, I guess, reconcile the deterministic aspects with the theological or soteriological aspects.
Yeah, I suppose you're a determinist for different reasons, right? Right, Nadia? You obviously don't believe in God at this point, so you don't think God is in control. You think that, I guess, what matter is in control, or is acting as a restraint, or I'm not sure how you would put it, to our actions, but we can only do what our material, whatever we're blessed with, happens to allow us to do. I guess is how you would put it, maybe.
Well, beyond that, it's that in a very real sense, we're sort of like not actually there to be agents. I would call it causal determinism. Also, where in the Calvinistic sense, it would be more like theological determinism, where in causal determinism, it's kind of the interaction of matter that gives rise to everything being determined.
Well, let
Where
me ask
in
you.
Calvinism, it's the sovereignty of the deity and omnipotence and so on. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, in that view, what would you think, or what would happen to that view if you became convinced that mind could alter the matter in your body? So, in other words, just for example, the placebo effect. That's a very simple or small example, but the placebo effect can actually alter the physical. Can alter physical changes in your body so that you can overcome certain pains or diseases or whatnot. So in that spirit, if you could be convinced that the mind could generate new or different capacities within your body, would you change that? Would you change that view?
There are two different directions to go with that. So the first one is that, if it were, if kind of the mind were something more like what you have a conception of it as, then I would actually. Of course, when contrary evidence comes in, change change what I believe.
So like a fish, like for example, if a fish is gray, and it moved to a location and it was able to alter its color to blue, or if it was able to alter its fin length to match up to a predator, which that kind of thing happens all over nature. And not only that, but it's heritable to future generations. So something like that, which is very easy to look up and verify, would that not alter your view of that concept that you are what your matter is?
Not that in particular, and well, the reason why is kind of the second point, which is that it's actually a pretty stringent standard that would be applied toward changing the conception of mind, because I see it as a physical component interacting with the rest of the body, and the so the main thing is when it does physically interact, it can produce other kinds of physical effects beyond things like motor control or, I suppose, perceptive actions. You can have, say, hormonal changes that, I guess cause, well, I don't know, bad changes with respect to stress. You can have, immunological changes that cause, greater resistance to disease. For instance, a boost to the immune system when someone has cancer can help eliminate the cancer, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to, say, something like this control over, you say it was a mollusk changing the color of its skin?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Or its wing spots or something like that, or butterfly.
Right. Well, that ultimately, fits in with the physical conception, right? That kind of physical effect ends up being just, in a way, another demonstration of the physicality of the brain, which is.
It seems to me, though, that by saying that you're kind of making it unfalsifiable for my view. I mean, you're essentially saying because there's a physical body, then that necessarily is the dictator or the ruler over the mind, and it could be in no other way. You know what I'm saying? You're saying you're coming back with this notion because there is a body, because there is a brain. That means the mind is necessarily, under its control or under its influence.
Well, I sure hope not.
Whereas I would say the brain, the brain. It may go both directions, but I would say that. Well, I do believe it goes both directions, but for sure the brain is the result of the mind, and that's logically proven by development because early in development there is no brain. There's no brain there to coordinate. Supposedly the brain is the central command of all things that go on in the body according to science, but in early development there is no brain, but something strings that brain together, coordinates it, puts all those trillions of connections together in a just so way, so I would suggest that there's something else besides the brain within the body, something less physical that's responsible for the construction and coordination of the brain to begin with. But obviously I think our minds are probably most certainly influenced by our brains and possibly hindered by our brains. Obviously if you get smacked in the head with something, your brain is not going to function correctly and your thoughts won't come out the same. But likewise your mind, kind of like what Effie was saying earlier, and I'd kind of like to hear him talk about it some more sometime. I think the mind and the brain are essentially the same thing. I mean, the brain is the output of the mind. It's the what's the word? It's extrapolation of mind. The whole body's extrapolation of mind. That's why with the whole evolution debate, I think with the argument of what's a kind or what's a species. I think the creationists have gotten it wrong, kind of playing the physicality game with the evolutionists and the materialists. I think a kind, as mentioned in the Bible, is a spiritual is a spiritual thing. It's not. It has nothing to do with the physical. So a human would be a humankind no matter what it looked like. I mean, yeah.
So this kind of view on the mind is called, let's see, monistic idealism. It's this notion that the mind is the only substance that exists. So so matter would just be secondary, or would rely on mental consciousness in some way. Would
Right.
you say that's kind of the position you hold to?
Yeah, but like I said, I have no doubt that, like I say, if you it could very well go both ways. I mean, obviously, damage to your brain if you get hit in the head with a bat, it's going to alter your brain. It's going to alter your thoughts. You're not going to think the same. Your personality might change. I had an uncle on my wife's side who just recently, unfortunately, died. But before he died, he had surgery on his skull to remove a tumor, but the last several months of his life, his personality totally changed. So he was not the same person that he was before the surgery, and so obviously abuse or assault to the organ itself can alter your thoughts or feelings. So I don't know how that works philosophically, but I do, in general, to answer your question, do believe that the matter is the slave to the mind.
Well, so one of the most defendable kind of idealisms are like Berkeleyanism. So George Berkeley, who was a British philosopher, did not actually deny the existence of matter. He just thought that for any particle of matter or any atom of matter, there had to be someone perceiving it in order for it to exist. So that just meant so it does exist, but only because the mind exists first and foremost. Matter just exists secondarily. So, for example, the only reason that your room or surroundings exist is because you're directly perceiving it. Well, then you could say, okay, so does that mean everything disappears or doesn't become existent when I leave the room? Yeah, that's actually what Berkeley would say is true. Um, However, he would also state that God who exists is perceiving all of us, and he keeps matter in existence through perceiving it in a tenseless kind of a tenseless or timeless sort of way. And that's kind of Berkeleyan philosophy with regards to the whole relationship. It's subjectivist because Berkeley did not believe in Platonic forms. So for Berkeley, Platonic forms would be sorry, not Platonic forms. He didn't believe in abstract objects. So Platonism, small p, means that abstract objects exist, such as the letter X, such as the number 3, anything which is kind of helpful in abstract thought, even logic. These are all just constructs in some way, which kind of makes it untenable, um, unless one kind of roots it in some in something. I'm not sure what, but that probably its relationship to abstract objects is what keeps me away from it. But yeah, that's probably the most defensible out of all of them. It doesn't deny matter. You can still have physical laws, but another problem or shortfall is that science becomes you have to take an anti-realist view of science because physics is not real. Neither is chemistry. Neither is all your physical sciences. It doesn't mean that it's not helpful in any way or doesn't lend itself to pragmatic use. It just means that it doesn't accurately define the world itself. So
Well,
so that's
now,
kind of another drawback. But ontologically, it's kind of set. You have to pick up a position. Johann Ratz is not a Berkeleyan, neither is Inspiring Philosophy. They have a very weird-ass view of idealism. They think that qualia and Platonic objects, small p Platonism, exist. And that just screws it up far worse than it needs to. At least Berkeley idealism, it recognizes matter as existing as a perceptive relationship between minds.
Welcome back, Sykes.
Nadia, I kind of want to say something quick on the mind soul connection. Nadia, in front of you, you have a computer, and it has built into it an eye, ears, and a mouth, and I'm able to access that body, and I can see you, I can hear you, and I can speak to you through that body, all wirelessly and visibly. So that's analogous to the body and the mind. If we can do it technologically, and the biological organism is 100 million times more advanced than the computer technology we're all using right now, then it's reasonable to suggest that a mind could be accessing and using the biological organism in the exact same way, wirelessly. And yeah.
Well, there are reasons why.
So, are you defending?
Go ahead.
I was just asking. So, are you kind of defending some kind of Cartesian dualism?
I'm not sure.
That question was more directed to Spike.
You mean Fritz, or?
Oh yeah,
Psych.
I'm not sure.
Psych. Someone was pointing to who was talking about a computer, analogizing it to a computer.
That's my analogy.
Oh, sorry, AJ. Are you
Fritz.
defending some kind of Cartesianism?
Hey, what's up? I just got into the room. Hi, I'm AJ. I just wanted to introduce myself.
Hello, AJ.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
The analogy I just made is not a perfect analogy, but I think it's a sort of a good one that points in the right direction. There's obvious flaws with it, but
I see.
Well, I've got a question for you, Epi, and I'm coming to this only from the biological way. So I would like you to explain to me what you make of this, and it's over here on the side. I kind of alluded to this before, but basically in this situation, the tadpoles are coming upon a predator, and the predator, the interaction with the predator induces a specific response in their body where they grow a longer tail to help them escape. So the point is, you've got a specific anatomical or phenotypic response that occurs in response to what they see, with their senses: see, sense, feel, taste, touch, whatever they do to sense this predator. So my question is, what do you make of that, and what would you call that? To me, that says a lot about what the fabric of the nature of mind is. I mean, the materialists would say that no, matter changes first, and any accidental changes in matter that result in an organism that can breed better will result in better reproduction, and that's how evolution happens. But not to get into evolution, I'm just asking, just on a purely biological view, what do you make of that, and how would you define
well,
that?
I think it's best not to equivocate notions of materialism. There are three major kind of schools on materialism. There's eliminative materialism, which views the mind as just not even existing, mostly an illusion backed with pop science, such as Nadia here. There are the reductivists who don't eliminate mind, but just reduce it to purely physical. Who reduce it to purely physical interactions. And then there are non-reductive physicalists who say that while the mind emerges from the physical stuff, once it's there, it supervenes upon the actions of all our actions. So while it emerges physically, it supervenes on the physical as its own kind of entity. Similarly, one could kind of think of that as a football team. While a football team is made up of many individuals, it acts as a group unit in terms of making plays and scoring goals. So it's not good to lump all of these schools in. The school you were probably describing were the reductivists. Secondly, in terms of this trait, I'm not too familiar with the physiology of said tadpole, but I don't really see a reason why, for example, that it works in terms of a whole, where the body or the physiology it works to the point of just sprouting out the tail when another part of it is having a reaction. That would kind of be indicative of a non-reductive physicalist approach, which I think is probably the most defensible, followed by eliminative materialism and then reductive materialism. I think reductive materialists are fence sitters.
Okay, so basically, see, I would just look at this thing as a situation where perception is the cause of it's the top down cause of what happens in the phenotype, and so it's the perception is the first thing that happens, and then the body follows. Just like I was saying before, the body is the extrapolation of mind, and so whatever the mind perceives, then the body becomes essentially. And so, I was just curious. I mean, I don't know how that would fall into materialism at all, but I'm not into philosophy, so I guess I'll leave that up to you. But to me, it seems if that's not an indication or evidence that mind is the master and the body is the slave, I don't know what one would need to see.
Okay, so this is fairly interesting. You're saying that the perception of the event is causing the tail to sprout out, indicating that perception, as it is part of the mind, is more primary to the matter. Is that the argument you're going with here?
Yeah, and I would say the tail is all it's all part of the mind. It's not just the mind.
Okay, but I fear that begs. Okay, I fear that begs the question against the materialist, because the material, if you're already going off of the premise that perception is part of the mind, then you're kind of sidestepping what the materialist is saying. They're not denying that. They can very well agree that, yeah, perception is causing it, but that perception is based on a materialist ontology.
I see what you're saying.
Well, I would say this, if I have anything to add. A lot of the times I'm with a group called Paradigm Shift Radio, and it's about the consciousness and about self-awareness and other things like that, spirituality, all-inclusiveness. And one of the things is that it's intent. A lot of the times when you're talking about the mind and the materialism of that thing, we are creators. Even though we are spirit in that essence, we do create things and have put out, I guess, self-intentions out into the world. So as the tadpole creates a barrier to be able to grow something larger, it knew in a grand scheme of things that there was going to be an attack, maybe on a subconscious level or something else, but it was a defense mechanism that probably stopped whatever from happening, and those things are set up. Now, do they now this is the thing. Does the tadpole know exactly consciously that it has that attribute? Probably not.
No.
But because there is a reactor, because it is a sense of I need to do something and I need to do it immediately, it's tapping into another source, which then brings you to a whole nother awareness of then where is the ethereal realm? What actually goes on, and what power do we control in this physical presence?
Yeah, you said something that's interesting. I think one of the things about God, he says in the Bible that we are made in His image. I think one of the ways we are made in His image is that we are, in essence, little creators.
Right.
You kind of said that word, which kind of triggered that thought, and that's kind of like what that old tadpole is. He's recreating himself according to what his needs are.
Correct.
And of all the millions or trillions of possible ways that he could have been altered, he somehow popped out the right trait at the right time. which
Right.
would certainly infer some sort of intelligence going on, or consciousness, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, you know,
Synchronicity. It's synchronistic in nature. It's one of those things to where it's almost like the other day I had picked up. I needed to go get tarot cards. I had lost my deck, and I'm a reader. God-given gift. I'm naturally. I don't need cards, but it's a tool to help other people out, basically. And so I was in the car, and I was with my friend, and they had to go to the store, and I was like, I need to pick up stones. I need to get selenite. I need to get, black tourmaline. There's certain things that I need. And as I went into the store, I opened the door, and I was wearing a free hug shirt because I do conscious stuff in my community, and I'm always going downtown and giving free hugs and trying to raise self-awareness and things like that. And I noticed on the ground that there was a leaflet that said psychic and tarot, and it went into all these different things, and I picked it up, and I was just like, wow, that's amazing. It meant a lot to me only because it was placed there for a reason. It was meant for me to see. Out of the strip mall that we were in, nobody saw it. It was very random, but it was there right at that moment that I needed to see it, and I knew that that was a higher being, or that synchronistic moment to where it had deeper level, deeper meaning to say that I was on the right path, that I was doing the thing that I needed to do. Much like the tadpole in a situation, it just like it was tapping into that source. There was that synchronicity. There was that thing to where it was like, I got you. Just because you thought it was about to be over, now you understand my full presence. You understand what I've given you, even though you didn't before. I've been able to show you something that you might not have been able to see, and I think that happens a lot of times in life, and most people don't realize that until the ancient Greeks. They said when you're born, you have two paths you can go on. You have the left path and you have the right path. The right path is what you do with everyday life. You have money. You get married, you have kids, and you live you do the regular, normal, quote unquote, basis of life. And then on the left path, you you follow your bliss. That's what you kind of ascend to. And once you go on the left path, you start realizing a lot of synchronicities, and you start listening to spirit more, and those signs are shown to you because you're open to see them, unlike whenever you try and do things on your own, and it's, you're doing whatever everybody else tells you to do. Oh, yes. Nadia?
Well, I was going to offer kind of my knee-jerk reaction to the tadpole tail growth, and that would essentially be something on the order of the tissues in the tail at that stage of maturity of development respond to stress hormones with growth, but it's just speculation at least.
Well, yeah, I mean, but something, I'm sure there's stress hormones involved, but something initiates those stress hormones.
Correct.
And there's something that coordinates just the right phenotypic response to that stress. So it's not just a purely mechanical thing. There's something they're actually perceiving and coordinating all these, regulating, controlling all these bodily functions to pop out the right trait. So, but getting back to what you were saying, AJ, I think it's kind of like swimming upstream and swimming downstream. I mean, if you're swimming up against this, the wrong direction in a stream, then it's going to seem like you're fighting a losing battle all the time.
Well, you know what, and I like exactly what you brought up, because okay, so let's look at the essence of life, or the creation as a whole. Everything has been created and already has existed. So we are going downstream, and it's almost like we're going downstream. Now we have free will, and we're able to play certain parts out in that free will. But in the grand scheme of things, everything is already understood. There is a placement. There is a reason for things to be. It's whether or not we align with that or see exactly intrinsically what it is for our lives for that to be. And
that's a good way to put that.
And
Yeah,
that's
I like that.
and that's a major, and that's one of the major things that I think a lot of people lose sight of, because we're so enamored with so many different things. You got media, you have film, you have TV, you have all these different things, but we don't really take time to set aside time for ourselves to really, number one, listen to higher self. I was outside the other day, and I was smoking, and I just had a conversation, and it wasn't out loud, but it was sort of like an internal conversation with myself. And my higher self spoke to me and was so 100% clear about things that I really needed to hear, unadulterated, just like got straight to the point to where it was deeper than any other person would have been able to do. But we don't take time out as human beings to really listen to that. We don't take time out because we involve ourselves. We know everything. We are, and in essence, we do know almost everything. But we don't take the time to listen to what really matters, what truly matters. And I think that a lot of the times with I've met a lot of atheists, and I started doing research on Carl Jung and the synchronicities and how things really correlate in life. And one of the things was he really wasn't a believer in God until he started understanding synchronicity and how it worked. And then that's what created a whole other perception for him that sort of brought his right. It wasn't the Freudian standpoint, that nature. Then it was transformed into just by the sexual dreams and the sexual repression that was happening in dreams. But it was something totally different that said, no, there's something there. There's a hidden veil that we don't see, that we operate in, but we have control, or we can write this down. We can let this manifest and let this control our destiny. And it's just very interesting. This is my input.
Well, I gotta go, folks. I appreciate the. It's been a good conversation. Thank y'all.
It's very good
Thanks,
having you on,
Tommy.
Tommy.
Yeah. All right. Y'all take care. Thanks,
Yeah,
Effie.
see
We'll
ya.
see you. All right.
So, welcome, HA.
Hey.
Nadia, I
I hope
think I'm
to
just
catch
gonna.
up.
Yo, Nadia, I think. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just gonna be kicking off for tonight. I got an early day.
No trouble at all. It was good having you on, too.
Have a good one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, AJ and Fritz,
Hey, how are you?
well,
Here, you know what I'm gonna
pretty good,
do?
pretty good.
My
Sure.
that video is. Hold on. Let me turn my camera on. It's acting a little crazy. I gotta go through leaps and bounds to go ahead and get to to get this working, but it will be
Yeah.
there in a moment.
Let's see if Fritz can catch us up on, well, his thoughts on things that have been flying by. You may not have found an opening, but at least
I'm
for
just
posterity, you can comment.
I'm just wondering if AJ's a theist or
Oh, what would you consider me? What would you like me to be? Well, there we go.
truthful.
Yep, well, that I always am. So, I mean, when it comes down to it, I definitely have always had a sense of. All right, here we go. There we are. I definitely have always had a sense that their spirituality. My father was a minister, and I was raised in the church. I came out when I was 14 and said I was gay, and I lived in the streets, homeless for a year, because he really didn't understand that. But what was really interesting to me, in the simple fact, was that the church was the one that sort of kicked me out and said, because you're practicing this and this has become an issue, it would be better if you find another place of worship or go somewhere else. And I at 14 years old, I looked at my youth pastor and I said, you know what's funny? I said, I've never been rejected from what would be considered the body of Christ. And I said, if anything happens to me, my blood is on your hands. And I turned around and walked away. but that didn't negate the fact that I had had spiritual experiences with Christ consciousness that could not be denied. There was just no denial. So
Mhm.
there wasn't a place to where I could say, just because I'm gay and I'm going through this, I'm gonna have to deny Christ. So I believe in God very strongly, but I believe in the universalist standpoint, I guess you could say. Um, I've studied Wicca, I've studied Buddhism, I've studied Taoism, I've studied a lot of things because I think that in essence that God encompasses everything since He created everything. So He kind of embodies a lot of things, and I'm Black, Cherokee Indian, and Scottish, so I have Native American roots, and they believe in gods and goddesses, and in the Wiccan religion, they believe in gods and goddesses as well. And there's a sacred feminine, and there's the masculine as well, and there's always that balance. There's that duality. So as to where the Christian faith really doesn't talk about stuff like that, I started attuning more with that because it made sense to me. So what I do is I more or less kind of pick out what I feel is right for me and center that with inside of myself and meditate on that. And if I receive that answer, or I see that recognition, then I accept that and I internalize that and take that for myself, and that becomes personal to me. So I don't like to consider myself any quote unquote religion. I consider myself a spiritual person and in tune with the higher self and other spirits. If
Okay.
that makes any sense.
Yeah, it sounds like sort of new agey sort of
Yeah,
mishmash of
but it's not
various.
new. It's not new. It's not new age. I mean, it is new age in the sense of the name, but it's not new age. It's not at all.
Well, you used a lot of sort of just new age terms like the Christ consciousness, and then you sort of throw in the Buddhism with the sort of a pantheistic
Right.
deist deism, and
No, but do recognize that when I pray or when I do anything, it is to it's to God. That is
mhm,
it's to the Creator. I don't really I will acknowledge feminine energy. I will acknowledge other things, but when it comes down to the basis of everything, there's one person that I pray to. So in that sense, I think there's uh, you know, you don't have to be rigid when it comes to your practice, because if you are a believer, then you should understand that because He created everything, that you should be uh, there should be some sort of awareness and reverence for other faiths, other religions, other practices. And I guess I've studied. I like to know, you know. I like to see what matches up with my spirit.
In terms of your idea of reverence for other beliefs, or at least respect and such,
Hmm.
well, I may not really have one myself. Well, if it's sacred ground to someone, um, or someone's I don't know, icon or whatever it is, I think that renders it worthy of some kind of respect, or
I would
at least
disagree. I think
their property. Go ahead.
Satanism would be sacred to someone, and I don't think it would be worthy of any respect whatsoever.
Yeah,
So,
now for me, I just don't attribute to that. I mean, now I respect what you. I had a friend when I was in middle school, and he started reading the Necronomicon. Now I knew I that this was a book that was heavily intrinsic with rituals and stuff that weren't to be played around with, and he wanted to understand that side. For me, I've dealt with spiritual battles and had to deal with demons. I've dealt with demonic spirits and had to cast out demons at certain points. Not something I really want to deal with. So I told him to be careful. He didn't heed my warning. 3 days later, he ended up getting hit by a car and he became a paraplegic. And I had to
Wow.
watch him. I had to watch him go through middle school and high school in a wheelchair. And every time I looked at him, it just reminded me of I
Wow.
told you, I told you not to get involved with this. I told you this was not a joke.
Yeah, God's
So,
judgment is severe, that's for sure.
but I don't think that it was. I don't think that it was God's judgment. I think that whenever you're dealing with spirit realm, I don't think that it has anything to do with judgment at that point. I think that whenever you know what you're going to step into before you step into it. It's one of those things to where I'm dealing with demonic presences. It was a very hard thing for me as a kid because thank goodness I went to a church that really spoke about the Holy Spirit and really was in tune with that because I was able to pray and I was able to call on the Holy Spirit and I was able to basically expel, and it wasn't me, it was the Holy Spirit that did the work, but I was
Right.
able to in dreams, and even in dreams when I was being demonically attacked, I would say, in Jesus' name I rebuke you, and
Yeah.
then something would happen, and the Holy Spirit was
Yeah.
able to come to me in the dream, and he was able to manifest himself and be able to expel whatever was going on. So,
Yeah.
but
I have
that
dreams
being
like that too.
right, but that being in dream sense, in physical realm, I was able to do the same thing. But I had already
Yeah.
done it within dream sense. So in physical realm, what's done in spirit or the subconscious has already been done on earth. So you've already passed that test. So it was, but that's what I'm saying. There's certain things that I just can't deny. So I can understand what you're talking about with Satanism, but I still respect anybody that wants to. Hey, if they want to do that, I have friends that practice Santeria, and they're Santeros and Santeras, and they have. I remember going to my friend's house, and I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I turn over, and I see a spirit. It's an older gentleman. He was about, I want to say about in his 60s. I could see it, the outline of his face. I knew what he was wearing, and he's standing at my doorway, and I look at him, and I'm like, oh no, 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 no. My Bible's on my nightstand, and I'm like, in Jesus' name I rebuke you. You are not allowed here. Go back from which you came. And he ended up disappearing, and I grab my Bible, and I go to her door, and I'm like banging her door. And I'm like, Camelise, what's going on? I was like, why are these spirits in the house? And she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you know what I'm talking about. And she's like, oh, I put them there for protection. I was like, wait a second. You keep your spirits on your side of the house. Listen, it's like, I can't.
Wow,
I
dude.
don't want anybody, but then I had to bless. But I should have done it before, because usually
Yeah.
what I do is if I inhabit a space or if I move into somewhere where I'm going to be living, I usually will bless. I create a sacred spot for myself to where there is no negative energy that's going to enter that space. That's my sanctuary. That's my space. But I didn't do that, and so it was just funny that, and she was like, well, how did you know that I had spirits? And I'm like, because I saw it. Like, I'm not crazy. I see things, so I'm just letting you know that I know. So I mean, but I don't. But I still love her. I still love. She can practice whatever she wants to. She can do whatever attributes with her life. That has nothing to do with me and my path. And I think that that's where people lose sight of. Everybody wants to either pull people on their way or try and show them the light, but sometimes you just gotta love people where they're at. If you just practice what you practice or you do what you do, 9 times out of 10 later on in life, as things go down, people will come and start asking you questions. Hey, I was going through this, and I know that you probably know this. Do you have any insight? And then things start changing, things start unraveling, but you still have to love individuals for where they are. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter. I mean, unless they are intrinsically a bad person, like they have evil intent, like they are out to hurt people. And I feel like that is probably one of the things that I really can't I can't associate myself with is somebody that is just an evil person and just doesn't care about anybody's feelings. I don't deal with that, but you know, in religious practice, you know, I will back you on whatever as long as it works for you. More power to you. You know.
Yeah, man. It sounds like you're you were saved, and now you kind of going a little bit wishy-washy, maybe with the ways of the world and such. But I think that you know you might be saved anyway. You know that in your heart.
Oh, I'm saying. Oh, I'm saying. Oh, I'm definitely saved. That is. I mean, being being touched by the Holy Spirit 3 times and being really understanding what being washed thoroughly is when you
Yeah.
get from that experience, and you feel like the slate has been cleaned. It's not. You know, they talk about it in the Bible, but a lot of people think that, oh, you know, you say these few words and then you're saved,
Hmm.
and it's not that. It's really not that, because and it's sad to say that churches preach the crap. They preach the BS.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
I
preach
know.
it, and it's BS.
Yeah.
They say, oh, just pray this with me and then you'll be saved, and that's a lie. That's a lie. Because the only way that
Yeah.
the only way you're truly saved is, number one, if you, number one, have the heart and you have the intent that you are searching for something in the spirit, and you are surrendering yourself. And once that spirit fills you, that is where
Yeah.
that transformation
Yeah.
it changes you. And it is a physical feeling. It is
Hmm.
something to where once the Holy Spirit hits and that energy hits you, and you weep and you cry and you feel him really like touching the inner soul and singeing out that sin.
Yeah, man.
And it's like, and you cry and you're like, but why are you doing this to me? And he's like, because I love you. And you're like,
Mhm.
I can't, like, I can't deal with it right now. It's too much.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, it's because I love you. And it makes you, then you start understanding eternal love. You start understanding the depth of where love really comes from.
Hmm.
And then it becomes real. And after the experience, when you feel like you have never sinned, but like you feel like you have been, I guess it's a feeling of I have been reborn,
Hmm.
then that is where the transformation happens.
Hmm.
There's not a lot of people that experience that.
You hearing
There's,
that, Nadia? You hearing this?
there's not a
I
lot,
hear you. Yeah. I
but
think
there's not a lot of people that experience that. And for me, being a gay male, it's even more so something to where even after I came out, the Holy Spirit, he still touches me. And I've gone through experiences, and he's shown me certain things where it was like, wow. So then I had to question, and I've always questioned. I said, well, what about my sexuality? Because that's been a big issue, not only of mine, but of a lot of religious people coming down on me.
Hmm.
It's like, well, you can't believe in God or be a Christian and be gay at the same time. And I'm like, well, first of all, let me raise my hand to that. I have been single and celibate for 5 years. I do not have sex unless I am with a partner. That's just the way that I work. So it doesn't matter, whatever. Now, for majority of guys, period, it doesn't matter. They're not going to they're not going to do that. It's not something that they want to do. They think with their dicks. It doesn't matter Christian or non-Christian. It's just a guy thing. It's just a human nature thing. For me, that's not what I attune myself with. I only open myself up to somebody that will honor my spirit. If you can't do that, then you're not worth my time. So, yeah, it's been 5 years since I've had sex, but has it been a negative 5 years? No. It's all about my self-awareness and learning and growing in the spirit. So, there's a lot of things that, I do that are different, but yet judgment still comes on me because of my sexuality. And it becomes frustrating. It becomes really, really hard.
Hmm.
It really does.
Yeah, well, we all
Yeah, we might have some things to go into.
Go
Oh,
ahead, Nadia.
go ahead. So we might have things to go into off air, but well, in my case, I'm trans. Although I was pretty much an atheist all my life and so on. Granted, I start remembering late enough that can't be can't be sure there was never a time, but still. Even so, um, yeah, I imagine we have a lot to talk about. And well, when you're oh, there's a a point from 5-10 minutes ago that I wanted to respond to, and
Go ahead.
I'm having trouble remembering exactly what it was. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Fred,
I mean, did
No,
you have anything else
you're
to
gonna
add? I mean, I'm
you're gonna
really
respond
interested.
to something there, Nadia?
Like, I'd really like to hear
Okay.
what you feel about everything, since you're really hosting it.
okay. Well, a big part of my, I guess, mission or whatever it is to reach out to believers because, as I understand it, well, of those who are, opposed to LGBT affairs, and
Mhm.
sadly, I only really have gay marriage as kind of a proxy issue to gauge that. Um, it is primarily motivated by religious belief, at least according to the respondents themselves. Right? Basically, the question is, why are you opposed to gay marriage? And they mostly say the Bible. And
Right.
so I take that as a proxy for more general anti-LGBT affairs. And once I have that, it's like, well, granted, it does a little bit of you know reverse selection. You might have say like most believers are in favor, but just both of the opposed are still are motivated by that. But even so, don't worry about that so much, and then go into especially trying to reach out to them. Get some kind of way to have us understand each other, and hopefully, if they develop any empathy for me, it might moderate a little bit on.
Well, I find it, what's really funny is that when it came to the marriage, gay marriage, at the beginning, when it first went down, I was sort of, because I was indoctrinated with religious views, I was like, marriage should be between a man and a woman, plain and simple. But then I had to think about the things that come with marriage, separating itself from like religion and state. Okay, now marriage is a union between two people, so it's two spirits becoming entwined into one spirit, to becoming one soul. So it's almost like if you were to take God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus, or you meld them into one. So they're three separate entities, but they're becoming one spirit. It's that they work in union with each other. Well, same way as a marriage. So when it comes down to it, the only thing that I have a problem with is the civil right. It's the human right issue. If I were to have a partner, let's say, Nadia, you got sick, you and I were together, and you got sick, and we'd been together for 30 years, and you were in the hospital, and you're on your deathbed, and I can't see you, even though I'm your partner, even though I've been with you, I don't hold any right to you. So that becomes a problem. That becomes, now the government is saying that I can't be with the person that I love because we're not married, because the union is not recognized within the state. That becomes a problem. So there's it's more of a human
Yeah.
right issue than it is
That's
anything. anything else. I mean, that's the hard part to deal with, and most people don't think about that. They only look at it as, oh, it says this in a word, it says this in the Bible, but on a love level, because Jesus spoke 100% about love, and I honestly, when it comes down to it, believe that, when I ascend, when I cross this plane and I go to the other plane, I feel that Christ is going to look at me and say, I've already had a vision of heaven and hell when I was 10 years old, and I've seen my mansion and gone through that. So I sort of know. But the thing is that I have not reached the precipice where I should be. And the Lord's working with me to get me to that spot. And I'm trying to find out and work and go through it. But it's one of those things where the gay issue, I've always asked God, I said, God, what is your deal? Do you have a problem with me being gay? Because I've never had sex with a woman. I'm not sexually attracted to women. I'm just not. There's nothing there is nothing. I've done everything else with a woman but have sex with her. But my dick does the picking, and I guess it just does not work. With women, it just doesn't. And I can't control that. That's something that's out of my control. This is what it is. But I'm okay with that. And I think that God's okay with that. And He's never answered me. He's never said you were wrong, never said you were right. But He did also just say, just do what I ask. And everything else will make sense. So that's what I'm doing, That's where I'm at.
Well, I don't know if I have so much of a conclusion, but, well, a small piece of my story has, a few elements of commonality. My husband, at least, considered himself a gay man, and when I came out to him as trans, he wasn't particularly happy. But on the other hand,
Understandably.
yeah, well, he was close enough toward, I guess, the end of his life that, well, in some respects, it kind of didn't matter anyway. And
Right.
well, when it came time for visitation rights, actually, and although Florida didn't recognize our being together,
I'm in Florida as well. I'm in Orlando.
right? Yeah. This would have been oh shoot, I can't remember the name of the hospice, but the hospital before the hospice was Holy Cross in Broward County.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're familiar. Okay, so anyway, the hospitals pretty much all just like gave us a free pass. They said, "Well, you're together. We'll let you, do the
Really?
visitation stuff, even without any kind of official standing."
That's awesome.
So, yeah, that's a little bit of a promising sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even where even where we don't have it in writing,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people will just go along with it. So there we go.
Well, first, what's your belief on this? Well, I mean, you've listened.
The government is obviously just being legalistic, like the Pharisees.
Right.
And going, just basically being overly legalistic about that. I think it is breaking God's law to be in a homosexual relationship, and you will require, to be forgiven for that, for breaking His law, just like you'll need to be forgiven for lying and stealing and lusting and coveting and all the rest of it. So
it's hard. It's hard to hear that, because the one thing that is hard to hear about it, and just like I've kept myself pretty much pure for the most part, and haven't done anything with anybody else outside of a relationship. Um, you know, do you have sex outside of marriage? Honestly.
No. I think that you've been doing good there. You haven't had a sexual relationship for 5 years, and I think you should just continue to
Oh, I will.
pray about that and
Well, I mean, it's not that I
you know,
really have
ask
to.
God to change your desire, like just as
No,
you would to stop, stealing or lying or something.
my desire. I like dick. There is no dick. That plain and simple, bro. There's not you. Just the way that you like pussy is the way that I like dick. There is nothing that's going to change by that. That's it. There is nothing that's going to change your mind to cross over and say, I really want you to think about. I really want you to think hard about this. And this is where I talk to Christians, and it gets really hard and frustrating because I'm like, you feel this way about females. You know that you're sexually attracted by females. Even though you have the choice on whether or not to sleep with them or not. That is a choice. I do have a choice on who I sleep with. I do have a choice on whether or not I do have a choice whether or not I do sleep with anybody or whether I don't. That is a choice.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm sexually attracted to is not. This just not.
I can sympathize with your position, and but the way I would look at it is just as others might be compelled to say to steal, just because you're physically or mentally compelled to do something doesn't mean that you should indulge that.
No, but
And
my
I guess
problem is
ultimately it comes down to what your basis ultimately is for your moral values. Like if it's just if you're gonna accept what God says, or if you're just going to
But see, God didn't say that, and that's what the
forge your own
issue.
way.
That's what the issue is.
Well,
God never spoke about any of that. He never did.
He said
He never.
that,
He never. No, he did not.
yeah,
He did
said,
not.
he
Paul.
said that
Paul
he
did.
made the male and female.
But wait. Paul.
He made
Time
the
out.
female as a helper for the male.
But wait. Who wrote that? Moses did.
Moses did.
Let's talk about that. So
Yeah.
okay. So Moses wrote that, and
Yeah.
then you have Paul in Romans that wrote on the other issue. This did not come out of God's mouth. It didn't come out of Jesus' mouth. Not one text that Jesus wrote.
Moses was inspired by God to write that.
He was. He was.
Also, 1
Yeah.
Corinthians 6:9, not
that's
just
what,
Romans 1,
God said.
26, 27.
I'm sorry.
Also, 1 Corinthians 6:9, not just Romans 1, 26, 27.
Well, right. No, but again, we're talking about text. Just bringing it up to awareness. But again, Corinthians was written by Paul as well. So I mean, that's what he wrote to the church because he had to write. He wrote to Roman. He wrote to the Corinthians. He wrote to, Ephesians. He wrote to all the other churches, basically letting them know because. Of course, that he was a big adversary to Christ himself, and in one. Go ahead.
God himself actually quotes Jesus. He says, "Is it not written? He made them male and female." That was him quoting it directly.
Jesus never spoke about anything directed towards any human sexuality. Period. Did not.
I'm certain he said.
Did not.
I'm certain, but I thought he said that.
Did not. I've read the whole Bible.
Look it up quickly and just have a look.
If you can find it, more power to you, bro. I've read the whole Bible.
I'd like to welcome Wolf King or Wolfston Radio Show to hang out, and well, it may be a bit less exciting than you're used to, because maybe it's a little bit less oppositional, but. Even so, I think you might have valuable things to contribute.
Yes, Wolfden, what's up?
Yeah, so anyway, I've got Jesus says here, quote, Matthew 19:4, he says, "And he answered and said unto them, Have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female?"
Right, the feminine and the masculine energy. So what does that have anything to do with sexuality in itself?
Well, this
What
is Jesus
what
quoting Genesis, and then when you
But what
read
is that?
Genesis,
Wait. No. What context? Read the whole thing. Read what was before and read what was after.
some Pharisees came to Jesus testing him and asking, "Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any reason at all?" And he answered and said, "Have you not read that he who created them from the beginning made them male and female?" And
All right,
said,
so that has nothing to do with sex.
so hold on, and said, "For this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two
Wife.
shall become one flesh."
Right, but that's where so that's where you have the candle binding,
So that's
which
God
is
himself.
but that has nothing to do. That itself has nothing to do with human sexuality in itself. Now he's talking about marriage in itself. He is talking about the union. He is talking about two spirits, the masculine and let me take this into, and this is where studying other and studying other faiths or practices, you start realizing that there's a masculine and feminine properties that meld, that are automatically, they're intrinsic of what the universe has created. What God has created. That is the balance. That's what the homeostasis. That's what keeps things in check, because that's what it is. Now, does everything fit that mold? No. Does that mean that that's wrong? No, doesn't. Just like if there's just like majority of the humans that are born usually have normal, they have normal faculties, but then you have humans that are born that have Down syndrome or they have certain diseases. Is everybody going to be perfect? No. But does he love them any less? No. It just means that they might not physically have that union, but that doesn't mean that. But everything is created in its perfection, and it's all done when it began and ended. In a sense, that's why the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, there is no end. But the end, it was already written. Everything has already been written. We're already on that spiritual path. So when he's talking about the marriage, like I was saying before, it's like you take the two candles and the marriage of God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus. There are three separate entities, but just like you light the candle and you have the one candle in your one hand as a male, you have the one candle as a female in the other hand, and you light the flame in the middle, which represents the triad. It represents the three. The number three, that mystical number, it has revelation to do with it, because now the Holy Spirit, that flame, has now been lit as a binding factor to that you become one spirit. It's now you work as a union, as one. That's all it
Well, that
means.
sounds good, but the thing is, that's not biblical.
It is biblical.
I don't know.
Are you serious?
Oh, no, hold
Are
on,
you
hold on.
serious?
Hold on a second. I'm going to read this last part. "For this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one spirit." No, flesh. The two shall become one flesh. The Bible is very, very clear that male and female are made as two complementary halves to one whole. So, and then further it goes on here later in Romans. It actually explains that.
The liars, the sexual immoral, the
Yeah,
drunkards,
it
so
says
blah blah blah,
the
so not
men
inherited. Yeah,
likewise,
I know.
for this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did challenge the natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly. So it predicted this would happen. It says
But
it's a
this again,
consequence of
but
sin.
again,
It's not listening to the Bible. It's not listening to God's word, and
but
doing exactly what Adam and Eve did in the garden, and deciding that you're going to decide what's good and evil for yourself, instead of listening to what God says.
but this is the issue. This is the issue. I have always been the way that I am. That's not going to change. It always is. It always has been. It always will be. Just the way that you are, because
And
you
change,
have
bro.
now. But no. But this is the deal, because you have assimilated, or it fits your understanding, because you really don't have to change anything. If now, let's just say, for example, that the word was written. but it said the exact opposite. That it was you were the minority, or you were the one that had these feelings towards women, but it was frowned upon. It was just frowned upon. It was not the way it was supposed to go. And you were like, yeah, but I still love God. I still understand. I still want, but that was not the way that it went. Then what do you do with that situation?
Well,
Do you hold your own affections down?
you're
Or
supposed to wrestle with your sin. If you're a Christian, if you have the Holy Spirit, you wrestle with it.
just like Jacob did when
Yeah.
he was. All right, I understand what you're talking about, but what I'm saying is that me being single and celibate is something that I do for myself. That has to do with my spirit. It has to do with me. So I really, even a lot of Christians will say, oh, well, they do whatever they want to do. I don't do that. I don't do that. So it doesn't make me any more right than they are. But it doesn't make me any more wrong than they are. And we all fall short. So I have to answer for my own things as you're gonna have to answer for the other things. And that's it. But I'm not gonna hound you on what you have to answer for. Because that's your personal problem, not mine.
No, yeah, I'm not going to hound you either. I'm just going to respectfully disagree with your position.
Okay.
Based on what the Bible says, as I go to that as my ultimate authority for truth. And
well, I mean that's your
morality.
truth.
Yeah.
I mean, but that is your truth. But again, I've asked questions because I have been touched by the Holy Spirit. So I feel like I have, a personal relationship. So when it comes down to that, I've asked questions, and all the questions have come back with nothing.
Well,
And I get answers on a whole lot of stuff. I ask questions and we talk. We have long talks. But on that, there's never anything. Never. I find it weird.
I pray to the Father that you would be given strength to overcome.
But overcome what? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing anything
overcome
wrong.
your rebellion against His word.
What am I rebellious against?
You're rebellious against the law, against His
What
word.
What have I done? I'm sorry.
What could you specify on what on law? Because I doubt this violates what law that he. I mean, you live in America, right, AJ?
Yes, I do. I stay in Florida.
Okay, so I mean, like, what law is it exactly? Because I doubt he's breaking any laws in the United States right now, like with regard to this.
God's law, written in the Bible.
So the deal is, you came in a little bit late, and I want to explain. I'm a gay man, and I came out at 14, but I've been single and celibate for 5 years because I won't get with anybody unless they really are about my spirit, and they will truly love me for who I am. Now, that's just something that I attribute for myself. Now, I was raised in the church.
Nope, boy, you can't do that, boy. Nope, it's bad. You gotta die. You done broke God's law, now you gotta die. Hang 'em high, man.
Wolf, come on.
I'm being facetious. This is a joke, jeez.
So it's one of those things where, I get a lot of flack, but I'm not doing anything wrong because I'm not having sex right now. I'm not struggling with anything right now because I'm not with anybody right now, nor am I looking towards anybody right now. So what am I doing wrong? Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
What I'm sexually attracted to, though, are guys. Plain and simple. What gets my dick hard are men. Plain and simple. Not women. And never will be, because it's just not the way it is. That's not what I attune with. I'm sorry. It's not it. I don't care how you cut it. I don't care what you do, bro. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Oh, if I can announce what could be an attraction or of sorts. Green Soul Sufi, who everybody knows is a great guy, says he'll be in a few minutes.
All right, cool.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers to that. Ding.
I just want to ask
you.
a question that I'm just sort of interested to know is that how do you know that the homosexual tendencies you experience aren't caused by maybe like all the Diet Coke you drink or something that, some food
Oh, please
source
get off!
or
No! Get off of it. No, because this has been intrinsic ever since I was a kid. So I don't like that. I don't want you. No, there was no.
You're gonna spread that gay agenda, man. Next thing you know, everybody gonna be blowing each other left and right, man.
Did anything?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Did you have a traumatizing experience when you were a kid?
I did not.
Actually, can I bring up some rat experiments? Primarily done, I think, in the 70s, and cited by Churchland.
It's your hangout. Go ahead.
1984 book, Neurophilosophy, but also available elsewhere. There's apparently they tried to figure out how to make a phenotypically male rat homosexual. And their strategy was, well, a little bit odd. They chose to, a bit more than that. They would castrate them and then put them on estrogen. And they discovered that after birth it didn't work. And ultimately what they found that did work is before birth. And in a particular phase of embryonic development, it did. And it was a bit more complicated than estrogen. It was actually more of just preventing testosterone from reaching the brain, and that the genitals formed based on testosterone before the brain did.
Right,
so
but
they
the thing is,
essentially have to wait for long enough for the genitals to form, then remove the testosterone generator, and after that, the rest would behaviorally display what was called the lordosis reflex, and that is when they're being mounted, they'll arch their backs and essentially cooperate with sex. So, and this is actually fairly reliable.
Right.
So,
but for me, I'm just saying that for me, there was nothing. If you were saying that it hasn't been any sexual molestation, has been anything that has been a catastrophic change in my life that has made me quote unquote choose that path. No, not at all. I never had a girlfriend when I grew up. I knew what I was when I was going through school. I understood who I was. I knew what I was attracted to. Plain and simple. When I saw George Michael, I gotta have faith. I was done. I knew I was gay. I was done. Plain and simple. I knew he was gay, and I knew I was gay. So
I remember that.
It was hot. It was hot. It was hotness, and I was a kid. I had to be like maybe 5 or 6 years old, but I understood. I knew what it was. I knew what I was attracted to. That I guess there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was like, I think that this guy is hot. There was no, there wasn't a girl that I ever said, "Oh, I think that girl's," except Mariah Carey. I will say I did have a little crush on Mariah Carey. But I thought she was hot with a vision of love and her in a black sleek thing. I thought that she was absolutely beautiful. But she's beautiful, but it wasn't sexually attractive. It wasn't a sexual attractive thing. It was just, she's an attractive person. But, it just is what it is. And I'm okay with that. Like, I'm good.
I was born in 76. Were you born around the same time?
I was born in 81.
81?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you might have been a little bit younger when you heard Faith, but I remember that happening too. And,
no, Faith came out in 86? 87?
Yeah, they came out a little bit later.
What? A little bit later? Yeah. So I was about that old. Not about that old.
Actually, I think in the United States, for a long time, they've been. It sounds like kind of crazy, but putting chemicals in things in order to
But it has nothing to do with that.
feminize the males in the population.
But it doesn't. But then why aren't you affected? Why aren't you gay?
Well, for one, I don't live in the United States.
Well, where do you live?
Canada.
Okay, but the issue is that it has nothing to do with that. There's heterosexual males that are my best friends. All my friends are pretty much straight. So that is, and we all live in the same area. So that has nothing to do with it, bro. It's not. It just is what it is. It is what it is, and you just don't want to accept that it's just like that. You've been born the way that you are. I've been born the way that I am. Spiritually speaking, we still serve the same Christ. I still believe in the same God that you do. Same person. Still believe.
Yeah, that's good.
So there's no difference between either one of us. None whatsoever. Now you might deal with your struggles. You might have your own things that you struggle with, and there's things that I have to deal with. But that's personal. That's personal level. But my sexuality is not personal. That's just that's who I am. That's a part of me. It's just, but I don't parade that around like, okay, hey, I'm gay and that's it and whatever. I'm just AJ. That's it. No, case in point is what it is. I'm not trying to be something I'm not. But what I do behind closed doors is my business. And when I answer to whoever I have to answer to, that'll be my business as well. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. As long as I'm okay with that, that's all that matters. So nobody else can say, oh, well, you're going to be damned to, well, you don't know the way God judges, so let's just stop that right there. Because you might have an inclination, but you ain't God. So since we shouldn't be judging anyway, let that be to his matter. Let that be to his matter. Just saying.
All right.
I mean,
I think we've heard maybe enough to give them an idea of what's happening. Well, Green and Wolf, do you have any points you'd like to drop in at this point, or?
I mean, honestly, hasn't this whole like issue with like say gay marriage and like gays being together? I mean, hasn't this sort of been beat to death already? I mean, there's no real secular empirical reason for why it shouldn't be allowed. So honestly, I mean, who gives a fuck really?
Right.
That's my point. And the second point is, I mean, even if gays were bad, I mean, who cares? I mean, doesn't that mean for the believer that they won't be in heaven and all that stuff, so they shouldn't even worry about what they do on earth? Like those are just the 2 points I have to say.
You would think that, but it's still not done. Still not done yet. And a lot of believers will make it their point to say that, oh, but this is right and this is what it is. But you're not in my life. Like, you live your life, and I can give two shits what you do. Why do you care about if I get married? Is it affecting you? Does it harm you in any way? Are you being affected by it in any way? Is it taking money away from you? Is it taking your children away from you? Is it harming the society as a whole? No, it's not. So what's the issue? Oh, but everybody has to be God's spectator. That's great. It's crazy.
Now, Green, as a Sufi Muslim, you have a theistic perspective that's not Christian, and that would also be very valuable to hear.
Yeah, that would be.
Sure. Rumi actually in his Masavi in the book that he wrote, and Rumi was an Islamic scholar. He had a small quotation on this matter, but some people could probably expand it. He wrote heterosexuals and homosexuals are all equals in the eyes of God. And left it as that. Basically, there was the story of fairies or something like that. However, I know that's not the reality of the situation, given the state of the world today. But knowing that, the pain that people go through, and to be more empathetic on the struggles of the human being, especially when they're in the minority. So that's basically what I have to say.
Okay. I respect that, but it's all about respecting where other people come from. I don't really get upset by Christian views. I don't get upset by what anybody feels because it doesn't really apply to me per se. Because I am who I am, and I'm okay with that. So I'm at peace with that. It's just good to have conversation, but I find that people really get upset. They really get mad. And they're like, well, how can you be a Christian and be gay at the same time? How can you claim yourself to be following the word, but yet you're doing this? And I'm like, well, but if we all are sinners, then what makes you any different than I am? What does my gay issue have to do with anything different than your whatever issue? This is what it is. Follow your life, follow your bliss, whatever makes you happy in your life that attunes with you spiritually, physically, and mentally. And whatever makes you a better person as a whole, and you find joy, you follow that, and just be.
I think that's where I have a fundamental difference with you, because I would say that the purpose of life isn't to find bliss and happiness, but the purpose of life is to bring glory to God.
But bliss and happiness brings glory to God. And how you find that is by letting go of all of the BS that goes on and following what the Spirit tells you to do. What was gifted to you. Okay, so everybody, when we're born, there are certain things that we just are good at. Everybody's good at something, but everybody's something is different. Just like it's just like some people's sexuality is gay and some people's sexuality is straight. Some people are great writers. Some people are great. Some people work with their hands, and they just naturally know how to build things. They know how to. That's something that they just naturally know how to do. It's a gift that God gave them. It's just something that was gifted to them. The one thing in life is not about necessarily because what you're saying, it's the same thing. Following your bliss is following the gift that God gave you because it's not work. It's stepping into what was given to you as a gift and saying that I own this and I'm going to be happy by doing this because it's not work. And I can go ahead and profit off of that and touch other people's lives based on a gift that was given to me, which then brings God glory. So I don't understand. What's the difference? Really?
Just
Well,
ignoring. You're just ignoring what he says in his word.
No, I'm not. Wait, no, but what am I ignoring? I am listening to what he has given me. If I'm a singer, and I am a singer, and I've sang. I'm not even going to say. It doesn't really matter, but it's been a natural gift of mine. I sang opera, done a whole lot of different things with music. Now, that's a natural gift that I like to do. So that's my passion. That's something that God gave me a voice. Some people are tone deaf and have no voice. So they should not be attuned to singing. It's just not where they fit in. It's just not where they fit in. But I'm gifted at doing it. So for me, living a life to where I'm doing what I love to do, which is singing, which I've been blessed with, is using the gift that God gave me and using it to the betterment of his kingdom, using it in the right aspect, still being under the covering, but using it in the right aspect. So what is the difference from that? I don't understand what's so negative about that. I really don't. And if there's a negativity that you're drawing to that, I would like to. I guess what does a word say? You know, I don't understand. Should we all be priests? Is that what you're trying to say? Everybody
Well,
has a certain
Jesus says
purpose.
if you can handle it, to just be celibate. But if you can't handle it,
We're not talking about sexuality. We're
Matthew
not.
chapter
This is.
19, verse 12.
thank you. But if you can't handle it, then you're supposed to get yourself one wife, and
We're not talking. We're not talking about sexuality. At this point, we're not talking about sexuality. This is outside of It's outside of sexuality. This is outside of anything else. This is talking about purpose. This is talking about what is given to you. I never mentioned any sex during that conversation. So I don't know
sorry.
why.
I thought we were still talking about that.
No, we're not talking about sex. I clearly stated exactly what was a gift that God had given somebody else. So if your purpose is to do one thing, or your purpose, you've been blessed. Everybody is blessed with different things. Now, this is where I tied the both into it. This is where I tied in, some people have voices and some people don't. Some people are gay and some people are not. It's just the way it is. But
yeah, being gay isn't I wouldn't call being gay a talent.
It's not. It is a talent. You can make it a talent.
Okay, I would agree with you. You could make it a talent.
You can make it a talent.
Probably what a lot of people are doing.
That's what a lot of people do, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that there's different. Just because there's different modes, there's different levels of everything. There's a balance. There's a balance.
You're really trying hard to justify it, but
it's not a justification. I mean, but there's a balance in nature. There's a balance in everything. There's a black, there's a white, there's a good, there's a bad, there's a gay, there's a straight. It's just kind of the way it works. There's a fat, there's a skinny. It just is. And in the essence of the creation, that balance has already been understood. Plain and simple. But what I'm saying is that everybody has a certain thing that they attribute, that they feel like, I'm good at doing this. What's up?
Do you know what this reminds me of? Is when I was an atheist until I was about 25, and I remember maybe stealing something and someone confronting me and being like, why do you steal stuff? And I would say, in my atheist worldview, I would say, well, that's the way God made me. So why don't you just leave me alone? It's just the way He made me. I'm a thief, that's how He made me. And so that's kind of
that makes no sense. That makes you're an atheist.
That's contradictory, though.
Exactly. It makes no sense what you said.
I mean, an atheist wouldn't care anything about what an anthropomorphic deity would say, because they wouldn't believe in it. I don't believe in a personal God.
Well, I was not a hardcore atheist, but I would sort of now believe. Sometimes I would believe God was real, and then the next day not, and then the next day I would, next day not. That went on for years or whatever. But I used to think that was just the way God made me, was a thief and a liar. So leave me alone. But then, I learned later that you're supposed to struggle with those things.
I mean,
that are contrary to His law.
Well,
having the position of an agnostic theist, I suppose, would make sense in that scenario. But the point is, equating like being born a certain way with theft. I mean, don't you think that's kind of damaging to a person's self-image to impose something they can't change as a sense of being a criminal act?
Well, no, I think they're very analogous, because you can have lots of tendencies to steal and lie, which I experienced a lot of that.
That has nothing to do with your sexuality and what you are attracted to.
And I could be good at it with, a little sleight of hand or whatever. I didn't have to pay for chocolate bars in the store. I was good enough to slip it into my sleeve or whatever.
Okay, but here's the thing though. You're imposing a bad behavior that you're imposing bad behavior from other sources to what you think being gay is. You're imposing that sense and that it's bad onto that, and it's really when you understand the differentiation between the two behaviors, it really becomes a moot point.
Well, no, in an atheistic worldview, stealing, there's nothing wrong with stealing, because you're just surviving. You're just being a fit survivor and outsmarting dumber organisms. And so you're just more evolved. You're just more evolved.
No.
That's the atheistic worldview. So
That's a straw man.
There's nothing wrong with it.
That's a straw man. Well, first of all, we're not even. First of all, I mean, in terms of having, there's a thing of having a sense of reciprocal altruism. Like I wouldn't want my stuff stolen because I work hard for it, so I wouldn't steal from anyone else. And I mean that's propagated for a sense of like, you know, we happen to like our stuff. But going back to the main point of imposing meanings of bad behavior onto things that aren't necessarily seen as bad in the same sense. I mean, it's when you, like I said, when you differentiate the terms empirically, I mean, it really becomes a moot point to impose bad behavior, that kind of bad behavior onto another meaning.
One distinction I might propose as being meaningful is that there's demonstrable harm in terms of deprivation of property, and also violation of informed consent over the disposition of one's property that is involved with theft, where in of course consensual sex, all that is pretty much in line. You have fully informed consent.
Well, Nadia, let's change the sin to adultery, or like maybe a pornographic addiction, which doesn't hurt anybody or whatever, but it is a sin. And although millions of men struggle with that, it doesn't mean that they should indulge it because it doesn't hurt anybody, whatever. It's just whatever they do with their own body. But they know it's a sin and they struggle with it because of what Jesus said about looking after a woman with lust. You commit adultery with her in your heart.
So, in the sense of addiction, the harm done is to the actor themselves. And
why is that bad exactly?
Go ahead.
Why is that bad exactly?
It's breaking God's law. Jesus said, if you look after a woman with lust, then you've committed adultery with her in your heart. And we've all done that.
But this is one of the issues that I have. This is one of the problems that I have an issue with. That it's when it comes to gay people, the church, they say that it is it's the unpardonable sin. Like, you are living in sin, so you are damned if you do, damned if you don't. And this is what made me come out, because I was at a youth, was at church, and the pastor was preaching, and he said, "You can't live a lie." And I thought about it, and I'm like, I know I'm gay. I know that I am. I just know it just is what it is. But I'm lying to myself if I say that I'm straight, because I'm gonna lead. If I were to lead a lifestyle to where I did get with a woman, I did have sex with a woman, I did have children, and then that would be a thing to where I would be lying to myself. So that would be lying, which would be a sin. So regardless, I would be living in sin. I would be living a lie, but I'm now interjecting other people in my lie. Or I could live my life free and understand who I am, and just be okay with that, and be damned as well. So either way I lose. Either way, it's a losing battle. So if I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't, then I would rather live my life free and happy and still understand who God is and understand how He works in my life outside of whatever else, and just let that be the case. But the church tends to cast people that are gay away, and they throw them to the wayside, and they say, we don't want anything to do with you. That's not God. That's the church. That is man. that does that. That has nothing to do with the issue of God and his totality. It has nothing to do with that. But as a whole, the church tends to say, we just don't know how to deal with this issue, and we would rather just not deal with it. We'd rather sweep it under the carpet and not deal with it or cast these people away. But as such, everybody falls short. So there's no difference between you and I when it comes to the eyes of God, because we all have quote unquote sin. I don't feel what I do is sinful if I'm loving an individual. I just don't. But I do make sure that I do not give myself to a person that is not worthy of my spirit. I just don't do that. So intrinsically, I do everything right in that sense. I do it exactly the way it would be for a person that is of the faith that wants to gain knowledge of who God is. But it's just I don't understand why the church does that. It's hurtful, and it turns people away from God, and that right there is, I think, the biggest sin out of everything. Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, number one, is the one unpardonable sin. Now, how that comes about, I don't even want to understand. I don't want to know how you do that. I don't want to go there. But it's just bad. And I don't think that anybody should be turned away from God in general, or feel like that they are less than, so that the creator or that person they can't have a relationship with because they feel that they are this way. I don't think that's right.
Well, in some respects, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Go
okay.
ahead, Wolf, or Wolf, Green, or Fritz. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to comment on the last statement that was made, looking at a woman with lust. I'll assure you, there's outside of arranged marriages, no marriage would have commenced without a person being attracted to the person beforehand. More importantly, I mean, why is it a man looking at a woman lustfully? Why isn't a woman looking at a man lustfully, or a man or a man, a woman or a woman? It is a misogynistic bit of language that is completely trivial to human nature.
Exactly.
I'm sure it goes both ways, men for women and men too.
It doesn't say that in the word, so that's not true.
That's kind of just implied though by.
But no, it's not implied. But it's not. But it's not in the word, so it's not true, based upon what you would state. And that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. There's a much more broader sense than where it is placed in the word. Because, again, the word was created by man. So there is a bias. So there is certain things that were set up just because it is what it is. And men are biased sometimes to the feminine aspect of things. So,
I don't think anyone's misquoting Jesus.
Really?
Really.
That's an entire book by Bart Ehrman.
Bart Ehrman's an idiot.
Well, I will say this. There's a lot of Gnostic gospels that were omitted from the word. Mind you, King James was a homosexual himself.
The Gnostic gospels are extra biblical. They're later forgeries. So
I thought it was Edward, not James. Edward II, not James.
No, King James, and because I had to do research on it, King James and William Shakespeare actually had some of William Shakespeare's sonnets were written to King James himself, and they both were in a sort of relationship sort of type in itself at that time that was deemed a little passe. It just was what it was. But this was the now, mind you, King James didn't write the Bible. He had he didn't write it. He had scholars. He had scholars that went out and they got texts, and there was interpretation, and there were certain things that were like the book of Mary Magdalene or the book of Enoch or other things that were omitted from the word because it contradicted some of the stuff that it said in the word. So there couldn't be any contradictions. So they had to make sure.
Or you can tell that they're not on the same as the other scriptures when you just plain reading of them. You can just tell.
Yeah, the book of Enoch.
Inspired by the Holy Spirit.
The book of Enoch is very deep, and it definitely talks about the pre-Adamic man, and it makes sense on a lot of different levels, and explains the reason why when dinosaurs or when the fall of man, when the fall of man happened, and I say fall of man as in Lucifer being cast out from heaven, and then Earth being the hell spot that was created. It goes into depth about that and the hierarchy of angels, and goes into things that you hear talk about through other things, but it's not biblical, and it's right, but it is the truth. It is.
Well, I think it's an interesting extra biblical text for sure, but I wouldn't say it's inspired. But there's a lot of interesting stuff in it.
But the thing is that you say that it's not inspired because you've been told that it's not inspired.
No, I think that even just a plain reading of it, the Holy Spirit tells you.
But have you read the book of Enoch?
Yeah.
And there was nothing that attributed the whole. Well, maybe it wasn't for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's inspired. I think it would have been included.
Wisdom of Solomon, Revelation of Moses, and all those. Well, anyway, forget the Deuterocanonical or whatever.
Yeah.
And in my own case, well, I guess
you're okay to do whatever you want.
Being I'm being out and about more than just gender identity. Although I guess it flies in maybe a different direction from what people would call sexual orientation in general. Even so, yeah, I guess I would fall under various kinds of condemnation for.
Oh, most definitely.
What you would call kink. Well, just throwing it out there doesn't really need to. You can if you want to, but you know.
Well, the thing is
that you filthy tool of Satan. You'll burn forever and ever.
Oh dear, yeah, for sure.
You like that burning in hell forever, don't you? You damn heathen.
I like needle play better than fire play, but go ahead. Anyhow, yeah, things like this have factored in. I can maybe give you an idea. So ultimately, I was not actually raised religious. So, I mean, my parents were, I suppose, some kind of nominal adherents. I think my father was vaguely Protestant, but so vaguely that I don't think he could even stick to, or maybe even tell the difference between denominations. And my mother was some kind of randomly sin all you want, confess on Sunday Catholic who hadn't bothered showing up at confession in 20 years. So there wasn't a whole lot of in the way of attempts to impress the whole religion upon me, and well, accordingly, it didn't actually stick. And that's kind of a flippant way of describing it, but still, hopefully, not crossing over any lines. When I didn't really feel much of a need to get up in arms about it. I mean, I suppose I had described myself relatively early on. I remember my mother's reaction was to call me a pretentious pseudo-intellectual or a pseudo-intellectual poseur, and then just kind of drop the subject. But once I kind of got out of the world, out into the world and so on, I actually ran into street preachers who went and screamed stuff. Well, I looked different before, and it was kind of, well, I suppose you might call it more ostensibly queer than now, and well, probably also more feminine than now in the past, and so they would point at me and you know, literally be screaming about sodomites and such when they did, but never mind. The actual word they were looking for was catamites. So when the smoke cleared, I was disturbed enough by this. I went looking online. I had access to Usenet and such, especially university computers, and discovered there's kind of this gigantic movement and so on, and felt that I had to stand up more about, well, I suppose what I believed or I guess didn't believe, and also somehow try to confront people in some way. And actually, essentially from the beginning, I was already using the separating device of the internet, sort of be safe from, well, at least physical retaliation, if not other forms. And well, it was maybe only the early 90s where I really went on, and there was a hiatus, probably of about 15 years, where I was staunch as ever in whatever position I held, but still, I was more concerned with my career and education than anything on the order of activism. And, well, with some declines and all that, on Google Plus and such, that the whole great debate community was relatively active, and it was a way to, I guess, be able to reach out for contact, because the theists also reach out and seek out maybe debate opponents or some such, and the atheist crowd and such is, I guess, in line with the core beliefs, and the general values are also supported, even if there's a whole backlash against atheism plus, or whatever you want to call it. And so I found there was a way to fit in, and also a way to sort of contribute to the cause. And I think when I reach out, communicate with people who believe, and say try to build a relationship so the understanding can happen that will, in hopes, hopefully, persuade people to moderate their beliefs. I have that there. And that's kind of long-winded, but go ahead. I think I just bored like 4 viewers off.
I think the Bible teaches a lot of things that are really counterintuitive, like pray for your enemies and those who would spitefully use you. Is not something you would really come up with on your own, just exploring, your own morality, and other things like turn the other cheek, or
as soon as they came, I called because I was gonna, if you were, I didn't know if you
I
were
just
out
think
somewhere
there's
else. Hey, before I go in the house, I want to make sure I pick you up.
No, I told you I was there.
Yeah, I didn't know you were
was.
home. I really didn't know you were in the house.
what's going on there, but I don't know where I was going with that. I lost my train of thought there.
You're talking about like stuff that are counterintuitive in the Bible and all that, just to help out.
Yeah, I guess it just comes down to what your basis for your morality is, because there's moral truths that I think are counterintuitive. So the only way to really get at those is by God's word and what He reveals. It's not really something you can come across on your own reasoning.
At the risk of, derailing or whatever. Hi, Slim. Good to see you on. Where did I get cut off when I got disconnected? And if it was not a proper conclusion, I can wrap it up. Am I coming through okay, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're coming through fine.
Okay. I'm not sure where I got cut off when I got disconnected.
I don't think you got disconnected.
I'm pretty sure I did, but go ahead. Don't worry about it. Slim Jim, I'm not sure where to start, but looks like, well, if it's in and out, then we're glad to see you anyway, and
yeah, I've been missing your invites. I've been kind of busy, Nadia, so I didn't want to seem like I'm ignoring you, but just wanted to say hello, see what's going on.
Yeah, we were early on having a discussion with Sykes and Adam and a few others, where I believe Sykes actually was going in a presuppositional sort of form of argument against a Catholic who held to more natural theology than presuppositionalism. And we moved on from there to a discussion of idealism with Tommy Hall, where Epicurus was essentially enlightening us all with I guess the history of some of these ideas and how they relate to Christianity. And AJ joined us a little bit after that, and has been relating his experience, reconciling his homosexuality with his
spirituality.
I believe. Well, it could say spirituality, but I think there's strong elements of Christianity in his spirituality.
Correct.
That raise the issue of reconciliation. So he's been going on about how that happens, and
nicely
Chris
put.
has been investigating that a bit himself. And
nicely put, Nadia. I gotta give some snaps on that one.
Okay. Yeah, and Wolf and Green have been chiming in along the way and provided some valuable insight with Green providing some, I guess, Rumi quotes and Wolf just being himself that made things all that much more enlightening. So, okay, go ahead.
Wolf, you're a mess. That's all I'm saying. You're a mess. A lovely mess, but a mess, all the mess.
That's the way evolution produced me, brother. Yeah.
Hey, if you think he's a mess, take a closer look at me.
Oh, Lord. Dejarum. Yes, ma'am. Get it. Get it, boo.
I tried some Dejarums some years ago, and they made my head swim like nothing ever before. So that was a one-time deal for me, for sure. They smell nice when you kind of just rub them across your nose, but when you smoke them, it's something different. I don't know. I couldn't get it.
You should try extra some porno, and that will definitely grow some hair in your chest.
Well, what are you trying to do? Persuade me not to smoke them?
It's so good. I don't even know if they sell the extra Supportum anymore. It's so hard to find.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks because I used to smoke cloves. It's good every once in a while to get back to that, but smoking in general, especially being a singer, I shouldn't be smoking.
Absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not.
But
I make an exception if you're going to smoke weed. I'll go ahead and make an exception.
But you know what? The funny thing is this: I can sing on cigarettes, but I can't sing on weed.
My voice throws your timing off and all that stuff.
It's not that it throws the timing off per se. I feel like my voice is not really. It doesn't vibrate the way that it should when I smoke weed, so I just don't smoke.
Your timing's off.
Well, it's not the timing. I mean, I sing opera. I was trained in opera, so I sang opera for years, and
excellent.
That's what I was in theater, and I from Rent to Phantom of the Opera to Les Miserables, and like it doesn't matter. I've done a pretty wide gambit of music, but learning the proper technique of singing has sort of helped, which has been a detriment, and it's been a good thing in one aspect because it's sort of masked the harmful effects, which made me keep doing what I did. You understand what I'm saying? So it was a good thing and a bad thing at the same time.
Speaking of smoking, I experimented with cigarettes for a good while. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, per se, but I'm not one of those people that when you walk by a smoker, they start giving you a lecture. I think those people are real assholes, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
even though when people are smoking around me, again, I don't particularly enjoy it. But the libertarian side of me obviously doesn't mean I'm going to lecture people. But I kind of figured, in my own life, I was smoking to be cool. I kind of see that now. I'm like, man, I wasn't really that into it. Now, I got to admit now, weed and stuff, I smoke that because I kind of generally enjoy that, even though I don't really smoke that anymore, only because I can't really do that anymore, just professionally speaking.
Well, when it comes to weed, it creates another level of consciousness that it sits you down and lets you have those self-talks with yourself. And I was speaking about that earlier, how self-talks are often really good because very rarely do we sit down and have our own space. We're able to really get down and speak about what really needs to be spoken about. Go ahead, girl.
So, with smoking, I've got enough trouble with my voice already, and when you bring on all the smokers downshift or whatever, and it's like, I find your lack of faith disturbing, and so on. So, have a good night, Green. Oh, darn it. Wait for people to say goodbye. Darn it.
Good night.
Okay.
I think smokers in general are pretty inconsiderate in the most part. I mean,
no, I always ask if I light a cigarette and I know that somebody's not smoking. The first thing I do is I say, I always either move away, or I say, "Do you mind if I smoke?" Because not everybody wants smoke in their presence, and I find it very disrespectful to have smoke going in somebody's face and them not know, and they might not be at that level, or they might not smoke, for them to deal with that. I don't feel I feel that it's disrespectful.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't an indictment on you guys. You probably are some of the more classy smokers. But if we take a poll and and we be honest about it, most smokers are going to be in the asshole category when it comes to other people's consideration, things like that, and that just kind of plays into it.
Well, number one, as much of an asshole as I could be, I don't think it's a bad thing. And the other part is, come on, I was smoking at restaurants, malls, doctor's office, everywhere, and what the hell happened? I mean,
well, there was definitely a culture shift, and some of that maybe you can blame on the Christians, Nadia. I don't have a problem with that, or maybe it was really just the whole the whole cancer thing and health push, too.
Well, how about this? How about it might have been the universe saying, I need everybody to consciously be aware that this is not good for your spirit. So I'm going to make it hard for you to do such and make it as discouraging as possible because I want something better for you. So when you look at it in a different perspective, sometimes you can take that and you can say, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I need to lay it down. Now, am I ready to do that right now? No, matter of fact, I'm about to go smoke right now. So, excuse me while I go kill myself slowly. I will be back in just a moment.
Yeah, you can leave it connected.
At least you're consistent, Jay.
Oh, hey, I'll tell it like this.
Yeah, when you look back, even as someone who's sympathetic to smokers, when you look at those old movies where they'll be in a either any kind of setting, like a workplace meeting and whatever, and they're in a closed room and it's filled with smoke, it's like, wow, totally, it's like a time warp.
Yeah, well, we're all adults here. Let's take our freedom back.
I like the beginning of Ghostbusters with Dan Aykroyd and the other guy in the car, and they're both smoking a cigarette and talking about the Book of Revelation.
I remember there was, relatively recently though, there was a cleaning effort at Grand Central to get all the cigarette tar off all the ceilings and everything else, and it was pretty crazy as far as as much, I don't know, gunk it had accumulated.
Wow.
But
that could be in your house too. Again, I go to some people who smoke, and I'm a disciplined smoker, so I take it outdoors. A lot of the folks who smoke in their residence, I mean, that stuff, again, it sticks around. You smoke weed indoors, it doesn't hang around like tobacco. That stuff gets into everything, the walls, the furniture, the clothes. Weed doesn't really behave that way. So when someone smokes, right, you go to their house, you just know it.
Well, my hope is eventually to immigrate to where I don't know, smoking isn't deemed such a horrible thing or whatever. And I think in Europe and such, things are not quite as nasty towards smoking.
Especially in the Asian countries too, right?
Well, probably more so, but they have other disadvantages that kind of ruled them out for me.
What might that be?
Yeah, I quit smoking years ago, and now it smells disgusting to me.
Yeah.
Well, even
Yeah,
supposing I had like.
I wouldn't go far as disgusting, but it definitely is somewhat off-putting. And again, I'm not the one to lecture anybody about their smoking, but
Yeah,
my
neither.
perspective on it is totally different than when I was actively involved in it.
Yeah. Even supposing somebody got me like a, I don't know, a job as a coding goddess or whatever, to and paid double whatever I had ever gotten before, I'd be in. There's only so much that can be corrected. You know, it's like face, voice, chest, ribs, hips, and so on, and you know, what? Then you're done. Hands and feet, hips and shoulders. They're well, okay. Hips can be beefed up a little bit, but shoulders sure can't be taken down. And
Oh,
of
I'm into
course,
that
height.
fake stuff. I
Yeah.
hate fake hips and ass. I can't believe that stuff's blown up the way it has. It's horrible.
Well, you know, I ain't gonna have none unless they're fake. So.
I mean,
Well,
I can tolerate the fake breasts, okay? I can tolerate that. But now, when we're talking about just other body parts, it's like, wait, this is out of control.
What about being okay with yourself? I mean, what about
what about it?
What about that? What about being okay with what you've been given, and being okay with that? Like I'm good.
I never had a big issue with who I slept with. I mean, okay, sure, I mostly like guys, but
we're not talking about we're not talking about
okay,
guys.
no big deal. Thing was, like, it tore me up was my body was wrong. So, I mean, I could.
Okay, so different situation for you, Nadia, obviously, but you know, even as you make your transition, now that you can transition, right? You kind of wouldn't you want to have a certain look about you? Doesn't that come naturally?
But that's where the
whole
whole getting augmentation and doing things to assimilate with where the mindset of what she feels she should look like is. But this is the issue when that happens though. A lot of the times there's never perfection. There's never perfection. There's always something that you're going to look at and say, I don't feel like this is right.
Well,
So
I already told you, right? I
was gone.
It can't be fixed. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, chest and floating rib and maybe beating up the hips a little bit and face and voice. There's surgeries for that. And, well, of course, downstairs too. But shoulders, hands, feet, height, and so on and so forth. None of that ever can be. And frankly, the reality is, I'm never going to get paid the money to actually get most of this. So.
But I think that you're beautiful in your own right.
None of it's ever going to happen.
I really do.
Fuck. Go ahead.
I really feel like you're beautiful in your own right, and I feel that you should appreciate what you have stepped into for yourself, and what you have attributed for, because it's a big step. That's a huge step. As for me, even though I'm gay, I'm a male. I'm a pretty, even though I like guys. For me, I'd never felt like I was a woman. I always knew as a guy. I'm very masculine in that sense, and will hold that. But I'm feminine and masculine when it comes to sexual things. So it's like that's where people sort of are like, oh well, you're a bottom, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a power bottom. I get on a horse and ride. I do work, but that's just me. That's just the way that I work, because I know what can please me and can please the other person. Let's get both done at the same time. Let's get it done. But for you, it's a whole another aspect. You are trying to be the person that inside you feel, but outside, externally, you're like, I don't feel like I look like a male, and I don't feel like I attribute to those characteristics. It's just not my spirit. It's not what I feel that I am. So I need to fine tune what it is that is on the exterior because I need to become who I am. I felt like I was born the wrong gender.
I've got like a weird theory, and well, hear me out. Sorry if I'm not giving you a chance, Slim. But,
no, you're fine.
Okay. Well, no, it's Slim and Fritz, but anyway, my odd theory is that I think like a normal person or whatever, if they kind of woke up in one of those silly gender swap movies where somebody magically wakes up as like, whatever is the opposite of what they are, would probably just roll with it. I wouldn't have an issue. I'd say, well, it's different now, but I'll get over it. And for me, it's not like that. For me, it's like, have you ever seen The Fly? Like the Seth Goldblum?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's like,
you're speaking about your age now. You must be in your 30s.
Yeah, telltale sign right there. Isn't it 80s movies, right? 80s
exactly.
Movies?
Yeah,
80s movies. You're buddy.
That's an interesting one.
Saw it at theater, yeah. Along with Space Hunter: Adventures in the Forbidden Zone.
Oh, stop it!
Molly Ringwald's debut role.
Yes.
So anyway, yeah. Well, Star Wars in the theater too, but granted, I was a bit young. Meantime, there was
how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
38.
Oh wow, you look so good.
Okay, so in the meantime, like the whole, horror and disgust and, well, you might call it body horror, and so on, with like The Fly and such, where the transformation into the horrific hybrid or whatever, the Fly and human and so on. That's kind of like more of what I get from something that would actually be innocuous. And Slim, go ahead.
No, you know what? Since we're just kind of on it, I'm genuinely curious to get your feedback on someone who's in your predicament, how they fit in society, and what the rules are in terms of engaging with what's established. And when I say what's established, it's obviously male roles and female roles. For example, I mean, for someone who is in your position, born one way, but is obviously something else, and goes through the whole process of actually being who they feel deep down they are. And I'm talking about physically, chemically, and all that stuff. I'm really curious as to what their obligation is to clearly the established rules. I mean, if you appear to be visually a woman, what are there any responsibilities that you bear to not only men and women? I mean, or is it officially a third gender that in its own right is
I would mention your authentic self.
Yeah, well, I can answer from a more legal standpoint. So generally the way it goes is that there's, well, 4 different levels of agencies that maintain a notion of what your gender is. Those are the state where you're born, Bureau of Vital Statistics, or Department of Vital Statistics. There's the state where you reside, Department of Motor Vehicles or Bureau of Motor Vehicles. And there are 2 federal, the State Department and the Social Security Administration. So to advance each one of those, there are several different criteria. For the Department of Motor Vehicles, it's typically, actually, it's not true. For more liberal states, merely a psychiatrist's letter and it does have to be an MD, is required to change the gender marker on the ID. For the state where you're born, Department of Vital Statistics for the birth certificate and such, there's the essentially evidence that you've had, well, genital reconstruction surgery or sex reassignment surgery performed. For the State Department and Social Security Administration, they're both in sync, but they require their own sort of different copies of the letters that have a physician, MD, attest to, I guess, what you might call adequate therapy for completion of gender transition. In other more tangential legal aspects,
So my question more was not so much the bureaucracy, but more of a interpersonal level. And an example, if I walk into a bar and I see you, Nadia, and me as a straight man, if I find you attractive and I proceed to approach you as a obviously straight man, what is your obligation? I mean, again, are you obligated to disclose anything, or are you entitled to, be who you know you are? You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah. So there are two different ways of approaching this. Okay, so from the first point of view is the reality is pretty frigging brutal as far as just what you were kind of born into and how much money you've got to get the surgery to fix it all up so it actually looks right.
And for the sake of argument, Nadia, we're going to assume that money is no object and you have done everything conceivable. Again, me as a straight man approaching you, I was not able to discern anything. So we're going to take money out of this equation.
Well, I know you want to, and I'll get to that, but let me hit upon this point first. Basically, no matter how many legal hoops you jump through, or anything else, basically, it's how pretty and how girly you look that really, and sound for that matter, that to whether anyone actually sees you as a woman in the first place, or, sorry, I guess there are trans men too, should actually take that into fuller account. And for that matter, basically whether you're treated as like some kind of freak or reject or whatever, and denied jobs and so on because it's pretty obvious you're exhausting going on, and whether you just kind of like, get along like anyone else. So now to the point you really wanted to hit, but I felt I had to add on to.
Yeah, we can come back to that, but continue. We can come back to the job thing and stuff because I want to talk about that too.
Yeah, that's, well, passing privilege. The legal thing is essentially ignored because we're rare enough, and basically there is a whole lot of slack or whatever cut because frankly just no one cares. I think if it came down to it, if anyone really examined it, there would be some kind of thing against non-disclosure. But as things now stand, nobody's really made a rule against it. And even after that, when no matter how porn perfect or whatever I look, I think a lot of us consider it. Part of the reason why it's even less finishing than that is that most of us would consider it pretty much unethical to, well, do the sort of thing that you're mentioning doing. The non-disclosure of gender history and with sexual relations and so on. I don't know how much you were going to bring up beyond that. AJ and Fritz might be burning to get in.
No, I'm just listening.
I mean, I'm glad to hear you say that you certainly consider it unethical, for sure. Again, I'm not convinced that the community at large accepts that. And again, I'm not begrudging them, because certainly someone who feels in heart and soul that they are something probably doesn't feel like they need to disclose anything outside of that. And I'm not going to suggest that they do, although from an obviously straight man's perspective, that can be an issue. Again, if I were to buy, let's say, an automobile that is, at appearance one thing, but it turns out it's got a body kit and it's not exactly what it is. I mean, legally speaking, there are some guidelines regarding that. And perhaps because your situation is relatively new in terms of how it's accepted, at least in the United States, maybe we just haven't come to that point yet of setting this groundwork. And I think these are things that need to be addressed for sure.
I should bring up that actually there's been a bit of back and forth. The biggest well, there was a reversal in the early 80s. So before that, essentially from between the 50s and in 1981, there was essentially the same kind of arc that Europe was going along toward, well, all the healthcare coverage and so on of all of this. And, by and large, given that things tend to make the difference between, us being productive members of society versus basically just getting dumped out on the street and starved out of employment and so on. We end up with a situation where, basically till 1981, everything was going along good clip, just right in line with Europe. 1981, what's called a trans-exclusive radical feminist, or a TERF, his name was Janice Raymond, collaborated with some religious fundamentalists in the Reagan administration. There's one whose name started with an F. I think it might have been Fisher, but I'm not sure. Her point was to author some letter using her academic credentials, saying that, or arguing strongly against any kind of support for trans people. And then the religious fundamentalists in the Reagan administration took up the task of synchronizing the insurance coverage policies of private insurers with the federally funded health insurance. And between the two of those, they essentially revoked all trans health care in the U.S. And to this day, it's pretty much in a shambles. And even the most liberal states with it, like California, are pretty nasty about it. So when the smoke clears, the U.S. has been a little bit back and forth until that sort of turnaround point in 1981. Things were headed right on track to track Europe as far as acceptance and so on. Go ahead.
Just wanted to make sure AJ didn't have anything to add. Not sure if AJ's with us. Well, in terms of the workplace aspect, Nadia, that one's, in my opinion, a bit more complex than the interpersonal arrangement, because there's a lot of people who experience difficulty in acquiring employment based on the way they look, without the extra baggage that we're talking about with the whole sexual and gender identification thing. And when we're talking about, especially, small business or private business, that can be something that's a lot more difficult to address. And if I'm a business owner per se, and let's just say I'm a very well-meaning business owner, again, someone who obviously doesn't favor discrimination of any kind. However, you mentioned yourself how the trans community is a very narrow spectrum of the overall community, and I agree with that. So when you bring on someone, you have to admit it probably is a disrupting factor, no matter how well-meaning you are as an employer, and how much of this disruption is the employer supposed to bear, and especially when we're talking about money here. Again, I don't support discrimination, but when we're talking about blatant disruptions from a business standpoint, it gets a little bit more harder than that, especially when we're talking about, I may not hire someone who's got a bunch of arm tats or a neck tattoo. I mean, those kind of people create distractions that are not beneficial to my business. So I'm a little bit more torn on the professional side of this.
Well, it's a big factor, and AJ, just start chiming in anytime. It may sound a little tangential, but since I think AJ's idle, I'll try it anyway. What I ended up hitting was, well, remember how, I don't know if you remember or were there when I described how it was sort of an intersex condition where the brain development was affected and the body development, had kind of already been locked in at the point in embryonic development. And that generally means that some element of physical feminization or masculinization for the female and male case ends up happening anyway. And when you have that, it doesn't matter whether you started or not, any kind of transition, you still are discernible by look. And I ran into that. I mean, my actual start of medical measures for transition was 2012. In the 90s, I could not get any kind of job, any kind of customer-facing anything, not grocery store clerk, not restaurant waitressing or whatever, or
but
kind of retail anything. Just
I don't mean to interrupt. And you mentioned the customer-facing aspect of it. I don't know how much effort you put into jobs that don't necessarily require you to work with the public or customer-facing. Again, because other people experience the kind of setbacks you do that are straight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take off here, so just saying good night.
Yeah, right on, Fritz.
All right. It was
Take
very
care,
good having you on, Fritz. Have a good night. Rest easy.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Yeah. Well, similarly to those, I ended up having to, go seek out, factory jobs in the 90s. I wouldn't have made it through them if not for them. And, well, the bad news was, of course, the deindustrialization and service economy affair. Well, service economy means everything gets made customer facing, right?
Yeah, you got a point. You got a point there.
And to put me in deep trouble. You know, back then at least there was something left. So if I kind of, you know, just toughed it out long enough, I could get my way through a line to get in. And that's basically what happened. Nowadays, you know, basically there's no bottom. I mean, if I fall through any of my professional things, the whole service economy thing means there's no fallback, right? And I just go straight through to the bottom, and it makes it really rough. Yeah.
Well, you probably are addressing an issue that, you know, with all due respect, maybe transcends you even. You know, again, this whole service economy is not something I'm a big fan of. I mean, here in the U.S., we used to actually build stuff, make stuff, and because of a lot of crony capitalism, that's been shipped over to other countries. And not only just building stuff, I mean, just the simple aspect of just picking up the phone and talking to someone's been shipped out, and that's probably a broader issue than, you know, whether or not as a trans individual you are valuable to a specific company.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the sort of ultimate causes behind, you know, all the various factors that kind of stack the deck against me are, you know, in many respects not ultimately motivated directly by you know, the whole trans part. So yeah, it's pretty rough out there for a lot of people, and while the trick is, you know, it tilts the field harder against some others.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like I've matured a lot on this issue, and I feel confident that I give people the benefit of the doubt, as human as I am in my personal interactions, and because I've run into a lot of people that I clearly are not in line with on maybe lifestyle and things like that, but I'm in line with them on other issues. So in terms of, you know, the Christian fundamentalists and how they behave themselves in regards to this issue, a lot of them are just deplorable in how they approach this. And that's not even me endorsing necessarily your lifestyle, Nadia, but I can certainly condemn the fundamentalists that behave themselves in a manner that's completely abhorrent. Bible aside, just completely abhorrent in terms of interpersonal actions. That's a problem. We got a long ways to go in that regard.
Yeah, and I think AJ has quite a bit of perspective there. If well, he may sit back in to contribute more. He himself, as he mentioned earlier, is gay, and well, he describes himself as spiritual, but you know, has a very strong connection to Christianity.
Yeah, and that's got to be a tough position, but you know, I consider myself spiritual, and I'm in a tough position on other fronts. I assume, I guess AJ may be outspoken at DeJarm or something, but I don't know if AJ clearly isn't an atheist then, right?
Absolutely not. AJ is very spiritual, has, well, some connection with what some people call New Age, but I think he feels is not really truly best characterized as in terms of New Age, or at least doesn't like the label New Age, and even despite that, or maybe beyond that, just has a really strong connection with Jesus Christ and the Bible and Christianity. So if AJ comes back, that'd be great.
So, yeah, I mean, again, it's a murky situation, and I find myself kind of moving more to the left, so to speak, on this. But Nadia, I mean, these things are coming. It reminds me of that movie. I don't know if you've seen it, No Country for Old Men, when the old man's like, you can't stop what's coming. And I think Christians really need to maybe get a grip on that. The federal judges are moving pretty swiftly regarding just gay marriage, and I think it's not too hard to foresee the move toward how we address the whole trans issue. And I don't know how long that's going to take. I mean, if you ask certain people, we aren't even post-racial. So to be post-sexual, I don't know how many years that's in the works.
Oh, centuries. You can. Well, I hate to throw books at you, but I mean, Michelle Alexander, Jim Crow. We're very far from post-racial, and that's just race, right? 50 years or so is when the genuine start of the actual movement. I mean, there was activism before, but no traction.
Well, the usual suspects are going to say, look at the president, and they're going to point to that as being post-racial. Of course, you and I know better. But there's going to be those people who just that simple-minded and say, well, look at the president.
Right. And
I mean, the big problem with that is, if we were truly post-racial, and that tells you how far we are from being post-sexual. If we were truly post-racial, Barack Obama would not be considered the first black president, right? I mean, isn't that pretty obvious? I mean, isn't that obvious?
You thinking of Bill Clinton?
Well, you know what? He's always had my endorsement as the first black president, and you're going to find a lot of folks that agree with both of us on that. I can make some pretty solid arguments that he's a lot more black, so to speak, than Barack Obama.
In some ways, maybe, but I think a little bit of number. Well,
I mean,
you look at a photo. You don't hear the words or get the movement or anything.
But that's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the flaw. I mean, Barack Obama has a mother that is an Anglo, which even stirs the pot even more. It's like we're not post-racial. We're in this kind of strange territory that maybe is a transition to being post-racial. Maybe we're heading there, but we're not even close. So now when we get to the sexual issue, and this is again something, Nadia, that transcends a lot of Christian fundamentalists too. There's a lot of, and you already mentioned that how many atheists are not necessarily in your camp for various reasons. So this is an issue that really could be a ways off.
Yeah. Well, I think you might find this a little bit interesting, just even though it's a huge digression. The way that there ends up being the separation is actually a little bit surprising, a little bit sort of I don't know, almost a play on the well, like you would say, the color blindness feeds into just the perpetuation of the atrocities and so on against even racial characteristics. The same kind of blindness feeds into the same sort of perpetuation of the atrocities against my own kind, and where I see it is that the socioeconomic consequences that arise from the stigma and such are basically attributed to like a personal failing, like a moral falling down or some such that render me even beyond just deserving of the consequences of socioeconomic defeat, but perhaps even more condemnation, right? So it gets pretty brutal like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're telling me that you're gonna have to work twice as hard, then I can certainly empathize with that, and maybe twice as hard as someone with the neck tattoo, the analogy I kind of created. Again, I don't have a disagreement with you on that. I think if you were to even take control of your, be your own boss, there's going to be setbacks associated with that, even. And yeah, go ahead.
It's a good point, but it cuts in a slightly different direction. It's essentially that I am kind of getting cut down, right? And you have the idea, to advance, you do this, but the question is, well, more like when things are kind of all going wrong, who's to blame? And their idea is, it's me, nothing but me, and they can't. Well, the part they're not willing to handle or address is that there is a large amount of the rejection coming about from essentially either sort of direct perception or apprehension of me being trans, because I really don't look or sound that much like a woman, and that leads into a passing privilege little sidebar there too. And of course, the huge sort of nasty life disruption came about from my parents' vendetta against me in 2008. So, not sure where to go beyond that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, you've mentioned this passing privilege, which is something, again, I can somewhat see, although I can't totally understand. You have more experience with this than me, but based on my own, I can tell, like, I've seen some trans, especially those, again, with a huge bank account, right, Nadia, that can look the part and perhaps can even speak the part and whatnot, and whether they're accepted in the job environment, of course, I kind of think maybe they're a bit more. I mean, you got a lot of these, Hollywood types, right, that are not only accepted, but they're lauded, like a RuPaul type person, that they're in that higher echelon. And then you have kind of the lesser peons. So there's a hierarchy even amongst the trans people, which is interesting enough. There's always some type of hierarchy, right?
Yeah. And you're looking at well, probably as low of end as you're going to get before we just drop off the map entirely. And well,
I don't know about that, Nadia.
I'll be dropping off the map soon enough too. And there's only so much cash left from the last bit of friends' help. So, and don't bother sending any more. I mean, there's no job coming. Doesn't matter. But the main thing is, yeah.
Well, how are you, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, how are you? Are you pretty much making it now with pretty much the help of generous folks, or is that the situation?
Things are trailing off. There was help that came in back in I don't know, June or so, and I stretched it out till now, but you know it's running out. And I don't know. I've got a vague hope that I can keep the internet connection alive for as long as I can to keep the window of opportunity for jobs to come in as long as I can. But
is there a community? Yeah. I mean, how about the trans community itself? I mean, I know you guys are guys. I'm talking about that figuratively, Nadia. I know you all are a small group. How is your community? How are you guys supporting each other? Is there support? You know, what's the situation there?
We have essentially no cohesion. We aren't mutually attracted to each other. Pretty much, to the extent there is any kind of communal gathering, so to speak, it's kind of a passability peacock parade. You know, the people just kind of show off how passable they are and compete, and that's about the extent of community there is. So.
Well, is that a lack of leadership, or is there something deeper than that? Do you think?
It's deeper, but it's obvious, and it's basically that we don't have real connections to each other. There's nothing about what we are bonds us to each other. It is a very sort of there really isn't a community. We're just
see that could be the first step right there. Again, it's easy to say that in a Google Hangout and whatnot, but you know, everyone needs to have some amount of cohesiveness if they're going to push forward in a meaningful manner as a group, and that could be a big setback for the trans community in general. I think there's a lot of folks well-meaning that maybe are speaking for the trans community, but until there's some leadership from within, you know, from my perspective anyway, take it for what it's worth, that's going to be a big setback.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, to some extent it exists. You have the maybe a grand total of like 750,000 in the U.S. Given estimates, and out of that you have some number of lawyers who, well, will take on kind of broad scope cases and such, but even so, what I feel is that, you know, there's very little that sort of bonds us together, apart from maybe competition for the same resource or same resources, to the extent any resources exist. And even as, you know, similar as our situations might be, you know, there's just there's nothing about what we are that points us to each other.
Nadia, what's up with your sorry, what's up with your channel? I don't know if you have a different channel or whatever. I don't know how you conduct this particular hangout because I have like 2 YouTube accounts and I'm on the Nadia Yvette Chambers, but there doesn't. I know you said something about being banned or something with your account.
Flagged, yeah.
Okay.
I started up a new YouTube channel and discovered it launched a new a new Google Plus profile behind it. That was kind of undesired. Once I actually get to being unflagged again, I'll probably try to move my channel over to my main Google Plus account and then just delete the extra one. But even so, it's not especially unique, and actually they're both Nadia Yvette Chambers. The difference between the new one and the old one is the new one doesn't have any spaces.
Got it.
So,
yeah. I saw AJ flash in here for a quick sec. I don't know what that meant there. I don't know if he's out there.
AJ, yeah, please do try to chime in. We are eager to hear more from you. Well, even so, in the interim,
okay, now I see it. Yeah, I got it now. Got it now. Yeah, the one with no spaces. That's why I couldn't see your Hangouts. I don't really use the Google Plus account I'm on right now. You know, I'm one of those people that make a bunch of accounts and then I get lost in them and stuff like that. So I'm going to go ahead and subscribe to this. The one with no spaces is actually the one that you use, it appears.
Yeah, well, I took down everything on my old one because I was kind of afraid of getting flagged anew on the old one. And it also has a custom URL that I kind of don't want to keep. What I'll probably do when when the strike actually does expire is migrate the YouTube channel over to the other G Plus account. But well, I'm assuming I understand properly what can be done and so on. One thing I think that is a good idea to bear in mind is that I am going down in flames. You know, there are people who kind of never make it, and you never hear from them because they don't have any outreach, right? And there are other people who are going along, getting along, and making it and get it all done. Well, what you're actually seeing somebody that's kind of in between. I had something once. I had a career, etc. Car, house, husband, and so on. But well, it's all going away, and well, I will be too. And it's not something you can actually kind of see in progress very often. I mean, between, well, number one, just people who ever even get up high in the first place, and so on is not that much. And number two, if when you get the chance to see someone who's on their way, well, who was on their way up, or who was further up, well, going down in flames, It's not all that often. So it's a bit of a different situation, and it's also I don't know. It might be in some ways enlightening because you can kind of see the way some things work. I'm basically getting starved out, right? There's only so many friends with so much money to quote unquote e-bag off of or whatever until well, it all goes down in flames. There's only so long you can last in your apartment or keep medicine going and so on until, well, it all goes down in flames. It may not be the end of the world, but it's the end of me.
Well, I don't think it's the end. I mean, based on so there's a lot of endings out there, and I know you're going through a tough time, Nadia. So yeah, I wish I had some more I don't know, kind of encouragement or advice. So I'm completely useless in this regard. But I tell you this, as someone, a man of faith, I don't get the impression that you're done by any means, and then if that's of any use to you. These things come out of nowhere sometimes, and I know in terms of the Lord I serve, He doesn't put anything more on you than you can bear, and we've all kind of faced that. But yeah, I mean, I don't pretend to. I don't want to even kind of sugarcoat your situation or even give you false hope, but that's not the impression that I get anyway.
Nadia means hope in Russian.
Okay, well, that's a start. I don't know. That's definitely a start. That's the glass half full mentality. That's for sure.
Well, when I picked the name, I still had a job.
Right. Well, I do have to. I gotta get out of here. I got an early start tomorrow that I need to be able to. I just wanted to pop in and say what's up, AJ. If you're out there, it's a pleasure meeting you too. I don't know if you're going to be hanging out tomorrow, Nadia, but I think the latter part of my day is open. I might pop in again.
Are you in Eastern, Pacific, or Central?
I'm Pacific, so you're Pacific too, right? Because you're on the West Coast now, right?
Yeah. Oh, now I remember. You said you're like in LA or San Diego?
Yeah, I'm in the LA area.
Okay. Yeah. I can't be 100% sure, but I'm kind of 75% confident I might be able to be on at that point. So I will bring you in at that point if unless things go wrong.
Alrighty. All right. Well, keep your head up, and yeah, for sure. We'll talk again. Good talking.
All right. Have a good night. Sorry
Bye.
for keeping you so long.
No worries.
Okay. AJ, you need to get back. Well, we can chat about things. Got plenty to go on about. Well, I guess I was maybe more coming out of your community than I'm not sure. There's kind of a divide between, I don't know, those who kind of started off gay, started off straight, and maybe I guess those who started off so early enough that orientation wasn't there. Well, they're always going to be like massively more passable. I mean, you pretty much start before puberty, and there's no question anyway. Kind of like, why did I bother? Yeah, really. It all should have just been in Kevorkian from the outset, but well, still have the money to pay Kevorkian, do I? Any more that I have the money to pay to have the Yusong Clinic in South Korea fix my voice, or well, Dr. Saporn, what's on your school? Fix anything else? Like my face or downstairs? So, are you with me, AJ? Oh dear. I suspect you're not. Oh, Neffy's running something. Damn it, I should have seen it. 9:21 p.m., 2 hours. He might be on for a while, but who knows. Why didn't Wolf mention it to me? He's in there. It's probably full. Even if I'm not blocked, it's probably going to be full. Yelza. I'd love to come, but you always invite me when something. I'm at work. Okay. No invitations, and oh. Okay, so in the meantime, Nephilim is having some kind of materialism discussion, and I am something's not right. Something's not right. We're having trouble connecting to Google Plus. We'll keep trying. What the hell?
Hey. Nadia? 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 Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Okay, so in the meantime.
Hello?
Oh, hi, Sykes.
Hi.
Very good to see you on again.
Hey, yeah, I was just about to go to bed, but I wanted to get your opinion on your on what your thoughts were on the debate I had with the quote unquote theist.
With Epicurus.
Yeah, what did you think?
I don't think it was decisive. I think well, essentially, well, some of these issues don't really have a resolution, or.
Did you hear what he said though? He said that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I asked him what he was certain of, and he said that he was certain that he was not omniscient. He basically contradicted himself.
Oh, well, that's one of the kinds of refutations to the transcendental argument, and it actually is kind of respected. So I don't think he had really a problem there, although I don't think he well, what he ended up offering. Go ahead.
He seemed pretty angry for a theist. I think he was just pretending to be a theist, but I think he's really an atheist.
I think he is a staunch believer in his faith. But
really?
in the meantime, yeah, I would say that while it doesn't make inroads on the opponent position, it does present a strong defense of the held position. So at that point, you don't really get a resolution. Go ahead.
What did you say about hell? You said something about hell?
A held position.
Oh, okay.
Like holding, yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a question since you did mention, well, I thought you said something about hell, but since you didn't bring it up, what do you think hell is? If it does exist, what do you think it is?
I think it's just people's idea of essentially kind of karmic justice achieved in the afterlife. Go ahead.
Let me tell you what my hell would be. I mean, if God wanted to torture me for eternity, he would need to bury me alive with like a little hole that I can see everybody else being free and happy, but I can't move, and I can only see through this hole and down a long corridor. That would destroy me. That would be eternal torment for me. You know what I mean? Like not being able to move and not being able to make contact with the outside world and yet see the outside world. You know what I mean?
Well, sure. Yeah.
But Dinesh D'Souza, are you familiar with him?
Oh, yeah, I've seen a number of his debates, yes.
You know what's crazy about him? He recently got, he's a convicted felon now. Can you believe that?
I heard that was terrible.
He's a convicted felon.
Yeah, I mean, the campaign finance affairs.
And he had an affair with his mistress, and he's getting divorced. I mean, wow. I don't know how he can handle it.
Yeah, it would be. I imagine it'd be relatively tough as well.
But
go ahead.
No, he says basically. Dinesh D'Souza says that the gates of hell are essentially locked from the inside. So basically, your denial of God God is simply acquiescing in your request. You know. So people who deny God essentially are cutting themselves off from God. So they're making a choice to essentially go to hell, basically.
Yeah. Well,
You know what I mean?
I understand. I I understand the theology. Yes. Um, from my point of view on hell, well, one way to put it is sticks and stones may break my bones, but whips and chains excite me. Uh, it
Wow.
doesn't take much to
But the thing is, Nadia, I heard that hell is essentially you can still get the action, but without the pleasure. There's no pleasure in hell. You can do it as much as you want, but there will be no pleasure, which I think is when you rob it of any flavor. It's like eating ice cream with no flavor, you know?
I have almost no sense of taste or smell. People suspect Kalman syndrome, but it's not truly confirmed. Uh, in the meantime, well, I think all really would have to happen is a continuation or maybe exaggeration or of what's already happening now. What's been happening for the past, well, almost 40 years.
What would it take, Nadia? What would it take for you to turn a new leaf, so to speak?
Turning a new leaf, I don't entirely understand. In quite some number of ways. Well, let me start with both physically and, you know, I guess mentally, you'd say. Um, I emerged from what are essentially my earliest memories, with pretty much the same kinds of moral, epistemological, and so on precepts that I've had all my life. Um, within only a couple of years of the onset of my earliest memories, I physically at least resembled what I did all my life until, well, 2 years ago when my thyroid died. And the idea of, I don't know, some kind of radical change of myself, to the extent that's even a well-defined concept, is
Here, let me
well,
ask you
difficult
this.
for
Let me
me to
ask you
grasp.
this.
Go ahead.
Okay. Have you ever done? Well, have you ever tried like any illicit substance like ecstasy, like medical grade ecstasy, MDMA?
Not those, but I tried like back like 20 plus years ago. I tried like LSD.
Have you ever had like a
So on.
spiritual experience, or what felt like a spiritual experience?
Sorry, a cigarette just kind of fell on me.
It's okay.
I'm trying to find it. Okay. I have not had what I would call a spiritual experience.
You know what I mean? Like when you try something like ecstasy, where your pupils get really, really dilated, and you feel like I don't know how to put a finger on it, but you feel almost what Jesus must have felt like on a regular basis. I mean, that's wrong for me to say that, but I mean, you know, when I tried ecstasy for the first time, man, I was like, wow, you know, couldn't believe that I could feel this way, you know, and in many ways, I think it actually helped with me just kind of like thinking outside the box, you know.
Yeah.
Do you think that
Well, it may be from a different direction or whatever, but while the drugs weren't a factor, um, well, what I have gone for are, I guess, what you might call like BDSM.
Yeah, I know what that is. But that's more of a physical activity, right?
Yeah. And in that,
In that
I guess
activity is
go ahead.
you were saying in the activity is how the endorphins are released. Is that what you're saying? That's how you get your
Well,
pleasure from that.
in some respects, yes, but maybe the ones that might be more pertinent are, um, well, St. Andrew's crosses are quite commonly used for, I guess, restraint or alignment or some such to, I guess, receive whippings and such. And
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're not actually. Are you taking anything like something that makes you like more relaxed? Like, are you sober during this time, or are you more relaxed? Would you say?
typically sober, yes. Um, yeah, the street drugs in general are as to the impurities. The drugs themselves, at least if I get them like the prescription forms that I've gotten them at various times, I actually have a fairly high sort of like inherited tolerance to. But when it comes to, oh geez, Bluetooth flap, sorry. When it comes to like the strychnine they cut things with, that makes me extremely sick. I
Yeah.
end up having to like get hauled off by paramedics and
Oh,
go to
that's not
hospital.
good.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my point is, when I was much younger, I experimented a lot, and I don't know how much of that was beneficial, but I can tell you I was able to really experience a side of myself that I never thought was possible. And I just began asking all kinds of questions, and I haven't ever stopped really. I thought it would have been just a phase, but obviously it wasn't. But I enjoy asking questions, and I try to go the route that best explains it, right? So I'm always open for a better explanation, but I find that God has a sufficient explanatory power for what it's worth.
Yeah, that sort of question never really nagged at me that much, or you know, when it came down to it, it was almost like I was never raised, and even though maybe people are trying to explicitly do so, it still doesn't feel like you know there's that much of a question in my own mind, and I think that's okay. I think maybe there is a way that like people can have something like a fervent belief where they meet their challenges to their beliefs with you know something of a fight. And
Does it have to be true?
what is it? What is that?
Doesn't it have to be true what people believe?
Well, we think it. Well, almost all of us think that it's kind of more virtuous for it to be true, and in a number of respects, just to, have better accuracy so that we, more appropriately and effectively respond to the world around us. We benefit ourselves by having that, but in a fairly loosely defined way, I think it doesn't necessarily have to be. Go ahead.
Hey, do you know when Epicurus left? Because I was going to try and talk to him again, but didn't get a chance. How often do you speak with him?
Well, for the past maybe 4 or 5 days, I think.
He's been coming on?
I think daily or so, but when it's daily, he only has maybe a set time during the day. And
you're good neutral territory, Nadia.
I'm sorry?
I said you're good neutral territory.
Well, thank you.
The only thing is, like, I don't want to offend you. Sometimes, like, I know that I'm on your channel, so I try to watch what I say. I know it doesn't always come out right, but I'm a bit more belligerent. I think I was a bit more belligerent on another channel. But anyways, feels good though to yell at some atheists.
Well, it's not about, just, I don't know, some kind of letter of the law or whatever. But, building up a relationship and understanding each other, and, toward that end, we all doubtless, sorry?
What do you presuppose? Do you presuppose logic? The existence of logic? What do you presuppose?
I would have to presuppose something antecedent to, I guess, logic at the level you think of it. I think I would presuppose some form of reason and rationality that's more inchoate, because logic is a particular sort of framework or tool.
Right, but it doesn't cause anything.
Go ahead.
You're right. It's a tool, but it doesn't cause anything, right? So in addition to you presuppose logic. What else do you presuppose in addition to logic? As an atheist,
I don't think it's accurate to say that it doesn't cause anything. As an intermediate step in our reasoning and decision making, it does serve as a form of cause, and the same way that a belief that I don't know, maybe the president is right, or
but you know what I mean by cause, right?
Go ahead.
You know what I mean by when I say cause, I mean like the unmoved mover. It requires something that gives it a push. You need to get a push, like you need to get from A to B to C to D, right? So how do you start with A? You need an unmoved mover. So logic by itself isn't sufficient. I mean, you can presuppose logic, but then logic doesn't cause anything. So you need to so for example, the Big Bang. I would agree that logic existed, irrespective of space and time, and it's not dependent on space and time, and it existed, right? It exists. So at the Big Bang, you have this. Now you're introducing materials into this space-time continuum. So logic by itself doesn't cause anything, right? It's an abstract.
Right, and
So only minds cause things to happen.
well, I would say it doesn't follow. But even so, the abstract object is something that everyone is pointing out as problematic for quite some number of mind, body, and other beliefs. And he also brought up what he called Platonism with a small p, which involves, I guess, a form of essentialism. But moving on, where I think this idea about logic ends up falling down is that a relatively trivial level.
Okay.
You know, when I say trivial, it's not like the way it ends up meaning is that maybe you have an idea that's valid, but you just need to change a few terms around to have it apply to the real situation. And so, in the sense of logic, a particular logic has some kind of applicability or variability and so on to it that, when we use these things as kind of abstract concepts to formalize reasoning about things, you can have deductive logic for certain kinds of mathematics.
Right, but mathematics is based on logic, right?
Not entirely, because mathematical logic is a field of mathematics is antecedent to logic, but still, you have that much. You also have, say, empirical reasoning based on, Bayesian inference and probabilistic logic, and those can be relatively different ways of reasoning, at least from the pure mathematical forms. Sorry, the ones that the forms of logic that typically inform pure mathematics, like abstract algebra or analysis, that end up giving you sorry.
No, it's all right.
Well, sort of multiple valid ways of reasoning, not just that there's one reasoning is valid and another is valid, but that they are both applicable.
Okay, let me ask you this, Nadia.
They're both applicable simultaneously, just to different fields, right? So you have one field where one logic applies and another field where another, but there are higher principles in a way than those of what we would call concrete logic.
Right, exactly. You can't even begin to argue without them, right?
Well, it's a little bit worse than that, because the expressions of our reason are essentially reliant on that middle layer of the concrete logic, where, the hope that you seem to be shooting for is kind of a direct connection to the logic. But the good news for you is that direct connection isn't necessary, right? Mm-hmm. When you have when you have the higher principle of, you know, the meta logic, the you know, study of what logics are altogether, you can actually pretty much get all your presuppositional things back from it, right? So you say that now the part you lose from that is that they're not very readily codifiable.
What do you mean?
Well, if you're trying to say, okay, we need to back up a step of abstraction from things like law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and so on, you take your step back from that, and you don't have an easy list of principles to give, right? So that's where the loss is. But the gain is that it pretty much, well, quote unquote, defeats the ideas of these alternative logics, which are particularly compelling because they more accurately represent the kind of reasoning that humans actually do. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, so do you think that these laws are dependent on human minds for their existence, or do they exist, irrespective of human minds?
Well, I think they are largely a product of human minds. We are ultimately trying to model and represent, natural phenomena in the universe. Be they
Okay, but we discovered them, or did they, or did we? So did we like discover these laws, or did we just codify them and just made them up, or? Yeah, we obviously discovered them and then codified them, but we didn't just decide one day what logic would be. Because then you're saying that logic can change based on people's perceptions of logic?
Well, they're more like machines, right?
Sorry, what's like a machine?
These logics and such, right? Yeah, they're inventions, they're unique insights, they make the world better and such when we, have them to use, but, I mean, they're also, the product of human mind. And cutting kind of both directions on the other point you were trying to bring into this was that when to the extent they are arbitrary or I'm using Beckles vocabulary. Sorry.
It's okay. I actually have another question.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Okay, you're a programmer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's awesome. Awesome. Okay, so what if I took because I'm familiar with programming as well. But let's say I took your code, right, and you showed it to me, and you turned around for a few minutes, and while you were turned around, I smashed the keyboard and hit a few keys. What would happen if you tried to run the program?
Well, we'd probably end up trying to get it off Git, but kinds of programs I usually write are low-level operating system code. Well, okay, not that low level, but
yeah, but still, if I were to introduce some character symbols and stuff in there, I don't think your code would like it too much.
Well, okay, if you're looking at the code and you fill with characters like that,
yeah,
it's probably not going to compile.
Exactly. Exactly. So.
Yeah, the CL goes to machine code, so.
So
and
I
the
mean,
assembly does likewise. So.
do you know what irreducible complexity is?
I know and understand the concept, but
So
I probably
even
differ radically on some of your ideas about it. Go ahead.
well, I mean, even at its most basic level, it's still very complex, right? So I guess what people, I mean, during Darwin's day, they thought it was just a gradual build-up, like it snowballed into life. But really, now that we know how complex the cell is, you can only bring it down to its bare minimum. There's only so far you can go before it stops functioning, right? So at the very least, you need to have long series of code, um, linear code, right? So I mean, that's the part that really gets me is how does that happen with just water, heat, and whatever else? I don't know, even radiation. I mean, how do you get that?
Well,
Would you agree that it would need an
it may be.
intelligent
I'm
process?
sorry.
You would agree that it would require some type of intelligence, or do you think that it just happened by accident, magically?
Neither description applies. It's absolutely not an accident. First off, and it furthermore doesn't require any intelligence.
Wow.
What we actually end up seeing is that we kind of are hoping for some kind of new invention, some kind of grand divergence, and so on. But what we actually end up observing is that quote unquote nature or evolution or whatever you want to call it is constrained. It is working with the same old legacy code, if you want to call it that, or otherwise saddled with the inferior aspects from long ago and so on, and kind of having these gradual drifts out of it. And
Hold on, so you think that
we
we're going
see,
to figure this out someday, or?
I'm not sure how much there is to figure out. I mean, to the extent there is a sort of cognitive or really what you would call like true problem solving, so to speak.
Mhm.
I think in some respects these a number of these evolutionary issues, at least as we're thinking of them, are probably destined for just never having the access to the information because the fossil record only has so much, right?
Yeah, well, let me ask you this about the fossil record. Are you kind of disappointed that there isn't that missing link, that we can't find that missing link in the fossil record, given the fact that evolution takes so long? You think there'd be some evidence of something linking, with just to show the transition. If you see the fossils at Xinjiang and what was the other place? Xinjiang and a place in Canada. Anyways, it shows the Cambrian explosion.
Mhm. Yeah, I know. Yeah. K100 thinking of, but yeah, the main thing there is I don't think it's that dire of an issue. I think even before any kind of resolution, you can kind of arrive at well-justified conclusion, and
Hey, Nadia.
sorry. Go ahead.
Don't you think it's odd though? I mean, you have plant life, and then you have animal life, and then you have the animals that are sustained by the plants and each other, and you have this ecosystem, and then you have God only knows how many species, and then on top of that you have this human species, which is very. I mean, we operate very differently, and we have a conscious um, and we behave like gods essentially. I mean, just seeing that, the fact that we wear clothes, we make music, we appreciate art, we have discussions like this. I mean, that's so profound.
In a way, but in another way, I think it's kind of a product of circumstance. I think if, say, I don't know, 65 million years ago, the asteroid had never hit. Reptiles would have been the dominant affair on Earth, and it would be maybe that general.
I mean, but hold on a second.
Go ahead.
So would you agree the universe is 13.5 billion years old?
Somewhere around there. I probably have to look up the estimates on ages ago.
Okay, give or take a few billion, but point is it's 13.5 billion, and yet here you are. So you're a spit in time, Nadia. You might as well not even exist. Think about it, 13.5 billion years, and here you are. You're a spit in time. You might as well not even exist, and yet you exist.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you get around? How do you get your mind around that? I mean, you basically have a winning. You're sitting on a winning lottery ticket. Look how lucky you are to be here. How could you not believe in God, man?
I certainly don't see it that way.
I know, but I mean, you're so fortunate. You're so how convenient that you can just say that. You're sitting here telling me this. I mean, you might as well not even exist. And I'm glad you exist. I'm just saying, like, wow. I mean, you exist. You actually exist. I'm talking to you. And you're probably like, aren't you happy you're in the 21st century where you can make conversations with people and eat crackers?
Well,
I mean, you're not going to offer me any, by the way? It's kind of rude.
Oh, if I could, I would, but.
Well, can you put it close to the camera so I can get a better look? I mean, oh, it's a Pop-Tart. Yummy. I think I'm going to go to Mr. Sub now.
Yeah.
But now it's getting late though, Nadia, but I really enjoy talking to you.
Absolutely, and I enjoy talking with you. I
Cheers.
hope to see you on more soon.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for sure.
I'll be sure to start something up.
All
Cheers.
right, my love. Bye-bye.
Rest easy. I could have gotten further into various city issues, but even so. I wonder if, are you still with me, AJ? Probably not. I hope, though, I get to talk to you soon. I wish I could. I think we have quite a bit to talk together. I think, I've had experiences I can relate to. Okay. Hopefully Xbox will see this, but I doubt it. I'm sorry. Chia Bankapur. What the hell is that? Add your photo to Super Salvador, a special bilingual edition of Cavatia. Or Caratia, okay. And Benny the Gangster. Nephilim free. Hang out with Daisies. 11:33. Well, I'll try it. Hi to you viewers. I only wish I could keep you entertained, but my abilities are limited. That and I look like a guy. Even so, we'll find out. Now, when the smoke clears, how does this work? Um, uh, if I can slow Russ down a bit, you said your Trinity makes predication possible. Can you explain what you mean by predication and maybe how its possibility factors into all this? Well, could you describe predication? I know of it from formal mathematical logic, but the concept may be different elsewhere. If you could maybe explain that more, clarify the distinction. Yeah. There is a notion within mathematical logic known as predicativity that doesn't appear to correspond to this concept despite the similarity in name. A disembodied mind.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has made his first public appearance in more than a month. North Korean state media showed photos of the reclusive leader touring a new apartment complex in the capital city of Pyongyang. Kim was seen smiling, standing, and walking with a cane.
Well, who knows? Maybe Nephew will get around to me, maybe not. I'll wait for this to get through.
Catholic bishops meeting with Pope Francis are challenging the church to be
Okay, maybe not. Okay, there it is.
The question is part of a Vatican document that 200 bishops are discussing at Vatican City. Expected to change the Catholic Church's condemnation of homosexual acts or its stance against gay marriage, but Vatican observers say it represents a stunning shift in how the Church wants to be seen. Last July, he told reporters he would not judge gay people generally seeking God. With him becoming gay, the Pope's son differs from his predecessor, Pope Benedict, who as a cardinal once referred to gays as intrinsically disordered. Respectful towards unmarried couples living together and divorced couples. It will be discussed during the meeting's second and final week. A final draft will then be presented. I was honored to help you with the Star Wrestling case, and I'd be honored to help you too. Call me 47888-8000. If I ever would not say yes, I'll definitely be calling attorney Dan. Do you wish you had more money to enjoy life? If you're over 70 and have a life insurance policy you no longer need, did you know that GWGY, they want to purchase it? Call the number on The damage stretches from Illinois south to Louisiana and east to Florida. 10 tornadoes were reported. Here's David Beckman.
A tornado with winds up to 125 miles per hour touched down near Ashdown in southwest Arkansas. The EF2 twister obliterated this home where Freddie Harrington's nephew, Charles Whitman, lived with his family. Whitman was killed. His wife and 3 children injured. My house was broken. This is a very fine family. The tornado was in southern Arkansas. No one was injured after the store collapsed. But severe weather destroyed Michelle Williams' home, barn, and cars. Tens of thousands of people in several southern and Midwest states are without power. The National Weather Service is forecasting 21 million people could be in the path of heavy rain, damaging winds, and possible tornadoes. In Illinois, strong winds snap trees and damage several homes, ripping off roofs.
Just very traumatic to walk up and see like the back of your house pretty much demolished.
Flooding in Mississippi and Texas, and the rainy weather forced to postpone Game 3 of baseball's American League Championship Series in Kansas City. David Beckman for CBS News.
A Dallas-bound American Airlines flight made an emergency landing after it left San Francisco yesterday. One passenger said he felt the Boeing 757 stayed violently shortly after takeoff, and wall panels collapsed inside the cabin. And an Ebola scare report. This Emirates flight at Boston's Logan International Airport. HAZMAT teams evaluated passengers when it arrived from Dubai after 5 showed flu-like symptoms, but not potential Africa. The Dallas nurse who caught Ebola from the blood plasma officer Fiber and how David helped kill her. 26-year-old Nina was part of the team that treated Thomas Duncan, who died from the disease. She wore protective gear, but the CDC says there was some breach in protocol that exposed her. Dr. Duncan about that protocol.
Here's a one step. As you are moving down, peel off the only touching the inside of the so the hospital staff and down properly trained. The National Institutes of Health, and thousands of training hospital workers. How long does it take for the workers to get it? It takes a while. It takes a while. It takes a couple of weeks. So it's not going to happen like, okay, we'll do it once. In Dallas, we thought the protocol would make sense, but the training, frankly, the training was the truth of the pudding. The training was not adequate. It was not adequate. The training was not adequate. We've got to make sure the training is adequate so that if a patient comes in to a hospital and that hospital is taking care of the patient, that it isn't passive instruction. Read this, and that it's active instruction. There are a lot of nurses, a lot of health therapists who are really quick. Exactly, and that's the reason why the training needs to be ratcheted up in a very proactive way. Do you think it's going to be done? Do you think it's going to be done? It is being done. But saying it's so and making it so are two separate things. Right now, there's a team now, a CDC team in Dallas that's on site now monitoring things to make sure that that training really gets done. There are currently 4 centers in the United States where staff are specially trained on how to handle diseases like Ebola that successfully treated 5 patients. Dr. Fauci said the government is considering using them for future victims, but has to resolve issues such as how to transport patients without spreading the infection. Dr. John McCoy, CBS News, Washington.
President Obama meets with defense ministers from nearly 2 dozen countries today at Andrews Air Force Base about the fight against ISIS. The U.S.-led coalition is striking ISIS targets by air, including here in the Syrian border town of Kobani, where fighting rages this morning between ISIS and Kurdish fighters defending the city. Elizabeth Palmer met an Iraqi general who is fighting the ground war. U.S. Humvees on patrol in a landscape that's hot, hostile, and dangerous. But it's 2014. Now the soldiers here are Iraqi, and the enemy calls itself ISIS. General Jabal says the militants are local men who have a huge advantage over the history of the country. They are very big with people in their area. It's a bad time for the Iraqi military. Every soldier here knows the army's being routed by us time and again. But General Daba is one of the select-based commanders the U.S. and the Iraqi governments hope will turn things around. He studied at the U.S. Army War College in Pennsylvania, and he's learned a thing or two about morale and climate. They all have to stay close to the local people who know better than anyone who's spending IEDs or hiding guns. The strategy is working. After months of heavy fighting, Iraqi forces south of Baghdad managed to push ISIS out. But only with backup from U.S. airstrikes 3 weeks ago, which forced the military to retreat over the bridge, rolling up behind them. Now they trade pop-tarts with the Iraqi forces left on the ground. But no one here is relaxed. General Jabbar was men, they have taken this ground. Now they have to hold. From elsewhere in Iraq, there was more bad news for the military, though. The army living on a peak about 90 miles west of the capital had been under attack by ISIS. They decided to abandon their base and withdraw. Elizabeth Palmer, CBS News. And this is CBS News after the news. Mornings can come way too early. Mornings stay busy. But mornings don't have to be happy. Your morning will go on. Hey, that's right here. At 247, it's really the messy for your evening ahead. They truly add some time. They're the reason of the local reporting. You can't get anywhere else. All from the morning news feed everyone is talking about. So wake up, turn it up, and get on with your day. Because you're prepared for whatever it brings. The Local 6 Morning News. Original local reporting. Recently, one of my sons got married. Sitting there remembering ball games, vacations, and family time for past such a time. And then I thought of future. What did it hold for my little boy down the road in Park? And Morgan much of what we do is try to put people back together so they can be trusted by actual or unforeseen and unpaid first one. It's our family's life's work. Here's your future and the Mac and Cash. Morgan. How can the reason have? If they're healthy captain, family inside, people will be viewpoint. How close is the real themselves? If you're confident, how really believe some of you arrive around the corner. They see major things that will take place in your life. After all, this could be the day God turns you all around. This could be the day everything changes. There is no confirmed cure for Ebola, but some online companies are advertising products with bogus claims that they can prevent and cure the virus. Alison Conlon reports. Search the internet and you'll find several sites promoting supplements to treat the deadly Ebola virus. Any kind of new health scare, we often see companies pop up online that try to take advantage of consumers. The Federal Trade Commission is sending warnings to sites that claim their products can treat Ebola, including a company called the Natural Solutions Foundation. And the cure and prevention for Ebola is the Foundation's medical director, Dr. Rima Labo, says a product called NanoSilver can fight off several viruses, including Ebola. NanoSilver, 10 parts per million, will inactivate the Ebola virus. The government sent a warning letter to the Natural Solutions Foundation telling the company that claims are a violation of federal drug marketing laws. There are no FDA-approved vaccines or products that you can buy online for that to treat Ebola. Officials have been Ruminations Foundation say although they strongly disagree with it, block the government's concerns. The company's to its website, be part of video common disclaimer that says nanosilver is not FDA approved. To follow the government is now targeting other companies. Authorities say those who continue to make false health claims could face fines and other criminal action. Alice Marlin for CBS News, New York. Nearly 20 with addiction, whether it's alcohol or CBSNews.com has devoted a special of addiction and recovery. It's called People are encouraged to avoid sections advice and inspiration from reading CBSNews.com help edit other specialist and TV host Dr.
There's no such thing as a good substance and a bad substance. It's not like alcohol is good and cannabis is bad. Cancer, alcohol, tobacco is worse than alcohol. Look at pancreatic cancer. So it's the concept that humans have with chemicals. It's just a biological concept. I mean, it's just
Now we are just more than halfway through this season. What are you hoping that people get out of this? Say we do. I've been reading online, and there are a lot of people that feel and it's actually crazy. I mean, the addiction, although through the entire why we can choose that. It's an actual brain disease. We're actually undertaking this. What people can get from this 14 days. What we wanted to do with the 14 days is challenge people by urban acceptance to have an experience of whatever drug alcohol, for example, a week, to learn more about addiction and staying better. So for me, it's been really good, and also it's like challenging moments. And so I think of life is based around until you actually get out of it. Now, some of the stress management techniques and something called tapping that you will explain. One of the hallmarks of substance wanting to de-stress. So what we did is we went out to this time square, we did tapping, the roots are based in acupuncture and other behavioral therapy too, tapping on points in your body, and you're getting certain to activate the relaxation response. Okay, tell me a little bit more about Dr. Beasley. Well, Dr. Beasley and not a moral issue. If it is a real problem, it's a disease, seek help, seek treatment, and go get that help that you need. And also the family and you can help remember by also educating yourself and getting the support that you need to treat yourself. A large percent of the population is touched by this relative or friend. Absolutely. This person, obviously, who has this very tired family, very tired social circle, behavioral disorder, even start acting criminal behaviors, and not in fact, everyone is touched by this. Hard substances, drugs, alcohol. Somebody wants to give up, chocolate, plan work for that. They don't want that. There's a lot of support in your times to be transferred to other things, for people to get healthier. Here, if you want to challenge yourself, this is easy for you. Stopping drinking for 14 days.
For 25 years. Probably used about the
Like the vampire they kill off with dark showers. Nary a drop of the red that leaking. Today, the vampire and zombie show crazy happen all blood, guilt, and death. It's blood and gore everywhere on TV today. When did we start? It's a natural progression. As editor at Fox and entertainment, he himself once had a great fortune. To be a zombie on the walking you watch cable TV restrictions and gruesome blood and gore. Absolutely. Television is tough. As soon as you have one or two shows that are doing something very well, I haven't seen this on television. Top Masters, the truth lies. And the 7-year run on HBO is awesome. Well, let me demonstrate we won't show you the bloody result this kind of way. Masters says technology is more accessible to television. Create things faster and better. Shows about zombies, they also have the Halloween. This gathering of zombies world record over the weekend. 58 people showed up for a zombie. Organizers say this named it the largest ever with the best of zombies. This is up to me. Evaluated passengers when it arrived from the flu-like symptoms, but not the Dallas nurse with Occupola from the patient responded that the blood plasma of the survivor 26-year-old Nina treated Thomas Duncan, who died from the pandemic. He wore protective gear, but the CDC said protocol that exposed her.
Here's just one step. As you are removing the gown, peel off the only touching the inside. So the hospital staff is now properly trained. He sat down with Dr. National Institute of Health hospital workers. How long does it take? It takes a while. So it's not going to happen like a big balance report with the protocol will get set. Frankly, the training was not adequate. It was not adequate. The training was adequate. So that if a patient goes to a hospital and that hospital is taking it isn't passive instruction. It's active instruction. Exactly. That's the reason training needs to be ratcheted up in a very it is not being done. It is being done. A CDC team in Dallas now monitoring that training really gets done. There are nurses in the United States where staff are specially trained like Ebola. They're successfully treated by Dr. Murphy said the government is considering new resolve issues such as how to transport Dr. John from CBS News.
President Obama meets with defense ministers from countries today at Athens Air Force Base about the The U.S.-led coalition is striking ISIS, including here in the Syrian border town of wages this morning between ISIS and Elizabeth Palmer met an Iraqi U.S. Humvees on top hostile 2014. Now the soldiers and the enemy calls itself General Jabbar are working men who have a time for the Iraqi military. And these they know the army's being loudly but General Jabbar is the U.S. and the Iraqi government. He studied at the U.S. and he learned a thing or two about stay close to the local people and IEDs or the strategy is after months of heavy fighting, Iraqi forces push ISIS out. U.S. Air Force 3 weeks ago, which forced the military to go for the bridge, blowing it up. Trade hot shots with the Iraqi forces. But no one here. General Jabbar and his men, they have taken this. Now, they have to hold. There was more badness in the military. The army making a kind of peace about 9 months ago. Kashmir were attacked by ISIS.
millions of money from people like you have given early these life-saving treatments. Oh, you're not your life today. You're not feeling that we're wrong. Well, because of you. And cost of it is what we they can be part of never talk. Well, it's 63 cents a day from caring people like you brings this hope to own and thousands of children every year. That's a rich year schedule for your Christmas break or vacation. Almost 2 to 3 times a year. And so you sponsor just $19 a month. It ensures all the care they need. Give today and you'll receive this. And thank you for helping Owen and other children. Owen's battle is ongoing. Our journey is ongoing. Without your support, the care that will be possible. Without sharing responsibilities for children, please call or go online. Your love to the rescue. On any given day, anything can happen. This is your hope. Yes, this one. Weekdays. They all affect you one way or another. We all say this isn't fair, isn't honest. People know. Police arrested more than 50 protesters in Missouri Monday. It was the 4th day of this shooting in Michael Brown by a white police officer. Demonstrators marched on police headquarters and Brown City Hall. Protesters also targeted a to crash a political fundraiser in New York City. The shooting at Michael Brown on the problems of Ferguson, Missouri, but changed after the press and politicians left town. Vladimir Putin reports. As thousands gathered in the streets near around the counties to think about what happens here. A week before the protest, we went to see Marcel, 24-year-old Frankie Edwards at home. The Liverpool died, then he got AIDS that Edwards from up here and says he's trying to spread the word. In the aftermath of there were a lot of political figures that came first. Those people helped take them back to our government. People were their best or had a bad. Nearly half black men Frankie's age. For the city's black males overall, is the most. 4 times the national average. And in this county, where 70% of the residents are black, 5 out of 6 council members are white. Rita Days is the director of elections. If we count people truly want to get involved, and then just continue to stay with us. 4% of Ferguson's eligible voters participated in the last election, and only 4.5% of eligible new voters was Michael Brown's kid. You might make some wonder, is this the sound of a new movement for change? More. Just more. Vladimir Putin, CBS News, Ferguson, Missouri. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has made his first public appearance in more than a month. North Korean state media for the reclusive leader touring a new apartment complex in the city of Pyongyang. Kim was seen smiling, staring, with a cane. The photo op may have been staged to stop speculation about himself or a political crisis. Pope Francis made news last year when he said that he would not want people to speak God. And now everybody document makes it look like a dramatic shift in how the church treats homosexuals. Alfonso Van Mark reports.
Catholic bishops meeting with Pope Francis are challenging the church to be more accepting of gays and same-sex couples. The U.S. Archbishop says homosexuals have gifts and qualities to offer the Christian community. He asks, are we capable of loving these people without compromising Catholic doctrine? The question is part of a Vatican document that 200 bishops are discussing. The document is not expected to change the condemnation of homosexual acts or its stance against gay men, but Vatican observers say it represents a stunning shift. The church wants to be seen.
By accepting the common place discussions in the lives of people, even if they're not living exactly how the church pictures, that is a huge step forward.
Pope Francis called the issues. Last July, he told reporters he would not were genuinely seeking God. Which can have a pretty big some difference with his predecessor, Pope Benedict, who, as a cardinal, referred to gays as intrinsically disordered. The church would be more respectful towards unmarried couples than divorced Catholics. This paper will be discussed in the second and final week. A final draft will be released. Alfonso Van March, CBS.
And this is up to the minute.
Mornings can come way too early. Mornings stay busy, but mornings don't have to be happy. They're not going to be all hey, that's right here. You got 247 that's make sure you add some time. I can't get anywhere else. All from the what you're talking about. So wake up, turn it up, and get on with your day. Because you're prepared for whatever it brings. The Local 6 Morning News. Original, local opinion. And operations. I was seriously injured. Shutting down Bill's office. It was my honor to help Tim, and I'd be honored to help you too. Dad worked hard for me. I'm really thankful for that. Football fans like me, clearly, I'm a football fan. I'm going to be with the new ultimate beach pizza. A lot of for 12 brothers. But he's more. I love the dance. That's something that I haven't done in my family. I was pretty good at 18 before my doctor told me that secondhand smoke at work asthma attacks, infection, and lung damage. And I never smoked. Seven seconds. Yeah. You can always find things around the house you don't need. Exactly. But I have a bigger reason to get to it. It's my job, and 50 years supporting my family. A lot of people don't know good work and help you find a job. But that's what they get to me. I've had this job for 7 years, and I love going to work. You know how they say food don't change his life? That is true. You're the one who needs your donations now.
Visit a Morgan & Morgan. Xarelto, a blood-thinning drug used to prevent blood clots and strokes in people living a regular life. Unfortunately, many Xarelto users have developed internal bleeding resulting in severe injury or death. The dangerous effects of Xarelto cannot be reversed by simply giving another medication. If you suffer complications while taking Xarelto, call Morgan & Morgan or visit us online at woundedpeople.com.
The head of the Centers for Disease Control says it's time to rethink ways to control Ebola after it emerged he treated a man who died from the virus that could infect himself.
We need to consider the possibility that there could be additional cases. That sounded like you're in
A jam-packed jetliner makes an emergency landing when it seemingly starts to come apart in midair. And the school bus driver is charged with DUI after allegedly taking dozens of children on a terrifying ride along a busy stretch of highway. This is the CBS Morning News for Tuesday, October 15, 2014. Good morning, I'm Susan McGinnis-King for Amarillo Noon. The Centers for Disease Control is rethinking its procedures for controlling Ebola. Nina Pham, the Dallas nurse infected while treating a sick patient, is in stable condition. Records indicate she repeatedly visited Thomas Duncan's room while he was dying of the virus. Pham received a blood transfusion from Dr. Keith Randall, who survived the virus. The World Health Organization calls the outbreak the most severe health emergency in modern times. Chris Van Cleve is in Washington with more. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Susan. That Dallas nurse is now a patient in the same hospital where she likely contracted Ebola. This, as the head of the CDC says, it's now necessary for U.S. healthcare workers to rethink and review the procedures they're using to treat somebody with the virus. And now a person has received plasma to fight Ebola in the blood of American doctor Kent Franklin, who recovered from the disease. 26-year-old Nina Pham became the first person to contract Ebola in the United States while she cared for Thomas Eric Duncan, a Liberian man who died last week. So far, it's unknown exactly how Pham contracted the virus. Officials at Texas Health Laboratory Hospital said she wore gloves, a gown, mask, and shield while she treated Duncan. The CDC is investigating but believes that some protocol was breached.
The enemy here is a virus. Ebola. Not a person, a country, a place, not a hospital. It's a virus.
President Obama is urging national security and public health officials to take lessons learned from Pham's case to ramp up the nation's response to fight the virus.
He spent much of the day among the leading senior advisors embarking an international week asking for more assistance to help battle Ebola in West Africa. So far, more than 4,000 people have died from the disease there. Parishioners of Nina Pham's family church prayed for her Monday night.
Her mom said this 2 weeks ago, and that she's okay.
Pham's condition permanently stable.
And we are hearing a UN aid worker who had worked in Liberia has reportedly died at a German hospital.
Susan?
Chris Van Cleve in Washington, Chris. Well, the fear of Ebola spread in Kansas City. A medic who worked on the medical boat off the African coast was in isolation at the University of Kansas Hospital. He had a high fever and his blood tests. And a bus in downtown Los Angeles was evacuated and sequestered after a man wearing a surgical mask told the driver he had Ebola. The passenger got off the bus and disappeared. The survivor is being monitored. Police say the case is likely unfocused. An earthquake off the coast of Central America killed at least one person in El Salvador. This 7.3 magnitude quake hit last night. It was centered off the coast and felt throughout Central America. No major damage to equipment. At least 2 people were killed by severe storm systems swept across a large portion of the central and southern United States. The system stretches from the Louisiana Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. Tornadoes were reported in several states. And this morning, tornado watches remain in effect in Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, and Alabama. Last night, the storm system moved through northern Alabama. One woman was killed when a tree struck her house. In Hamilton, Alabama, a church steeple was struck by lightning and caught fire. David Franklin has more on the dangerous storm.
A tornado with winds up to 125 miles per hour touched down near Ashdown in southwest Arkansas. The EF2 twister obliterated this home, but Frank Harrington's nephew, Charles Whitman, lived with his family. Whitman was killed. His wife and 3 children were injured. My heart was broken. This was a very fine family. The tornado was 1.2 and struck the Arkansas. No one was injured after the store collapsed. But severe weather destroyed Michelle Williams' home, barn, and cars. Tens of thousands of people in thousands of homes and restaurants.
Passengers on board an American Airlines flight that had to make an emergency landing in San Francisco say they were terrified. Flight 2293 was headed from San Francisco to Dallas yesterday afternoon, and it had to turn around. Shortly after takeoff, there was a loud popping sound. Turns out the 757's interior walls were coming.
All the interior walls were insulated. Besides the aircraft in the same model, both stars. So it was terrifying there. So I was very well shocked for the flight crew picked up and what to do.
The airport says they may have been covered with a blown air gun. There were 184 passengers and 6 crew members on board. No one was hit. There were more protests Monday over the death of Michael Brown in Missouri. Demonstrators gathered outside the Edward Jones Dome last night in St. Louis while the Rams played the San Francisco 49ers. And there were earlier protests in Ferguson, Missouri. Robin Smith of our St. Louis affiliate gave a quick video.
Many demonstrators took their protest to an area which separates the police and fire departments in Ferguson. They demonstrated for hours in the rain. Ruminations say the overall message was to support the community, continue their non-violent protest, and it wasn't at first viewed as offensive and restrained. Many came from across the nation to be there. Some religious leaders demonstrated and have encouraged asking police to arrest them. Organizers call this moral payback and say this action is important.
They asked them for waking up and knowing that every 48 hours one of my black brothers or my black sisters will be killed. Black lives matter. And it means that people don't want that out working that thing is killed.
That was KMLP's Robin Smith reporting there were more than 50 arrests made at protests in Missouri on Monday.
Coming up on the morning news, changes in the church. The Vatican signals a shift in tone for homosexuality and divorce. But first, North Korea's leader makes his first public appearance after vows of silent for peace. This is the CBS News. That is our usual free offering. So I'm Sama Anna. She said I have a key. What's a big deal? I type of carnal flags and information. This is what we're doing. These artificial placements are temporary, but you need prescription treatment. The sexes that respond from emotion. With continued use, twice a day, every day, these basic cups increase your natural ability to produce tears. With your use by In Hong Kong, police are moving against pro-democracy protesters today. Officers took down bamboo barriers that had been erected by demonstrators. The barriers were put up after an angry mob led by Pakistan tried to storm the barricades. The protesters are demanding a greater say in elections in 2017. The mysterious absence of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is over. After 5 weeks without a public appearance, Kim appeared in state media using a cane. His disappearance had triggered speculation about his health. Photos show the 31-year-old Kim visiting a housing development, but he's not known when the visit took place. A new document presented by Catholic bishops meeting at the Vatican has striking new language about AIDS. Supporters hope it could signal a dramatic shift in church policy, while traditionalists are calling it a betrayal of Pontiff Benedict's.
Catholic bishops meeting with Pope Francis are challenging the church to be more accepting of gays and same-sex couples. This archbishop states homosexuals have gifts and qualities to offer the Christian community. He asks how to be capable of welcoming these people without compromising Catholic doctrine. The question is part of a Vatican document that 200 bishops are discussing at Vatican City. The document is not expected to change the Catholic Church's condemnation of homosexual acts or its stance against gay marriage, but Vatican observers say it represents a stunning shift of the Church wants to be seen.
But the Italian press is present at the launch because the English delegated document of the Pope. That is a huge step forward.
Pope Francis called the meeting of family issues. Last July, he told reporters he would not judge gay people genuinely seeking God. Looking at becoming gay, the Pope's tone differs from his predecessor, Pope Benedict, who as a cardinal referred to gays as intrinsically disordered. The document also asks that the church be more respectful towards unmarried couples living together and divorced Catholics. This paper will be discussed during the meeting's second and final week. A final draft will then be presented to the Pope. Alfonso and March, TSA.
Australia McDonald's mystery meat. The fast food chain takes to social media to clear up rumors about its food. And in sports, Monday night comeback for the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm John Morgan with Morgan & Morgan, and I'm still surprised when a new client asks, is this consultation free? How do we pay you? All of our consultations are free, but we never always need the fee. That's we're successful. It's our way of leveling the playing field against rich corporations and insurance companies. My favorite Bible story, no surprise, David and Goliath. For 25 years, Morgan & Morgan has been here for you. Call us anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Morgan & Morgan, for you. You're looking to sell your car, truck, or motorcycle? At Evolution Auto, get a deal that's fast, fair, and easy. 99% of the time, you'll be a valid certified auto. Evolution Auto, buy your code instead. Sell your car to us, and you don't buy from us.
Here's a look at today's forecast in some cities around the country. The GOP candidate in the New Hampshire congressional race is condemning comments made about her opponent by a fellow Republican. In a blog post, State Representative Steve Loudwood said this about Democratic Congresswoman Annie Custer, quote, does anyone not believe that Congressman Annie Custer is as ugly as sin? That Republican defended sinning. Loudwood goes on to say that Custer will likely lose the election to Republican Mayor Elizabeth Garcia, who Custer clearly distracted. Garcia called Loudwood's comments sexist and has said they have no place in political discourse. Representative Custer has not commented. A school field trip in Utah turned dangerous for students. When they saw the bus driver leaping in and out of traffic, the city authority and KUTV are citing the city of Nadia for a very fast-time video. I don't think they're very good at unarmed county. A Francis Chapel got a field trip on this major school district bus guide 911 for Rosie Colbert.
Witnesses said school bus was traveling very erratically, leaving the lane, cutting people off.
After a couple of close calls, he breaks out. A trooper pulled over the Russian trailer for Rosie Colbert and said he was Coming up after your local news on CBS this morning, the first television interview at the time of cancer patient who was planning to use assisted suicide to take their own life. I'm Susan McGinnis. This is the CBS Morning News. Moms know that no two mountains are the same. That's why there's a Listerine product for every mountain. One to be nipple mountain. One that's hard to reach basic. One that doesn't get mountain happy. Even one question right on the go. With over 100 years of quality, there's a Listerine product for every mountain and mouse. For clear, healthier mountains go beyond vision. Listerine. For your mountain. So you're going to be so bad. Guys, there's the rain. Watch out for green tea. Yeah, no.
That's a location. Y'all need your energy plan this year.
That is more of the amazing sanitation that comes to me to scratch. Part of this script, Arthur and Hughes have something you can't see
you should know. You likely recover 3.5 times more money for your accident case if you're represented by an experienced attorney. So call me now, 407-888-8000. You heard this is vascular disease brought on by smoking. My fingers started to go piece by piece. First it was my left leg. After my left leg, it was my right leg. And so now I'm in double disease all from smoking. My tip to everyone is, don't believe that this can't happen to you because it can. You know how they say your donation to good people flies? Well, it's true. It's true. It's true. Goodwill. Goodwill for you can send you to. My mom goes to. My brother is searching for this. Help my dad find a job. Thousands of people. People like us every year. People like us every year. Your donations to Goodwill do change lives. Please donate today. Good morning, Trevor Reported. It's 6 on this Tuesday morning. I'm telling you, things for fast. First, the police went to Manchester this morning after a teen was shot in the neighbor's own house and then left there for dead. Look, the family of a Ross who was taken killed by Orange County deputies speaking out this morning to say they got 7 minutes to leave their story today with Justin Butler. Pretty nice night for eggs, but such numbers onto the lake. Wow, that's also dead. Tracking big changes today that we watched it very closely. Like that almost same one that brought us severe weather to the mid-sections of the country. It will be a little bit creepier, mainly in the afternoon. After 3 o'clock, we have the risk of strong to severe storms and strong winds that cause damage. Real seas just in time for the drive home. This morning, the good news is the drive to work will be okay weather-wise. We're not going to track rain. Only a 20% chance for a couple showers through the punch hour. The wind time to the outward downpours mainly from the western zones of Africa, but the real push for the heavier downpours after 4 o'clock. We want the 89 report, only 60% cover from showers and storms lasting through tonight, even the very early morning hours tomorrow, and then we clear out and dry out. We'll have some much cooler, drier air blowing in through the day tomorrow after tomorrow night, but we have to get through this afternoon before these storms approach. Out here at this point, we can see temperatures in the 70s and then spots up before Orlando. 32 in north and west, so Cal at 72 and 76 in Richmond, Houston, 80 at Cocoa Beach. Here's the clouds and rain forecast. And I'm going to be showing this throughout the morning, really painting the picture of what to expect for today. Here's the clock at noon. Notice not much in the way of rain. Rain will be indicated by green. Notice the white, more clouds building right indicating a cloud cover. So we're going to see a lot of cloud cover from noon on. There's cool fog. Western zone, beginning to see their showers and thunderstorms. So it could be severe even at that point. And then through 5 o'clock drive time, there's that line of showers and storms well ahead of the front. Pushing on in. Now, it's not really cooling at that point. We're just talking about rain being here as well as the storms that we're going to look at. Really firing up even through 7 o'clock tonight over to Volusia County, approaching the Large County, and continuing out to sea after that. So late tonight, we'll be tracking more energy coming in just ahead of that front, and then it's out here by tomorrow, certainly in the afternoon tomorrow. Today, we look up to upper these areas, 90 Eagles, 89, Montana, 87 at Cocoa Beach. We have a couple of nights high for severe weather. Let's take a look through it with Julie Rocket right now. Julie, what's going on out there?
Good morning, so it's not so good as we start out on Tuesday. We're going to have a great day so far. We are dealing with some areas of construction that will cause some delays. We'll head over into the Large County for you first. Construction on West Left Picture Locker Road. 120 to 13 east to right side. High-speed maintenance is slowed down in that area. Also construction on I-95. As you take a look outside of I-95 into the road area, so there's not any major delays out there. The drive times, yeah,
WKNT. Local 6 News starts right now.
A 15-year-old shot in his own home. The big question is wondering about exactly what happened and why.
And his lavish home for welcoming warning to the pandemic open, and they now have its 80% booked. But we're going to see some big weather changes in just a matter of hours. It's in the energy, by the way. That's what we're talking about.
And I'm telling you, the region also had this morning new developments in the fight against Ebola. We've got those details in just about 7 minutes. But first, we have some changes, and we're starting with a quiet start this Tuesday morning. You can see there on the right hospital here in high definition. But by the end of the day, touring is warming up. That will change.
That's right. Yeah, so it's a forecast. Yeah, we talked about guys yesterday all morning long. This front brought big storms, a lot of damage, even some deaths. Through parts of the central sections of the U.S. We're talking about Oklahoma, Arkansas, they had to deal with it. Now the southeastern U.S. look at Atlanta, Georgia, on into central and south Georgia today. Even in the next couple of hours, deal with big storms out of this front. It'll take a while for the front actually makes it into central Florida by 3 o'clock on the drive time today. We'll see what that is right in here during the also rest. There's strong to severe storms, a lot of heavy rain in time for the drive home. The good news is this morning, we're starting off quiet, nice and dry, about a little over a 40% chance, 85% represent lots of clouds through the day, and the storm zone of 60% coverage of showers and storms after 3 or 4 o'clock up to 89 degrees. Okay, we'll talk more about the timing, just how strong the storm will be. That's behind us, but the good news is dry and cool air first. Expected to rain this morning in Silver Barge. Good morning, China.
Good morning, Paul. Here's a nice start to our day. We are getting some areas of construction, but we're heading out the next 10 to 15 minutes before running slowdowns on I-4 from P70 westbound between 434 and Lake Erie and down to 50 down where there seems to be construction. So we'll see some backups in that area right now, winds and rain, and also some slow going at times on between Airport Boulevard and I-4. Protecting workers on slow going. And now perhaps
Two little bullets in the hospital after he shot in the head inside of his own house.
But this morning, exactly what happened and remains a mystery. The shooting happened late last night at a home on Castle Oak Avenue, that is just north of Silver Star Road. Eric Rickville is there live this morning. Eric, the deputies have been there for hours, or has been there, and they're not trying to flush us. But this shooting something happened at the building home. That's the focus of this investigation was for late last night traffic. This phone right here. At this point, all we know is the team stated in critical condition. Investigators have not been forthcoming with any other information about what happened here. It was 7:40 last night when we know at least one shot was fired inside this home, hitting a 15-year-old teen. Investigators say he was shot on the right side of his head and was rushed to Orlando Regional Medical Center in critical condition. Walking on the scene last night, deputies spent a lot of time comforting a little boy. He saw them get him toys throughout the night. But investigators won't say if he saw the shooting happen or saw the victim and his injuries afterwards. Deputies spent hours both inside and outside the home collecting evidence, but aren't saying anything about possible suspects. Now, we talked to the sheriff's office again overnight, and they told they could not tell me any more information about what happened here. But I think this is going to pull the detective back in, dropping the name of the uniform in the show. All right, we'll be checking in with you after we're on this live. Happening right now, deputies in Marion County are trying to figure out who shot and killed a man outside of his apartment. The victim was found late last night inside a car parked in the trailer by the apartment. That's not County Road 475A east of I-75. The neighbors reported hearing what they call popping noises outside. That is when someone found that man. The car is now being moved out for possible evidence. Also, developing this morning, a breaking family with some very tough questions for the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
His parents simply won't allow him that he could have been killed this mother of 2. She was in one of the was responding to a call without his lights and sirens on. We brought you stories for the news yesterday when this all happened. This was along Fort Bridgeville, their old west trail. Our program was live at that scene all morning long yesterday. He's back out there this morning. It's a lot quieter out there today, but he knows a lot more about exactly what happened and also about his victim. Explain, please.
David, we got a hold of the sheriff's office vehicle operations
where 85 million today would not endure fire. The percentage is at 20% of those being natural activity. Goes up to 60% mainly activity at fire. We'll talk more about the timing and what you can expect behind those flames. Good news with that cooler, drier air. All of that will be next. Julie Block is back to the road for you this morning. Julie, what's going on out there?
Good morning, Joel. Good news. There are not any major incidents out there in South Seattle. So down to the cracks in Orange County. If you're heading out to Mr. South, along State Road 60 between Dean and Rouse Road, that's getting local to minor delays because of the cracks in that area. The drive times if you're heading on I-4, that's like very Lee Road. Good news there, and I-4 eastbound from Turnpike downtown. That's about an open spot. All right, looking good there. Thanks, Buffalo. Coming out 511 and your big rain still ahead. There are new allegations against corner state court action.
And also one major sport in sports city, Tom. In 5 minutes, by the way, 4 minutes left. It's being called a huge victory for female athletes around the nation.
And more protests in Missouri lead to dozens of arrests. The change is you may be up.
Then watch delicious music on it. Yes, I hear that you just got out of the high school. That's what I think. So now, let's return to high school. This year, 25 years of serving you. Your engineer left. Thank you. You're always a jackass. Charlie Chris wants you to hate me. I guess it's always got me. I guess it's not about Charlie or me. It's about you and your family. But together, we're turning the world around. More jobs, lower taxes, and record-breaking joys. Florida fourth graders are now the world's second best workers. Brother wants this race to be about me. It's not. It's about you, your family, your future. Don't turn back the clock. Let's keep working. It's easy to buy insurance today. The more you learn about the coverage you will get, what kind. But they want you covered for this. But we really only cover for this. Or are you actually covered for this? Well, you're actually paying for this. Policy surprise and what's happening in your coverage. Dr. Crawford is smarter about insurance.
Call 1-800-FIRE and see how much you could save.
What I really enjoy is that the instructors are very honest. They took a lot of time to go above and beyond the details of those who get it.
There's some people that reach into that gold like family, and so I just feel very good right now.
It's kind of getting spoiled education.
Listen, 2014 Honda Accord Civic or CRV-LX for 0 down, 0 security deposit, and 0 for your first month payment. Auto Honda and Classic Honda for the best new car dealership 2 years in a row.
Welcome back to this weekend of this. These weather changes on the way forward. That's cold front. That's why tornado warnings in the panhandle are working now for the first time at the end of the day. Here on the slip, traffic is systematic with variance to check transportation. Saturday morning, there are reports of one person died after a powerful earthquake in Central America.
The 7.4 magnitude quake was so powerful and it struck off the coast of El Salvador. A woman was reportedly killed after the toilet bowl fell on top of her. There are also reports of several collapsed homes. The earthquake, again, so powerful, it also triggered tsunami alerts, and that was later downgraded.
WTA protests into Dozens of arrests brought to St. Louis area. Police knocked on Wednesday arrested 50 people at Monday's protest, which was more Monday. Several organizers of this 4-day protest committed acts of civil disobedience across the St. Louis region and marched on City Hall demanding justice for Governor Michael Brown. He's the unarmed teen that a police officer shot and killed. Protesters demanded police were highly cameras and that there's a subdued people chosen by citizens, but also independent investigation into all police shootings and death.
There's more vaccines this morning for Baptist Florida State quarterback James Winston. The star football player is now facing some brand new allegations. ESPN is reporting that Florida State is looking into the claim that Winston signed autographs for money. Just so you know, incidentally, athletes are not allowed to receive payment for autographs. The investigation comes after University of Georgia running back Todd Gurley was suspended indefinitely for that same exact charge. So far, Florida State has not been contacted by either the NCAA or ACC.
The mysterious nickname for his first public appearance in more than a month, but his pictures came out. Nobody was here at all. His actions saw several rumors that the young leader had been overthrown. So far, North Korean government has made no explanation whatsoever for Kate's extended access.
A major retail store in Oklahoma is ready to a little girl in Arizona, the 12-year-old McKenna Peterson. She knows the letters she's exporting this after noticing that the company's catalog did not feature any female basketball players. The letter, which said, I myself enjoy playing and watching basketball. Women's basketball quickly went viral. So their Politics CEO, Ed Scott Fishing says he will make sure female athletes on the next catalog. Well, it's never flown as a family. You know how difficult it is sometimes to find things together, especially in a travel program.
But now, one airline wants to make sure families can sit together. British Airlines, Thomson Airways is considered family-style seating on airplanes. The new seats will allow parents and kids to sit face-to-face around the table, like at a restaurant. But that's not all. The airline is also considering hiring flight attendants to provide child care. And if you don't have kids, the company is also considering couples file complete. Any participant behind the line, movie surfing event. The government says planes will roll out over the next 5 years, all about the new plan. Yeah, and you know,
Exactly right.
Today we're tracking some major changes out there in travel. Big one. Severe weather from the central America now into the southeastern U.S. and the panhandle of Florida. There's that big violent storm. In fact, we've got a couple of warnings to deal with. The forecast has done it will be late tonight and the early morning hours tomorrow. But when the smoke clears, and we begin to have cooler, drier air. Now, it's a pretty rough day ahead of us. We're talking about the rain for strong to severe storms. Already some tornado warnings in effect early for the Florida panhandle. There's a tornado watch box in effect there for the panhandle as well as up through central Georgia, even parts of North Georgia, Atlanta, down to the Macon area, the Lincoln Triangle there. Big storm for you this morning. We'll start literally leaving the central Florida early afternoon hours today on into the evening hours. We talked about mainly after 3 o'clock. That's our risk for severe weather. Justin time for that drive home. So tough plan today with 85 at noon, but only a 28% chance for showers before then. Really pumping up that rain chance tonight. Look for stronger storms after 3 o'clock today to 60%, and that continues on through the evening hours. Later tonight, we'll be tracking some stronger storms. We're at 89 at 4 o'clock today. Notice the clouds. They'll be on the increase. We'll start off with some sunshine this morning, and then more clouds through the day. But 70 in Orlando, 80s. Right now, in Cocoa Beach, 72. Now, really want to draw your attention to this. If we're going to paint the picture and let you know the timing of these storms when they were there and what we can expect to hear. The clouds and rain forecast. This 7 o'clock this morning will likely indicate cloud cover more likely as the day progresses. There's some light showers starting o'clock at noon. Still not a lot of rain. It's approaching from the Gulf and then pushing on in. There's Suffolk County, Lake County, Marion County at 2 this afternoon. Beginning to see some of those stronger storms when they continue to build in. Level I-4 on the 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock this afternoon. That line of showers and storms developing and getting stronger. It's going to threaten right now some lightning, and we could see some strong wind gusts that could lead to some
This is when you get the front. You gotta wait for the front to actually push through late tonight and early morning hours tomorrow before the cooler giant low kicks in. Upper 80s for many areas, close to 90 degrees. We're also tracking hurricane wind droplets forecast this week, and that could be becoming a category 4 hurricane sometime in the next couple of days. We'll watch that. Rain in the early morning hours on Wednesday, most of it's drying out certainly through the afternoon. 86 then 84 on your Thursday. No rain Thursday. Cool down on the weekend. The weekend looking spectacular. Warming into the 50s and 60s Thursday and Friday on through the weekend. Let's check the rain with Julie Rock right now. Julie, what's going on out there?
Good morning, over to Victoria's no weather related issues on the roadways this morning, but overall we'll see a pretty good ride in the morning. So heading down the 387 area again to construction, also some construction on 417 this morning, both northbound and southbound between Airport Boulevard and I-4. As we look outside on I-4, this is at a very hour and these cars are heading toward downtown Orlando. We're seeing traffic moving slow with about 10 minutes downtown.
Julie, this morning, some folks might actually dream about telling their bosses off.
Well, most people actually dream of doing anything really, but coming out after the break, it turns out more and more employees are actually getting away with it, buzzing out their bosses right in the middle of the office. So how is this happening at cigarettes? We'll be back at 5:35.
Okay, see. Coming up right after the break, most people consider their pets a part of their family life, but get this. Would you ever consider selling your furry friend? Be honest. In 2 minutes, we'll tell you why one friend can be just that. And don't forget to get your Xbox anytime you want on your smartphone with the latest 6-step tracking app. It's very dynamic. Search WKNG in your app store. We'll be right back. Lately, it seems a lot of people have been debating the value of college.
Asking, is it so worth it?
Well, I've always been taught to stand up for what I believe.
Not even going to a college thing. I was dead when I was young. I'm happy you work hard to get there.
I believe in who we are, and I believe for great work.
How about your college?
I plan to make a career-related application. At Harper Hyundai and Winter Park, come enjoy a better car buying experience with our 12 Fight Smart Be Happy promise. Our quick promise is our best price first, pure and simple. Shop for the comfort of knowing you won't have to haggle to get the lowest possible price because we pay for all of our customers up front. No tricks, no gimmicks, it's that simple. And it's nice because you feel comfortable. And right now, you can lease a 2015 Hyundai Sonata SE for $179 a month for 36 months. Power Hyundai. That's new car dealership 2 years in a row. Everyone loves to turn the trip off and mystery shops are pretty common dealership every year. But guess what? You don't have to choose between dealerships. Just one bullet to one dealership here. Geo Corporation. You can walk wonders for Halloween. Geo Corporation. There's biggest bonus that won't pay Geo Corporation. And now it pushes in more than a phone. Pursuing taxpayer manipulative Charlie Chris, a big equivalent of the politician.
Now it's even more than that. Of the brand new Nocturnal. It celebrates our mission of wonder. And we want 100% alive. That's why I want to it's a great smarter, special.
Transformers the Prime. Find it now at Universal Orlando Resort. Nadia Sports fans, it's game time for your console. Hey, this is me. Experience never ready that more every 30 centimeters of strength. That's all guys can hold. Get 0 to 60 plus up to 42 PPS or up to 82 kVA total savings on network duty only at your store or dealer. You're about to live up to 6 more minutes of local support.
One family has their pet back with thanks for helping them net a multi-million-dollar deal on their home.
That's because the buyer can help us improve the news hotel to contract with reality. Because anyone buy the house is the only if buy the first falling apart building property. Your cat is part of the deal here. So buyer, daughter, family member, respecter, is going to offer an extra $140,000. This is on top of the asking price. Bring
Clouds and rain showing some clouds on the inverse as we head into the mid-mountain today, but the rain really heads off once the head of this week front of the tractor moving in. It'll be afternoon after school up to 3 o'clock. We'll see the showers and storms really going to play western zone by 5 o'clock. We do have the local strong future thunderstorms as the showers and storms really impact that drive home later today. We'll talk more about even more rain in the middle of Thursday tomorrow. Look over nice weather. Then after that, we'll talk about the rain. Imagine cursing out your boss and getting away with it. Hi, I'm Mike Holtfeld. I'm not kidding. But the government is actually protecting profane outbursts in the office. Coming up on the morning news. 88 Marshall G. Guards Land here in Central Florida's Red Truck headquarters. We have the largest source of red trucks in Central Florida. Hundreds of trucks for some spot. Anything CJD.com. Everyone knows the Charlie Kirk Force and Wolf and John who leads college leadership every year. But it gets worse. Chris is accused of telling bullshits. Chris talked a little to advise your shit career. Jail declaration. Chris got older than Alan Nicholson. Jail declaration. Chris biggest overstuff on stage. Jail declaration. And now Chris is in government apology. Chris feeling taxpayer money to the victim policy. Charlie Kirk, a failed former Dakota politician. At Mother Hunting and Winter Fun, you'll enjoy a better car buying experience with our 12-month smart Be Happy promise. Our first promise is our best price first. Pure and simple. Shop with the comfort of knowing you won't have to haggle to get the lowest possible price because we give it to all of our customers up front. No tricks, no gimmicks. It's that simple. And it's nice because you feel comfortable. And right now you can use a 2015 Hyundai Sonata SE for $179 a month for 36 months. Power Hyundai. One of the best new car dealerships 2 years in a row.
Now, with child support, it's tough to make ends meet. I used to stay in touch with one and
Safe. A free phone number. Free cell. Free text in 3 minutes. Be sure to connect to safety. You can qualify for programs with safety. More than almost over 500 free minutes in 1 hour. Free text each month. Call 1-800-FREE or visit safety.com. Until following reliability required by law. That's an environment. Please just get on with it.
it's at 60 up to 20% off online, and we won't be until January 2019.
Passion for your home state.
Fall starts here. Well, tornado warnings were up in the Panhandle after the major storm system moved toward us here in Central Florida. What's happening in Central for severe weather as late as this afternoon?
And this is the city clerk responsible for cleaning behind this destruction across our nation's homeland. 2 people are dead and tens of thousands of people are working to gain the back as we speak. And Mother Nature is not going to get more. I'm David Paul.
And I'm telling you, we're starting to feel kind of here. But I just put video here.
Yeah, we're tracking this mid-flying with signal and rocks and death and destruction in the midsection of Oklahoma. Hot and summer yesterday. Now it's moving into the central section of Georgia, all the way down to our Panhandle and the Southern Peninsula. We have had tornado warnings in effect overnight for the Panhandle. Some of these storms weakening and refiring. We have some thunderstorm warnings in effect here in the Panhandle. All of this tracking in our direction. It will take a little while before we actually work gets here. So some of the showers and storms will linger late tonight and early in the day tomorrow. Onset over severe mobility from 3 o'clock this afternoon and then ongoing to the early night hours tomorrow. So we have a little while before that hits. Until the weather conditions are starting to dry this morning.
reason. Also explains this original book report. A Starbucks employee curses at a manager in front of customers and gets fired. Could the government really step in and give him his job back? No. No. You're creating a house that working black man. Actually, the answer is yes. It happened just this summer. At some point, the bank wanted to ask the question, has common sense left the building? Orlando liquor lawyer Steve Ball says his clients can't believe that the government is protecting certain profane outbursts in the workplace, even in front of customers. Surprise.